In numeris, cita sunt. Everything lies veiled in numbers. Foreword by Faith Javane. Many of my students and a number of people who have heard my lectures have expressed a desire for a complete textbook on numerology so that they could study their own life patterns in depth. Until now, I have neglected this responsibility, hoping that my classes would be sufficient. Also, I felt such a project to be beyond possibility. However, pressures have convinced me that a full-length text would be both acceptable and fulfilling. My study of numerology began in the spring of 1938. I found a teacher of astrology who insisted that before she would accept me as a student, I must study numerology. Since I very much wanted to study with her, I agreed to start with the numbers. Her approach to numerology, however, was like none other. She had received it in a unique way, from what she called the inner planes, which meant that she went outside her body to a mystical school for her instruction. She called this work Kabbalah because it had come to her through the mind and soul rather than from a flesh and blood teacher, or from a book. Kabbalah refers to secret information in symbolic form, whether in a numerical, verbal, or hieroglyphic pattern. The biblical books of Ezekiel, Enoch, and Ezra contain mystical revelations of hidden knowledge, including speculation about the mystical import of numbers and letters. The Kabbalist knew how to decode the esoteric messages in the scriptures. I admit to some skepticism about my teacher's beliefs, but I went along with her teaching. What she revealed we now call the divine triangle. It was known in the Pythagorean school, about 6th century BC, as the life theorem, and it is now commonly accepted as the proposition that the square of the hypotenuse of a right triangle is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. Pythagoras used the right triangle as a representation of the universe. It was his eureka. According to my teacher, the master KH, whom she believed to be Pythagoras reincarnated, taught her that the right triangle could also be made to symbolize the world of an individual. This startling revelation is the original basis for the method of numerological delineation of the life pattern of an individual described in this book. In answer to many requests, I now present to you the secret of the divine triangle. Foreword by Dusty Bunker. In any profession, one is invariably asked the question, when did you become interested in? I have pondered that question long and deeply and now realize that it cannot be answered simply. There is no given moment when one thing ends and another begins. A great thunderbolt from heaven did not strike the ground before my feet, etching words in flame, pronouncing my destiny. Nor did I proclaim at noon on a Sunday, I am going to begin now. It just happened, naturally and with little fanfare. Metaphysics is as much a part of me as breath itself. As I studied over the years in one discipline or another, information began to fall into place more and more easily. Just as a child struggles to achieve balance upon those tiny feet, I struggled with many concepts and experiences until I found the proper balance. As the work progressed, the steps became easier and more natural. Now, this philosophy I embrace so respectfully has become my love, my life, and my devotion. I could speculate that it began eons ago in Lemuria or Mu or Atlantis, or in the ancient initiation chambers of the Great Pyramid, or even in the sacred halls of the Lyceum with my beloved Pythagoras. Perhaps we do carry deep within our souls memories of past existences that eventually surge into our present incarnations, demanding fulfillment. Certainly, child prodigies are living proof of this possibility. Whatever the impetus driving us into certain professions, we seem to be inextricably bound to continue an evolution that some primal recollection tells us we have begun. I have been most fortunate along that path, for I was given the greatest of all privileges, a true teacher, that rare and much sought-after creature. In a pupil-teacher relationship, I met Faith, co-author of this book, in 1975. The relationship grew into a bond of respect, admiration, and love. We presented our first book on May 1st, 1976, and have now completed this, our second book, inspired by the knowledge that there is a great searching in people's hearts today, a need to comprehend the vast inner spaces as well as the outer spaces. Through this book, we believe we can help fill that void with logic, reason, understanding, and love. Through the sacred science of numerology, truths can be gleaned and souls can be set at rest. Go with us then and discover your inner self, your reasons for being, and the eternal splendor of the Spirit. Introduction. There is an order in the universe, from the atom to the solar system. Awakening interest in the rhythm of this order has called forth new efforts to synthesize the different methods used throughout the ages to understand it. Somewhere between the microcosmic and the macrocosmic, we look for the key that can put our world into logical perspective. We believe that the science of numbers can provide formulae which help clarify the evolving pattern of existence on Earth. Enough ancient wisdom has survived the vicissitudes of time to suggest some basis on which to build new methods of analyzing personality, or at least to cast new light on the systems used in the past. Our methods, while containing the element of mystery, yet proceed in an orderly and practical way, using the numbers involved in names and birth dates to solve the enigmas of individuality, personality, and the patterns of function and fate carried through life by every human being. We invite you to experiment with this combination of ancient formulae and modern application. While it has not been presented to our knowledge in any book, it has been verified by 30 years of actual application and successful experience. The divine triangle, used as a blueprint of one's life, reveals, step by step, from birth to death, what that life should express, indicating the potentials and pitfalls by a series of numbers from 1 to 78. We are all born at a certain date, hour and minute into the Earth's field of energy. The conditions and vibrations of that energy field determine to a great extent the particular actions and reactions that will characterize our entire lives. We are conditioned by the basic set of vibrations that were active when we took our first breath. The birth date provides the pattern which we call the life lesson. The name given at birth, transcribed into numbers by use of the number-letter code used since ancient times and described in this book, provides the three vibrations we call the soul number, the outer personality number, and the path of destiny, number of a given individual. And by placing the name and birth date formula on the blueprint of the divine triangle, we are provided with the key to the incarnation a soul has chosen for the attainment of certain goals. Your numbers tell the state of consciousness which you have reached and record the growth of your soul as well. One's personal numbers are not isolated clues, but like all phenomena, are interlocking pieces in the vast puzzle of existence. Therefore, for the benefit of those who wish to broaden their understanding of numerology, this book seeks to synthesize it with the sciences of astrology and the tarot. To go into the vast and deep correspondences among the three sciences would require volumes. We are simply pointing out certain relationships that we have verified over many years. This book is divided into two parts. Part 1 presents the origins and philosophy of numerology. It explains how to determine the numbers that govern your existence and how to make a blueprint of your life by placing these numbers on the form called the divine triangle. There is also a chapter entitled More with Numbers, which shows you how to find the right career or determine your compatibility with someone else. A case study of Edgar Cayce, the beloved and well-known psychic who has been called the sleeping prophet, follows to illustrate the use of the divine triangle. Lastly, Part 1 presents a look at number symbology in the Bible, both in the Old and the New Testament. Part 2 of the book presents delineations of the numbers 1 through 78. Until now, numerology has been limited to the use of the digits 1 through 9 and a few double numbers ranging into the 20s. The number 78 was not chosen at random. Rather, it represents a total experience. The number 12 incorporates the basic 1 through 9 cycle, with an additional 3 steps in which to use the learned experience of the 1 through 9 cycle and bring it out to be shared with others for their benefit. It represents the 12 months of the year and indicates a complete cycle, a whole, a circle, as also exemplified in the 12 signs of the zodiac and the 12 disciples. The next step, 13, takes us into a new level of consciousness. Therefore, 78, as an extension of 12, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 11 plus 12 equals 78, symbolizes a complete round of experience. In the delineations in Part 2, the 78 numbers are fully described as numerical vibrations. They are also synthesized with the 78 tarot keys and the planets, signs, and decans of the zodiac. As this amazing synthesis unfolds, one can only stand in awe before God's work. Only a cosmic mind could have planned such an intricate pattern in which each science dovetails so exquisitely with the other. We repeat that to our knowledge, this synthesis has never been attempted. The correspondences among numerology, astrology, and the tarot were not chosen at random. They have been tested through years of research and application. We believe they are accurate. We suggest that you try them for yourself, for it is only through personal verification that any belief or process is truly accepted. 1. Esoteric numerology. Numerology began when life began because in the beginning there was one. The vibrations then began and the two appeared, the first pair, and ushered in the real beginning of universal geometry. Numbers, by themselves, represent universal principles through which all things evolve and continue to grow in cyclic fashion. The digits 1 through 9 symbolize the stages through which an idea must pass before it becomes a reality. All manifestation is the result of these 9 stages. Esoteric numerology is the art and science of understanding the spiritual significance and orderly progression of all manifestation. Every word or name vibrates to a number, and every number has its inner meaning. The letter and number code, when rightly understood and applied, brings us into a direct and close relationship with the underlying intelligence of the universe. We owe much of our spiritual and scientific understanding of numbers to Pythagoras, the father of mathematics. Pythagoras is most commonly remembered for the Pythagorean theorem, which states that the square of the hypotenuse of a right triangle is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. However, Pythagoras was primarily a mystic and a philosopher. He believed that all things are numbers, and that numbers represent spiritual entities whose presence is felt in all existence. He discovered the mystical significance of numbers, noting that the numbers 1 through 9 stand, macrocosmically, for universal principles. On the personal level, microcosmically, they stand for characteristics, abilities, and events. He saw in number patterns and geometrical ratios the explanations of all natural phenomena, musical harmony, and tonal qualities. He knew that the stars and planets as vibrating bodies produce sound which became known as the music of the spheres. Pythagoras was born around 582 BC on the Greek island of Samos in the Aegean Sea. As a young man, he left home and traveled to Egypt, where he was initiated into certain mathematical doctrines. He is also reported to have studied with Zoroaster, the Persian sage, and to have learned the Kabbalah in Judea. The science of numbers he eventually taught was based on Kabbalistic principles. Pythagoras finally settled in Crotona in southern Italy and established a school of the mysteries. Before his students could proceed into the Pythagorean mysteries, they had to know the 4 sciences of arithmetic, music, astronomy, and geometry. Plato was a follower of Pythagoras, and it is to him that we owe most of our knowledge of the Pythagorean school. Pythagoras taught that evolution is the law of life, number is the law of the universe, unity is the law of God. He believed that everything in the universe was subject to predictable, progressive cycles. His means of measuring these cycles were the numbers 1 through 9. He also taught that numbers have a significance apart from the values denoted by the figures. Numbers are different from figures. Numbers represent qualities. Figures represent quantities. Numbers operate on the spiritual plane, while figures are for measuring things on the material plane. A lucid understanding of these digits is essential in the study of numerology because every number over 9 ultimately reduces to one of these digits. With a comprehensive knowledge of the meaning of these numbers, one can understand the orderly progression of all life cycles. The numbers 1 through 9. Science claims that in a vacuum where nothing exists, in time hydrogen ions spring into existence. 1, as the first digit in the series, represents the ion, the beginning, the genesis, the first spark of energy emerging from the original source. It stands alone and isolated because it is the first. There is no other. It is independent of outside influences or assistance because it has chosen to seek its own self-expression and cannot therefore be encumbered or swayed. It is decisive and independent and makes the choices necessary to ultimately determine its destiny. One represents the male principle, the yang. It is the pioneer, striking out alone, seeking the experiences which will establish its distinct identity. It is in the process of discovering its own abilities. It is raw energy, positive, original and creative, in a state of perpetual motion. Since one is alone and is imbued with so much creative energy, it must decide how its energy will be used. It must take command and have the courage to maintain its direction without fear of opposition. One is the real I am of humanity, the unity of all, the unit of vibrational measuring. It is self-consciousness. Keywords: original, independent, aggressive, individualistic, creative, dominant. The first in a series, the start of any operation or activity, the leader, the pioneer, the boss who likes authority, he who goes forth. Two is the pair, the duo. It is changeable and adaptable, and can also be indecisive. It is the agent, the go-between, the diplomat and peacemaker, because unity can only be accomplished through a meeting of the minds, a compromise on each side. Two represents the feminine principle of receptivity, the yin, which seeks a union of two distinct entities. It is the gestation period in which things begin to form. Two collects and assimilates. It seeks a balance between opposing forces, and therefore represents cooperation, attachment, and partnership. It is the peacemaker, with an avid attention to detail. Because two is so keenly aware of opposites, it has a pronounced sense of rhythm and harmony. Music appeals to its sympathetic and emotional nature. The maternal, patient, and sensitive characteristics of two cause it to place others first, before itself. Union is its goal, not separateness. Therefore, it is obedient to and understanding of others. It seeks harmony and assimilation above all. The hydrogen ions which sprang into existence under one are now hurtling through space. They will be drawn toward one another by the law of mutual attraction, or the law of number two. Keywords: adaptable, tactful, understanding, gentle, cautious, a follower rather than a leader. Three combines the qualities of one and two. It is a fascinating and diversified vibration, carrying the qualities of manifestation and self-expression. The ion, which sprang into existence from zero, sought to assert its individuality under one and felt the attraction of others under two, now awakens to its need for social interaction. Three is the need to communicate and become involved in the pure joy of living. Through its exuberant response to life, three bestows sunny radiance and enthusiasm upon all. Three is the extrovert, whose personal magnetism draws others and inspires them to expand and grow. It is the performer who possesses an innate appreciation of pleasure, romance, art, and beauty. Its creative imagination allows all things to be possible. It therefore becomes involved in many emotions and experiences. Three is friendly and expansive, thriving on sociability and variety. If any of the numbers could be called happy-go-lucky, it would be the effervescent three. Keywords: expansive, sociable, dramatic, communicative, diversified, creative. Four is stability, a four-square consciousness, the symbol of law, system, and order. It is firmness, security, stability, and conservatism. It is the builder who must submit to earthly things where form and substance are the predominant elements. Four is nature and relates to the earth. The formation of the earth took place on the fourth day in the biblical story of creation. The attraction the ions felt under two led to interaction under three. Now, under four, the inevitable concentration of energies occurs. Formation takes place. The ions realize that they can no longer scatter their energies, but must now begin to place them in a productive, orderly system. Four therefore develops a practical nature, and through self-discipline, binds itself to a conventional routine exercise of its energy. Keywords: form, work, order, practicality, construction, stability, endurance, discipline. 5 is freedom, change, and adventure. Curiosity and constant activity produce a resourceful, adaptable, and versatile entity, always ready to take a chance. Since 5 is the midpoint in the cycle 1 through 9, it allows for decision-making. It might be called the pivotal point in which the ions, now encased in flesh and form, must decide upon their future in the rest of the cycle 6 through 9. It now meets with many opportunities and varieties of experience through which it will be given the information it needs to make that decision. 5 is involved in much superficial interaction with groups and crowds. Because of its past varied experiences, it is the natural promoter and advertiser, fluent in communications, with a little information about a lot of things, and a desire to travel here and there to communicate it. 5 attracts the opposite sex because of an irresistible magnetism, and this attraction sets the stage for the domestic responsibilities which naturally follow under 6. Keywords: versatility, resourcefulness, adaptability, change, activity, travel, adventure, promotion, speculation. 6 is conscientious. It desires to bring harmony, truth, justice, and a sense of balance into its environment. Love and compassion are uppermost in its mind, and it can therefore be an effective teacher, counselor, or healer. Others are drawn to it because of the understanding which emanates from it. The ions, under 5, had the opportunity to experience many events and emotional encounters. They are now ready to take on social and family responsibilities, or the 6 vibration. 6 is a domestic and artistic vibration, and under this number, the ions must adjust to the needs of others. The 6 desires a close companion, marriage, and a home and family where beauty and harmony prevail. A need for group harmony and service to the community follows naturally. 6 settles down, blending into the conservative element of the community, where it can create better standards of living. Gifted in the arts, it can also express its creative potential through its developed sense of balance and become a fine artist in its own unique field. Keywords: family and social responsibility, service, love, compassion, counseling, healing, creativity. 7 seeks answers. It tries to establish a philosophy by which to live and attempts to penetrate the mystery behind its existence, which it has never questioned to this point. Because solitude is necessary for analysis, the 7 feels the need to spend time alone, away from the crowds, in touch with nature. It looks for friendship with those of an elevated consciousness that can match its own. And on the 7th day, God rested. All things rest under the 7 because time is needed in which to think. The ions under 7 feel poised and calm. They realize that they now need to be still and to know. They have established a routine for their energy, and now analysis begins. 7 ushers into the cycle a physical completion without apparent effort. Goals that have been long sought are now magically attained. Spare time is available in which philosophical and metaphysical interests can be pursued. Perfected thinking is the goal of 7, which is why it is called the sacred number. It is also why scientists, philosophers, teachers, mystics, and the clergy come under this influence. The physical facet of 7 also relates to the health of the body, which is highly sensitized through this vibration. Keywords: quiet, introspective, intuitive, analytical, inspirational, reclusive, philosophical, mystical. 8 will assume power, for it now has achieved control and responsibility in its chosen field. Recognition and financial rewards are bestowed, and expansion and growth in the business world take place. Under 8, karma is king, and the ions will reap what they have sown. Power is the quality associated with 8. Ardor, zeal, steadfastness, and the ability to see in broad terms give it the ambition and added qualities needed to achieve material goals. 8 has the drive to overcome all obstacles and eventually to succeed through ability and perseverance. 8 can now go to the very top with the ideas and plans that have been formulated gradually during the last 7 cycles. Through fair and ethical standards, good judgment, and organizational abilities, it will achieve recognition, power, and financial remuneration. Keywords: power, responsibility, financial rewards, good judgment, recognition. 9 is selflessness and compassion. Encompassing a love for all, it desires to apply its energy to universal service. It bestows an impersonal but just view of life, one that is generous, benevolent, and patient. This is the artist and thinker who has developed skills through the preceding cycles and is now ready to share his or her knowledge with the rest of the world. The ions are in their final state of completion. They have traveled the entire cycle of 9 parts, ingesting experiences along the way. Now, in the closing cycle, they reach a total understanding and tolerance of others' views and prejudices. 9 is ready to give back to the universe some measure of what it has learned through the 8 previous steps of the cycle. The law of cyclicity allows for no waste and demands input for output. When this is done willingly, the completion experienced under 9 brings only joy at the gift of life and the freedom with which to enter the next cycle unencumbered. Keywords: love, compassion, patience, universality, tolerance, selfless service, endings. 2. Your personal numbers and personal years. You are endowed at birth with your own 4 personal numbers. These numbers tell you the lessons to be learned during your life and the spiritual growth and development which you can attain. The 4 personal numbers are the life lesson number, the soul number, the outer personality number, and the path of destiny number. Your personal numbers are determined by the numbers in your birth date and the letters in the name you are given at birth. To arrive at the numerical vibration of names, each letter in the alphabet is given a number value. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, and so on to Z, which is 26. To work with the value of the letters beyond I, which is number 9, we reduce the value to a single digit. For example, L is number 12. We reduce the 12 by adding the first digit to the second, or 1 plus 2 equals 3. The number 12 is then written as 12/3. The letter T is 20. We reduce the 20 by adding the first digit to the second, or 2 plus 0 equals 2. The number 20 is then written as 20/2. The table below gives the number value of each letter in the alphabet. Learn this code thoroughly. Then you won't have to keep referring to the table, which can be a slow and tedious process. The more you work with the code, the easier it will come to you. Notice that there are patterns you can learn. For example, A, J, and S all reduced to 1, B, K, and T reduced to 2, C, L, and U reduced to 3, and so on. Train yourself by saying over and over, AJS, 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 BKT, BKT, BKT. There are memory tricks you can use. For instance, number 6 is Fox. That's an easy one. GPY sounds something like Gypsy for number 7, and number 8, HQZ, might remind you of headquarters. Use your own memory pegs so that the code will be readily accessible when working out the value of words. We can reduce any word to a number vibration by using our table. So let's experiment with a few words before we begin with names. Place the number value above each letter, add the values, and reduce the total to a single digit if necessary. There are 4 double digits which are not generally reduced. These are called the master numbers. Master numbers offer more opportunity for expression, and thus demand more effort from the individual or thing in question. The master numbers are 11, 22, 33, and 44. Whenever you arrive at one of these numbers, retain the master number value. For instance, take the word light. 3 plus 9 plus 7 plus 8 plus 2 equals 29, and 2 plus 9 equals 11. Because light vibrates to master number 11, it is written as 29/11 rather than 29/2, which would be the case if we reduced it entirely. However, 2 is still acknowledged as the base number, and the word in question will fluctuate between the vibrations of 2 and 11. An individual will fluctuate between any master number and its base digit, because the vibration of the master number is so intense and so powerful that it cannot be lived under continuously. Therefore, living under the base number for a brief period offers a moment of respite, where one gathers one's forces before attempting to work with the master number vibration again. Master numbers demand the greatest output from the individual, and in return, offer the greatest reward. A name that vibrates to a master number is Melanie May Clark, which equals 65/11. Again, this number would not be reduced further because it is a master number. However, this individual will fluctuate between her master number 11 and the base number 2. The word roses vibrates to 22. 9 plus 6 plus 1 plus 5 plus 1 equals 22. We do not reduce the 22 because it is a master number. In this system of numerology, we only use the numbers 1 to 78 for reasons which we explained in the introduction. When totaling a name, if you arrive at a number above 78, simply reduce that number to the next lower double digit or single digit as the case may be. For example, if a personal number totals 86, add the 8 plus 6 and work with the 14/5 vibration. Or if the personal number totals 106, add the 1 plus 0 plus 6 and work with the 7 vibration. Remember, all double digits that reduce to the same base number have the same basic meaning. The double digit reflects a variation of the single number. You could liken this to living in the same city, but on different streets. Therefore, the numbers 12, 21, 30, 39, 48, 57, 66, and 75 all reflect the basic 3. However, the double digit expresses a variation of the original 3. Now that you know how to reduce any word, we will demonstrate how to arrive at your 4 personal numbers and explain what those numbers mean. The life lesson number. The first of the 4 personal numbers we will discuss is called the life lesson number. It represents the lessons you must learn in this lifetime and is most significant in your choice of a career. It is derived from your full birth date. Even a business or idea has a moment of birth and can therefore be treated in the same way. We will use as an example Ada Wynne Lunt, born November 12, 1940. First, reduce the birth date to numbers. November is the 11th month, therefore Ada's birth date is written 11-12-1940. Remember to write the full year of birth, not an abbreviated form such as 40. Next, reduce the year to a double digit by adding the year through once. 1 plus 9 plus 4 plus 0 equals 14. Now we total the birth date once more. 11 plus 12 plus 1940 equals 11 plus 12 plus 14. 11 plus 12 plus 14 equals 37/1. 37 is reduced by adding the first digit to the second, or 3 plus 7, which equals 10. Reduce the 10 in the same manner by adding 1 plus 0. 37 is then written as 37/1. This is Ada's life lesson number. The life lesson number is a constant and cannot be changed or modified in any way because it is derived from the birth date. It indicates vocation, plus the lesson you came into incarnation to overcome or to learn. It also represents the cosmic gift you are given in order to accomplish your destiny. Find your life lesson number by following the same procedure. Then read the delineation of the life lesson number single digit below. For a finer delineation of the double digit, go to part 2 of this book. In our example, Ada has a 37 or 1 life lesson number. She would read number 1 under the life lesson number section following. She would then turn to part 2, page 120, for the delineation of the 37, a more explicit description of the basic number 1. 1 as the life lesson. You must learn to be original, strong-willed, creative, and innovative. You should have the courage and drive to go ahead into new fields of expression and be a pioneer. You should always go forward, never turn back. At times, you may be dictatorial and stubborn because you do not like to be restricted or directed. You are a good executive and work best alone. You are usually efficient and well organized. You are not naturally domestic but can manage well in any situation. You usually like sports and athletics and enjoy the thrill of winning. You are sophisticated, not emotionally romantic, and always appear at the head of social and commercial groups. By learning the lessons of number 1, you become intimately familiar with the God energy, that probing, seeking, independent spark that moves all creation. You are creative on the physical plane because your pioneer spirit precedes all others and expresses your unique individuality. 2. As the life lesson. You are here to learn to become a good mixer. You are a good salesperson, more persuasive than forceful. You should be a support for those in the leadership role. help them to find their goals in life, and remain behind the scenes if necessary. This quality can be a help to you in business because those who benefit from your talents will in turn help you make use of your abilities. In partnerships and groups, you will encounter the lessons you came to learn in this lifetime. Success is then very possible. You must have consideration for others and should bring people together for a common cause. Various professions are open to you as you learn to be adaptable to most things that need to be done. You could select a career in finance, music, medicine, religion, or statistical analysis and research. 3. As the life lesson. You are best in intellectual, artistic, or creative endeavors. You need to express, to manifest, and to see the results of your work. Beauty, fruitfulness, luxury, and pleasure are your keywords. You should have ambition and pride. You must become conscious of the law, and by being an excellent disciplinarian, you will achieve a position of authority over others. 3 combines the daring of 1 with the caution of 2. It is a number of self-expression and freedom, and is extravagant in using energies to gain freedom. You must guard against becoming a jack of all trades. Rather, you should specialize. You could then be successful in artistic, religious, or inventive pursuits. You should never do routine work because you dislike restriction. You should work alone for the best results. Business partnerships become too disciplined for your freedom-loving nature. You could write, lecture, teach, or find your niche in journalism. Whatever you decide to specialize in, you must use your creative and inspirational talents. 4. As the life lesson. You must build a solid foundation on which to base your life. This demands a well-ordered system of conduct and morals. Administration or some sort of management would be the best type of employment for you. You want your home life to conform to the culture in which you live. You will provide well for those within your care, and you expect them to respond with respect and dignity. You should become a diligent worker and honestly earn your success. By being thrifty, you will have an adequate savings account as security against any possible losses. You should learn not to take a chance unless it is a sure bet. You should seek high goals. You might want to achieve concrete results quickly, and therefore should strive for patience and perseverance. Learn to face reality and base all your efforts on sound, practical reasoning. 5. As the life lesson. Your key word is freedom. If you have free rein, you can accomplish wonders, but if you feel bound or limited, you lose your enthusiasm and accomplish little. You would be a good explorer or Peace Corps volunteer, as you learn well by travel and experience. You are a diligent student if interested in the subject, but you may fail in subjects for which you see no useful ends. You should be eager for new experience and shun monotony. In your quest for knowledge, you will become interested in discovering answers in books and magazines. An avid reader, a fluent talker, and a versatile doer, you are the witty conversationalist and brighten any group by your mere presence. You are here to learn and to experience the value of freedom, and should not tie yourself down too severely. Your talents, once learned, prepare you for a literary career or a position in sales and dealing with the public. 6. As the life lesson number. You are here to learn a sense of responsibility for your family and community. 6 is the love and domestic vibration, and requires that you be responsive to the social needs of others. A fine sense of balance must be acquired so that you can equalize injustices. This keen sense bestows artistic abilities as well as judgmental talents which can be utilized in the legal system. You should develop the compassion and understanding necessary to ease the burdens of those who will naturally be drawn to you. You are among those who serve, teach, and bring comfort to humanity. A wide choice of professions is yours, including nursing, teaching, welfare work, the ministry, medicine, restaurant enterprises, the legal profession, and possibly veterinary or animal husbandry. You may also choose to enter a career in the arts, interior decorating, or hairdressing. 7. As the life lesson. You are here to use and to develop your mind. Your words should be full of wisdom when you decide to talk. Your strong intuition helps in any line you choose and gives insight when needed. You may be an enigma to others and even to yourself at times. You like to read, think, and meditate. Many times you have to rely on your soul force to solve difficult material problems. You may delve into the occult, the mysterious, and the phenomenal side of life. Music and other arts are in harmony with your keynotes. You may be drawn to the church, science, or research and analysis. A career in mathematics or investigation could hold your interest. You should learn to spend time by yourself, in the woods or by the seashore, where you can get in touch with your inner self and your deepest thoughts, because your destiny is to use your mind. 8. As the life lesson number. This is the number of power and ambition, the number of the executive, the boss, who lives by brain and brawn. You will learn to work and will want to see everyone else working. You can push people to become successful in their own right. You should lead and show by example how to profit in business. You are here to learn to handle power, authority, and money. You can build a business empire and should work to that end. You want success for your family and for the family name as a matter of pride. You want your offspring to carry on your name with honor and dignity. Sports is another field open to you, as this number vibration bestows great strength and endurance. Many famous athletes operate under an 8. 9. As the life lesson number. You should be the universal lover of humanity, patient, kind, and understanding. You are at the peak of life's expression and must turn and show others the way. You seem to receive wisdom from above. Thus you know that the true way of happiness is in service to others. You are the marrying type, strong in passion and compassion. You easily acquire money or wealth and know how to preserve it. You are never petty, but deal in broad concepts and can attain success in the face of difficulties. You are here to show others the way through your breadth of thinking. You can choose from many professions. Education and medicine are the most usual. You may become an orator, writer, or lecturer with equal ease. Communication, foreign service, statesmanship, and leadership positions are easily within your capacity. 11. As the life lesson. The key words here are altruism and community. You came into a unique and testing incarnation. You must practice love thy neighbor as thyself and use it as your foundation. Your strong intuitions are of value in gaining wisdom and inspiration. 11 is one of the most difficult vibrations because the demand for high standards is constant. You must learn patience and at the same time be able to make quick decisions. Seek for balance between the material, physical life which has to be considered, and the inspirational spiritual life which underlies your self-understanding. You can succeed in the field of science because all new inventions and discoveries, such as the laser rays, research in the fields of anti-gravity, or Kirlian photography, or any area of electronics would appeal to you. You could choose to be an astronomer or astrologer, or a Bible researcher and interpreter. You may become a teacher or writer in the field of philosophy. You are original and creative, and could become an inspirational speaker. 11 is an esoteric master number of spiritual import. It bestows courage, power, and talent, with strong feelings of leadership. You must not let this power go to your head, since fame and recognition are likely. Instead, realize that true mastership is service. 22. As the life lesson. You must express a basic building urge, accomplish things in a big way, and work with large groups or business concerns. You would enjoy the import-export business, which could demand long-distance travel and meetings with persons of authority. You like to take an inspirational idea and put it to practical use. Self-knowledge is very valuable to you. 22 gives the promise of success. You know how to use your ability to adjust the physical laws of life and living, to demonstrate exoteric wisdom rather than esoteric. You could become an executive in banking or financial affairs in a national capacity, or help to organize businesses for others as an efficiency expert or the like. As an ambassador to foreign countries, you would demonstrate statesmanship. You like to be occupied in some large enterprise to challenge your power to achieve. Your lesson is to learn to take charge of large organizations and corporations, and to handle money efficiently and usefully for the benefit of large groups of people. 33. As the life lesson. You should be steady and reliable and develop a strong desire to protect others. You would like to live close to nature, and this urge may influence you to choose a life in agriculture. Your goal would be to produce food on a large scale to help provide sustenance for the hungry of the world. You would never be found in any profession that could act destructively to humanity. Your talent may lie along the line of the arts: music to bring harmony, painting to bring beauty, or literature to promote education. Service in the field of medicine and healing could also attract you. Possibly you would choose the law as a way to protect others through justice. Since the 33 consciousness is almost beyond that of humanity and is Christ-like in expression, a place within the ministry or priesthood could lead you to the realm of your dreams as a world savior. You may be required to sacrifice your own desires for the needs of others in order to fulfill your life lesson vibration. 44. As the life lesson. This number stands for strength and complete mental control over your life while on Earth. It requires discipline in every department of life so that you may be instrumental in promoting the material advancement of the world. Your mind must be trained to let the higher forces work within it, and you must keep your body and your environment in order so that you are ready for any opportunity to achieve these same results for others. Your high energy potential is meant to further evolution by helping others set their world in order. You should try to promote better ethics and justice in the world of business. You must recognize reality, then use what you learn to alleviate the physical burdens of others. You are the instrument by which this alteration takes place. By displaying bravery, resourcefulness, courage, and discipline, you serve as an example for others. See Edgar Cayce in Chapter 6 as an example of the 44 vibration. The soul number. The soul number comes from adding the vowels in the name. Always work with the full name at birth. Prefixes and suffixes such as Mr., Mrs., Junior, Senior, the Second, the Third, and Esquire are not considered part of the cosmic name and are not figured in the total name. Place the number value of the vowels above the letter in the name. The vowels are A, E, I, O, and U. The letter Y is a vowel when it sounds like E, as in the name Mary. It is not a vowel in the name May. Y is also a vowel when it is the only vowel in the syllable, as in the name Sybil. W is a vowel when it follows D or G, as in the names Dwight or Gwendolyn, because it carries the vowel sound. We will use our example: Ada Wynne Lunt, born November 12, 1940. To arrive at Ada's soul number, we add the vowels in her name. 1 plus 1 plus 7 plus 3 equals 12 or 3. The Y in Wynne is considered a vowel because it is the only vowel in the name. The 12 is reduced by adding the first digit to the second, or 1 plus 2 equals 3. The number 12 is then written 12/3. Discover your soul number by following the same procedure. Then read the explanation of the basic soul number, single digit, given below. For a finer delineation of the double digit, turn to Part 2. In our example, Ada has a soul number of 12 or 3. She would read number 3 under the basic soul number section which follows. She would then turn to Part 2 and read the number 12/3, personal number vibration, which gives a deeper look into her real self. Your soul number is your real personality, the you that is known only to you. If one embraces the philosophy of reincarnation, the soul number also indicates what you have been in previous lifetimes. This part of your personality is not easily recognized by others unless they know you very well. The soul number is what you in your inner secret self desire to be. This urge may be so strong that it can overcome other vibrations of your 4 basic numbers. Since the soul number reveals something of accumulated growth in past lives, it becomes an underlying force which influences the actions of your present life. If, however, the soul urge remains repressed by outer circumstances, and the soul fails to accomplish its purpose, it may need to repeat the same vibrational urge in a future life until it finds true expression. 1 is the soul number. The leadership won in past lives now brings a desire to continue striving for higher consciousness. You are independent regarding your beliefs. Your desire for free and independent thinking continues to occupy your innermost yearning. Do not let this strong drive obstruct your attainment of practical goals in the present life. You are always conscious of your inner strength and would have difficulty taking a secondary position among your contemporaries. If marriage or partnership is considered, Investigate the inner yearnings of your prospective partner to safeguard the successful outcome of your relationship. If your individuality is too strong, it could express itself as bossiness and be a detriment to personal happiness. So firm is the intensity of your focus, and so strong the memory of self-glory from the past, that you are apt to stand on your convictions, even though it could disrupt important relationships. Your inner strength gives you something to rely on when the going is rough, and you can be a tower of inspiration to others in times of trouble. 2. As the soul number, you have a strong desire for peace and harmony. You are considerate and tactful, adaptable and gentle. You are a follower rather than a leader. Tact is a strong point in your makeup. Therefore, you are a go-between or agent, helping to bring peace between opposing forces. You avoid hurting the feelings of others to the point of subordinating yourself to their wills. As a result, you appear shy and lacking in confidence. Try to overcome indecision. While you are hesitating, others may forge ahead of you and claim what should be yours. Dare to do what you know is right, and do not let emotions deter your purpose. Your sensitivity can be positive when used to tune in to the balancing forces of the universe and bring forth truths which help all people gain understanding. 3. As the soul number, you are very conscientious in regard to duty. You are well aware of the law of the Trinity and know that inspiration and imagination will bring the best results when used to help others. This could easily become your philosophy of life. Follow your urge to create and expand the activities that interest you. You seek happiness and find it in making others happy. If a person feels depressed, a visit with you will bring them hope and courage. Expand your ideals by dedicating yourself to the expression of good cheer and optimism. Work to make your dreams come true, but not to the extreme of becoming impractical. Love is important to you, both in giving and receiving, but try to hold to reason in your loving expansiveness. You become happy and well-adjusted by making others happy. 4. As the soul number, you are well organized, a trait which could bring you material success. Your practicality permeates your entire being. Others could set a pattern after your well-ordered program of living. Your loyalty, balance, and dependability mean much to those around you. They know where you stand in all things and feel that any dealings with you will be handled squarely. You take matters seriously, whether in business or romance, and can therefore make your dreams come true in a planned, practical way. 5. As the soul number, you claim the right to freedom and will not allow any limitations of your ideals or ways of thinking. Variety of self-expression is absolutely essential. You would feel dull and listless without the stimulation of changes and new outlooks. Travel is one of your soul's desires, since you believe it to be educational and broadening. Narrowness cannot be tolerated. If you feel yourself falling into a rut, a trip, a new outfit, or a vacation could change the vibrations for the better and open new avenues for continued inner growth. 6. As the soul number, you respond to beauty, harmony, and peace. You are affectionate, sympathetic, and loyal to those you love. Your mission could be to teach others to maintain peace and harmony in their lives, and to spread the idea of the golden rule. You work hard to keep domestic harmony as your ideal way of life. Of all the love vibrations in the various numbers, yours is the most likely to be guilty of a smothering love. So deep is your desire to live for your own immediate family. Learn to allow your family members to express their own desires in life, even if you do not agree with their choices. 7. As the soul number, you are quiet and reserved, a good thinker, analyzer, and mediator. You need peaceful surroundings and become irritable if your environment is noisy. You are refined, sensitive, secretive, and usually psychic. You may live alone and remain unmarried. You could be celibate and join the higher mystical order of humanity. Your true nature is to be calm, to develop depth of character, and thus to benefit humanity through philosophy. 8. As the soul number, ambition is your keyword. You believe in accomplishment and let no obstacle deter you in attaining your goal. Your number is not an easy one to handle, but the rewards are worth your effort. You are one who will tackle a big job in order to rise above the crowd and arrive at the pinnacle. You have the ability to organize large groups and undertakings successfully. Psychology will help you understand the masses with whom you may work. Others expect more of you than of the average person, so you must rely upon your inner self to guide you to stay at the top. This is the number of high-ranking sports figure. 9 is the soul number. Intuition is strongly active in your life. You are sensitive and imaginative and can think in abstract terms. Although you may appear vague at times, you are extremely impressionable, compassionate, and generous. You need to have and to give love. You are kind and forgiving, with an expansive consciousness dedicated to uplifting humanity. This could be the number of a master or adept from a previous lifetime. 11. As the soul number. You have been on the spiritual path for a long time, probably for more than one incarnation. Through spiritual evolution, you have learned much of the mysteries of life and death. You have courage, talent, and leadership ability. You are understanding, wise, intuitive, and often clairvoyant, with extremely sensitive ESP abilities and strong spiritual leanings. You also have the fortitude to contend with many changes and unexpected events. 22. As the soul number. With the power of 22, you have the urge to continue the tangible achievements of past lifetimes. You desire material fulfillment. You are the master builder. Your soul's aim is to leave the world a tangibly better place for your having been here. So it follows that you must keep mental balance while expressing your ideals in practical ways. You have higher goals than the average person. You should keep your feet on the ground while your thoughts expand. 33. As the soul number. You are ready to sacrifice for humanity. You see clearly a vision of future world conditions and feel ready to help in any way you can to bring peace to all mankind. Sometimes your life lesson vibrations can be in opposition to your soul's urges. Nevertheless, you will practice generosity and try to see other people's points of view. This circumstance may force you temporarily to take a background position, but the hope remains that you will reach a position to promote your ideals. You stand ever ready to help others. 44. As the soul number. Universal concepts are part of your consciousness. They now express themselves as inner urges to accomplish great advances in world culture. You desire to unite the practical with the philosophical. A career within the government or in the United Nations could give you the opportunity to promote these ideals among all peoples. You are willing to shoulder heavy responsibilities. Your inner self realizes that it is adept. Now the problem becomes how to manifest it in the outer world. You believe that your soul will guide you into fields where your great expectations can be promoted. You have an innate ability to solve everyday problems and can work with others to help them organize their lives. The outer personality number. Now that you have discovered the real you through your soul number, let us determine how other people see you. Your outer personality number indicates how you appear to others. It is not necessarily what you really are. The outer personality number also shows what people expect from you because of the image you present. To find the outer personality number, add the values of the consonants in the full name at birth. Consonants are all those letters other than vowels. Place the value of the consonants below the name and add each digit together. In our example, Ada Win Lunt. 4 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 3 plus 5 plus 2 equals 29/11. 29 reduces by adding the first digit to the second, or 2 plus 9 equals 11. 11 is a master number and is therefore not reduced further. Other people see Ada Win Lunt as a 29/11, although this is not what she necessarily is. As in the preceding section, the basic numbers will be delineated here. Ada would read 11 as an outer personality number, and then turn to part 2 of this book for a finer delineation of the basic 11 as a 29/11. If your outer personality number were 49/4, for instance, you would read 4 as an outer personality number here. Then turn to part 2 to read 49/4 as a personal number vibration, which is a finer delineation of the basic 4. Personality comes from the word persona, meaning mask, and therefore represents the mask we present to others. It is important because through it, other basic vibrational urges are expressed. A pleasing personality is a great asset in all areas of life to help attain spiritual, mental, or physical goals. Our body language, mannerisms, and traits Even the way we dress reveal much more than we realize. They are clues which others use to determine our attitudes and characteristics. 1. As the outer personality number, you present an independent, capable, and executive type image to the world. Others see you as a unique individual, separate from the ordinary crowd, perhaps a loner in some respects, but definitely different. They expect you to be able to take control of any situation and be able to run an organization or club efficiently. They will look to you to get the job done because you appear to be the leader, the pioneer, the idea person who always knows where to go and what to do. The creation of the correct image is foremost in your mind, and you depend upon the force of your personality as your identification pass into society. You may appear to be overly aggressive and domineering. In this case, your selfish need to assert your individuality is realized at the expense of the free expression of those around you. You, as a number one person, dress to be among the first in style. You like exclusive models and never want to look like anyone else. Negatively, you may even dress freakishly or in modes beyond the limits of good taste. 2. As the outer personality number, you appear quiet and modest and seem to need a peaceful environment in which to live. You are fussy about details. Neatness and cleanliness are a must. Rather than make a big entrance, you prefer to remain in the background, working behind the scenes or in cooperation with others. You are attractive and popular with the opposite sex. This is partly due to your desire for companionship and harmony, which prompts you to indulge others. You seem incomplete by yourself. You can appear to be restless and dissatisfied with conditions because of the mental balancing you perform on every situation. You may have difficulty in making decisions because both sides are so clear to you. On occasion, you can display a temper and use cutting words. You dress neatly and inconspicuously, preferring a balanced, pleasing look. You should choose easy-to-wear styles of clothing that reflect your more passive and artistic nature. 3. As the outer personality number, you are extremely charming, affable, and sociable. You have an attractive manner and desire pleasure and fun. Loyalty and honesty enhance your idealistic nature. Communication is a vital part of your personality, and you have a facile manner of expression. An avid conversationalist, you shine in the midst of any group. You are like the sun, lighting up the world of those you encounter, spreading sunshine and optimism wherever you go. Others naturally cluster around your warmth. Your extroverted popularity can become so great that it could cause your downfall through conceit and jealousy. Then your conversational talents may degenerate into gossip, exaggeration, and superficiality. If you are a woman, you may be beautiful, with a well-rounded figure. You like personal adornment, jewelry, scarves, makeup, and have an artistic flair in choosing your clothing. On the negative side, you can possess a slovenly beauty and be careless about the styles you choose and the way you care for your clothing. 4. As the outer personality number, you present a determined, work-oriented attitude to the world. You appear conservative, self-disciplined, and practical. You desire an orderly existence through which your ability for physical and mental application will produce conventional and useful results. You are the honest, hard-working type who respects values and industry. You like the earth, nature, your home, and country. You can appear so disciplined that there is no time for play, which can isolate you from others. Overly cautious and frugal, you can become defensive and stingy. Crudeness and bad temper could remove you further from social contacts. Or, as an opposite reaction, you could appear completely undisciplined and lazy. Good sports clothes appeal to you, as they are designed for hard use and need little care. You select your clothes for service, insist on good quality materials, and often have them tailor-made. You want to look neat and trim at all times. You are conservative in dress as well as conduct. 5. As the outer personality number, you are a good conversationalist, bright, sparkling, and witty, and will therefore have much interchange with groups of people. You are magnetic to the opposite sex and possess strong sensual appetites. Because change and freedom are so essential, there may be a quick turnover in your relationships. You like constant activity, variety, and change, and believe that change is progress. You must be able to do what you want, when and how you want to do it, in order to produce up to your capacity. You have a natural curiosity and are likely to take chances. Others see you as a natural salesperson, advertiser, or promoter. Overdoing social interchange and desire for sensual indulgences can lead to excesses in eating, drinking, drugs, or sexual contacts. You can become fickle, restless, and undependable. You like to be among the best dressed on the fashion list, or at least be ahead in style, and you wear bright colors in good taste. 6. As the outer personality number, you emanate a protective vibration and a sense of responsibility for others. People are drawn to you for counseling, teaching, and healing because you have a motherly or fatherly appearance which lends comfort and security. The home seems very important to you. You are optimistic, cheerful, and reliable. You appear to love beauty and all things connected with the arts. You have a fine sense of balance and symmetry and can therefore see all the pieces as separate and yet part of the whole. A social consciousness urges you to seek truth and justice. You could become a slave to others, especially in the home, and your social responsibility could degenerate into social irresponsibility or interference in the affairs of others. In choosing clothing, you are careful yet display an artistic flair, preserving a tasteful color harmony in whatever combinations you choose. You prefer comfortable, easy-to-wear styles rather than exclusive models, although you are particular in choosing soft and flowing materials. Negatively, you could be a casual housekeeper and be careless about how you dress. 7. As the outer personality number, you have the appearance of being a loner, enjoying your moments of solitude away from the crowds. Nature and periodic trips into the woods or time spent by the seashore provide the proper climate for your philosophic temperament. There is an air of mystery and secrecy about you. You seem to be the philosopher, mystic, poet, thinker, scientist, and researcher whose temporary withdrawals allow time for further probing. A keen power of observation aids you in mentally analyzing any situation. You have an aristocratic air, a personal dignity, and a refined manner, and seem to possess an unshakable faith in the future. If you become tangled in materialism, you will find only disappointment, and lose your poise and become frustrated, gloomy, and withdrawn. Confusion, fear, and pessimism then take over. You are neat, well-groomed, and inclined towards wearing pastels or dark shades. You avoid loud colors and dress in good taste. If you become unhappy, you are then indifferent to the way you dress, and neglect the so-called petty details of color, harmony, and matching outfits. 8. As the outer personality number, you have a dynamic personality and people recognize your authority because you appear affluent and in control. There is an air of the executive about you, one who can manage big business and direct the affairs of commerce. You emanate a personal power and strength which brings recognition wherever you go. You appear authoritative, impartial, and ethical. You seem to possess an endless fount of physical stamina and endurance. Your personal power could lead you into situations where you might abuse that power. Materialism then overcomes your better judgments, and you can become retaliatory and cruel if crossed. A successful appearance is your standard, and you insist your clothes be well made and of good materials. You would never wear cheap articles. Carried to extremes, you appear flashy, the gambler or sport, desiring to impress others by wearing loud clothes and by flaunting large rolls of bills. A female might wear too many jewels and exhibit expensive clothes, even though they may have come from the thrift shop. 9. As the outer personality number, you appear to have a breadth of understanding as well as a personal magnetism that is universal in scope. Your warm, friendly, and charming manner pleases all you come in contact with, and the selflessness that you emanate makes you loved by many. You seem to have a tolerance and compassion for others that allows you to forgive and forget easily. You are generous towards the needy and exemplify humanitarian traits. Others see you as emotional and romantic, as the idealist who believes that the progress of the world justifies personal sacrifice. Emotionalism can overtake you, and then you become susceptible to every sad story that comes along. At this point, you scatter your energies and emotions wastefully. Bitterness can result. You dress artistically with a dramatic flair, although you desire that your clothes be smooth-fitting and comfortable. You may be beautiful in face and figure, and if you take care of your skin and maintain good posture, you may remain young-looking for years. 11. As the outer personality number. You are an inspiration to others who see in you a refinement and an artistic genius which moves their very soul. Avant-garde art is your preference, and you seem to epitomize unusual and innovative techniques. Recognition and fame may very likely be bestowed upon you because of artistic or humanitarian endeavors. You appear to be the visionary who believes in equal opportunity for all regardless of sex, race, creed, or color. Your idealism can degenerate into egocentricity, in which case your many talents are dissipated or lie fallow. Your mind then seeks unhealthy outlets for its genius, which can bring notoriety. Your eyes emit a spiritual light that can inspire others to achieve their potential as they witness what you have done. Your dress is original in style, and you may design your own clothes because you have the artistic flair and inventiveness to do so, and you prefer to be different. 22. As the outer personality number. You appear as the masterly, diplomatic type who can handle all situations in a practical, efficient manner. You seem to have control over the material world and have the ability to make profound changes that could alter the course of history. You are a superpower who gives freely of finances to charity and organizations that benefit large groups of people. Your power can extend to the international level. You should perform material service for the world. Unprecedented power placed in your hands can cause you to become power-hungry, and rather than serve others, you may exploit them out of greed. You then become indifferent to the needs of others, and are not above committing dishonest acts to achieve your goals. You are usually careful about your dress, choosing high-quality materials and conservative styles. Clothes fit you as though they were made especially for you. 33. As the outer personality number. You strike others as modest, humble, and charitable. You always seem to gravitate to places where you are needed, and you give more than you receive. Generous at all times, you do not look for rewards. You appear to be a natural giver. You love children and animals, and express kindness and tenderness towards them. People feel they can tell you their problems, and you will understand. Sensitivity to the woes of others can lead you into futile self-sacrifice, and you deny yourself for others who often have no intention of bettering themselves. Then your martyrdom is useless, falling on barren ground. You dress in dignified styles, choosing your clothes carefully. Your conduct is proper and refined. 44. As the outer personality number. You have a disciplined, almost military bearing, walking straight with shoulders held high. This inspires confidence in you from others wherever you go. You seem to know where you are going, what you are going to do, and how you are going to do it. There is a down-to-earth practical quality about you that comforts others. They sense that your common sense can solve their everyday problems and set the material world back in order for them. You may be so earth-oriented that you become mired in drudgery and responsibility. Then you lose sight of the source from which you sprang. At this point, your spiritual progress will suffer. You enjoy wearing a uniform-type outfit and often buy tailored clothing. You may add a military touch, using stripes, bars, or distinctive buttons in an effective manner. The path of destiny. You have at this point explored your life lesson number, your birth date, your soul number, the vowels in your name, and your outer personality number, the consonants in your name. We will now take the total of your entire name, which is determined by adding the unreduced soul number and the unreduced outer personality number together. This is your path of destiny number. It shows what you must do in this lifetime, what you came here to manifest. By adding the unreduced soul number to the unreduced outer personality number in Ada Wynn-Lunt's name, we arrive at 41/5. Ada Wynn-Lunt's path of destiny number is 41/5, and this is what she must do as a lifetime pursuit. Ada would now read 5 as the basic path of destiny number in the following section. She would then turn to part 2 and read 41/5 as a personal number vibration, which is a finer delineation of the basic 5 vibration. This number represents your aim in life. In other words, it shows the path you must walk, what you should accomplish, what you must be. Although you may modify it somewhat by name changes, the birth name destiny is always the power behind any change and will persist in its desire for expression throughout your life. 1 is the path of destiny. You represent the real I am, conscious of self as the center of your world, concerned with your individual desires and seeking self-preservation above all else. You use your resources for your own pleasure and have little interest in the needs of others. This is not necessarily bad, since you are here to develop the self, but you must not allow this to be carried to the extreme of selfishness. You may be a newcomer to the earth plane, where all beginning lessons are to be learned. The words you most often use are I and I am. Leadership is your keyword, and you must accept the destiny of leading while others follow. Your own independent initiative will help you attain success through your determination to stand for your beliefs, even under duress. By exhibiting self-reliance and demonstrating your ability to win, you will succeed under all circumstances. 2. As the path of destiny. Your desire for peace puts you in the role of a peacemaker. Your destiny could lead you to act as ambassador of goodwill to foreign nations and thus bring untold benefits to all mankind. Use your inborn tact and diplomacy to handle difficult situations in life. A mission as peacemaker is a magic gift for creating a better world in which to live. You also have a keen sense of opposites, which allows you to develop your talents along creative lines. By expanding this awareness, you not only maximize your artistic potential, but you also enhance your abilities as a mediator and a useful companion. You become an integral part of any organization or group with which you become affiliated. 3. As the path of destiny. Number. You have talents which give you a choice of occupations or hobbies. Your destiny is that of one who uplifts and inspires others. You should play center stage and develop your talent for expression and communication through drama, elocution, or foreign languages. Explore the arts. Study the religions of the world. This could be a constructive outlet for your energies, since you have a natural inclination toward spiritual philosophies. Your occupation could encompass therapy for others, as well as self-improvement. If you wish to be a success, use your time wisely. Do not scatter your energies in too many directions at once, and thus postpone the accomplishment of a worthwhile destiny. Promote friendship among your peers by being a friend when a friend is needed. You spread joy and sunshine through your ability for self-expression. Keep optimism as your trademark. 4. As the path of destiny. Your destiny is to build tangible and useful products. You need to see what you have built. 4 is the builder of the world, the rock upon which all earthly substance is formed. You are well organized in your thinking and can manage your particular establishment with efficiency. You emanate a quality of stability. As a result, others will rely on you to get the job done efficiently and properly. You handle money well, and might therefore find the financial world a fertile spot for your talents. Your keywords are impatience, honesty, determination, and confidence. You demand obedience in the family and will practice self-denial in order to fulfill duties. Your keen sense of value makes you dislike the mediocre. You know that what is worth having is worth working and waiting for. 5. As the path of destiny. Many changes occur in your life, and your mission might well be to promote progress through a willingness to accept change. You are definitely not keyed to the old order or to outworn ideas and set principles. You are willing to adopt new concepts and new points of understanding, even to the extent of daring to claim the liberty to suggest new ways of doing things, and you have the ability to present the new in logical and acceptable terms. You make stepping stones of changes and cleverly turn them into growth experiences. You do not, however, forget conventions, since you are really not a rebel. Instead, you propose new ideas to promote enlightenment. You have the courage and willingness to let go of the old and experiment with the new. You are very fluent and expressive with words, and could find writing, lecturing, or selling the perfect outlet for these talents. 6. As the path of destiny. This is a domestic vibration. You love home and family life. You are the marrying type and your family is your main interest. You are morally good and respectable, Trustworthy and generous. You like the comforts and luxuries of life. You are a good mixer, a good host or hostess. You greet and mingle with everyone present at any social gathering. You are proud of your possessions and even enjoy showing off your family's talents and accomplishments. You should train your artistic talents so that you can share your aesthetic sense and appreciation of beauty with others. Many famous individuals in the arts worked under this vibration, expressing fully their deep and abiding love for others through their work. 7. As the path of destiny. Your depth of character and seriousness destine you to be a teacher of ethics. You psychically separate the true from the false and can discover and reveal some of the mysteries of life to a waiting world. You should become the thinker, the philosopher, the scientist, the mystic, or the religious zealot whose destiny is the mind. Some may see you as strange and hard to understand, but they will follow your teachings and seek your counsel when they are troubled. Your example and public image could benefit a whole community and eventually the world. You find strength in solitude, wisdom in moments of silence, and strength in your own knowledge. In ancient days, those born under 7 were placed in the temple to become priests or priestesses because all were aware of their mental powers. Develop your mental powers. The world will benefit. 8. As the path of destiny. You have magnificent courage and stamina, and you will attain your goals through your own efforts. Recognition, success, and wealth are your proper destiny. Perseverance in your career and long hours of intensive work backed up by ambition are what carry you to the top executive position in your chosen field. No lesser position would be acceptable to you. You need, however, to couple your material forces with the spiritual, and to attain mastery over yourself before you can attain and hold the position you visualize for your life's work. Some people with this number vibration use their tremendous strength and endurance in the sports field and become outstanding athletes, thereby expressing their determination to be at the top in sports, rather than in the business world. However, many famous athletes end up in business when their sports careers have ended. 9. As the path of destiny. Perfection is your goal, but it is rarely attained on this plane. Your mission is a charitable one. You may meet many tests and setbacks, but the lesson of forgiveness will bring temperance to those situations. The higher you evolve, the more tests you are apt to meet, so guard against losing balance. You strive to live an ideal life and hope to inspire others to do the same. You desire to better the world through philosophy and philanthropy and become impatient when results come slowly. You need to realize that evolution occurs only in long cycles of time. You will meet many famous people in your lifetime who will be impressed by the breadth of your thinking. You should learn not to cling to old associations. When you have fulfilled your role with an individual, you must move on. You cannot be limited to a small circle of friends. Your broad philosophy must touch and enlighten the lives of many. 11. As the path of destiny. Your gift of prophecy places you in the position where selfless service to humanity can be expressed, a difficult goal to live up to at best. You could work as a leader in public or civic affairs in your community and promote better standards of living for the more unfortunate. Your career drive could express itself through acting on stage or screen, or as a dynamic preacher or teacher. Your own standard of deportment should be above the average. You should achieve fame or recognition in some way. And since this vibration bestows great creative potential, the arts or inventive professions are your most likely choices. You have the ability to tap the creative source and imbue your work with an inspirational touch that will affect the souls of those who come into contact with whatever you create. You are truly inspired. 22. As the path of destiny. You have confidence in your ability to lead, and therefore naturally assume great responsibility. This fulfills your urge for important accomplishments. Once you have assumed your position of great power and wealth, you will want to participate in new mass movements in important civic and community projects. You are the super materialist whose influence can be worldwide. You are a creator on the material plane. You build in a large way. Bridges, hospitals, museums, and other such structures are the visible products you leave to the world, products that serve to aid and enlighten mankind. Your influence is so far-reaching that you must guard against unethical motives because you will ultimately affect many lives. Serve well, and you will be rewarded in direct proportion. 33. As the path of destiny. Your mission is self-sacrifice and service to others. You often undergo crucifixion in your emotions and suffer for the woes of the world. Your actions are tempered by compassion through your understanding of right and justice. You often find that you must live impersonally with a detached but caring attitude, and realize that the way in which you handle the burdens placed on you will be a supreme example for others. Others sense your understanding nature and are naturally drawn to you for comfort and solace. By answering their needs, you find the fulfillment this number demands of you. If you are not living up to the master number 33, you can live it as a 6. You may then develop a martyr complex and get little appreciation for your sacrifices. 44. As the path of destiny. This master number vibration demands great discipline and perseverance and the ability to make the best of any given situation. You are very resourceful, drawing upon your great wells of common sense and logic to solve any problems that arise. Your destiny is to serve the material needs of the world through productive and sound techniques. Edgar Cayce, of 44, solved the health problems of thousands. He served their material needs. You must gain complete mastery over your mind and body while here on earth. Your desire should be that others may share in universal prosperity, and you should set about to construct situations in which this is possible. You seek to better the world in a physical way. The significance of the first vowel in the first name. The ancients considered vowels the sacred elements in the alphabet. They thought that the first vowel was the vibration upon which the soul entered the body. It has been found that the first vowel does indeed have a profound influence upon the individual, and that if one has an abundance of that same first vowel throughout the entire name, the quality of that vowel is enhanced. There are 3 things to look for when reading the first vowel in your name. 1. The meaning of the vowel itself. 2. How many of that same vowel there are in the entire name. And 3. What, if anything, precedes that vowel. If there are more than 3 of the first vowel in the whole name, it means that there is too much of that particular characteristic, and the person may be overbalanced in the direction of that attribute. The following delineation of the vowels is very general and is meant only as a guide to aid in assessing the individuality of the person under consideration within the context of the total numerological analysis. A, as the first vowel in the first name. You are bold, independent, inquisitive, and interested in research. You know what you want and why you want it. If A is the first vowel and there are 2 A's in the entire name, you are a clear thinker. If A is the first vowel and there are more than 3 A's, you can be egotistical, cynical, and even critical. E, as the first vowel. You have an eventful, exciting life. You are versatile and have the ability to learn easily, but may be nervous and temperamental. If E is the first vowel, and there are more than 3 E's in the name, you may have a fickle nature. I as the first vowel. You are intuitive and interested in the arts, drama, and/or science. If I is the first vowel and there are more than 3 I's in the name, you are sensitive, shy, and too emotional. O is the first vowel in the first name. You are frank, methodical, and believe in law, system, and order. If O is the first vowel and there are more than 3 O's in the name, you can be obstinate, slow, and monotonous. U, as the first vowel in the first name. You have a universal mind capable of great ideas and a broad viewpoint. You love to accumulate material things. Symbolically, the U is a cup that holds, therefore you may become a collector. If U is the first vowel and there are more than 3 U's, you may experience loss and selfishness because the cup spills over and the contents are lost. When W is the first vowel in the first name, it vibrates like a double U. Y as the first vowel in the first name. It has the same significance as E or I, according to the sound produced. To determine when Y is used as a vowel, consider the pronunciation. In the name May or Wayne, Y is not a vowel, but if Y has a separate sound, as in the name Floyd, It is counted as a double vowel diphthong, since the sound of the Y is distinguishable in the pronunciation. In a name such as Lynn or Win, where the Y is the only vowel sound, it is counted as a vowel. In the names Yvonne or Yvette, Y as the first vowel has the sound of E. Also, in a name such as Mary or Harry, Y is a vowel because it sounds like E. One last note on the vowel or consonant Y. Its two-pronged structure could symbolically indicate its double usage in the alphabet. As a vowel sound, Y could become the 27th letter in the alphabet to complete the 9th vibration presently missing. I equals 9, R equals 18 or 9, Y equals 27 or 9. Pythagoras considered Y such a high mystical letter that at one time he took the name of Yarancharya to experience its vibration firsthand. If the name contains two vowels together, as in the name Faith, then read the qualities of both vowels. For example, Faith indicates a person who is independent, interested in research, A, and also very intuitive, a lover of music and the arts, I. We do not count the vowels in the name beyond the first vowel combination, unless there are identical adjoining vowels later in the name. In the name Faith May Winter, we consider AI as the first vowel. Because the AI combination appears nowhere else in the name, the first AI stands as the only one of that vowel. The A in May and the I in Winter are considered separately. Conversely, should the name be Faith Daisy Wait, we would have three AI vowels to consider. The following is a list of diphthongs and double vowels in sample names. Triple vowels, such as in the name Louise, would also combine the qualities of the three vowels. Other meanings of the vowels will be found in the list of the ABCs in Chapter 5, which gives the meanings of the individual letters of the alphabet. Your personal year. We live our lives in 9-year cycles, incorporating the universal principles of the numbers 1 through 9. When we finish the 9th cycle, we begin again with 1 and proceed again through the 9 numbers. This cycle occurs over and over throughout our lifetime. Look back 9 years from this moment, and you will find that you are experiencing not the exact events, but a similar type vibration. For instance, 9 years ago, you might have been saving money to build a home. Now you may be saving to send a child to college. The event is different, but the underlying theme is the same: budgeting money. If you know what to expect in any given cycle, you can live in tune with your particular vibration and make your life easier, happier, and more productive. To find your present personal year, simply add the month and day of your birth to the year of your last birthday. For example, November 12, 1940 is the birthdate of Ada Wynne Lund. To determine Ada's present vibration, we will add the date: 11 plus 12 plus 1975. 1975 was the year of her last birthday as of this book's writing. Remember, we do not use the year of birth, but rather the year of the last birthday. If you were born on February 29th, use February 29th regardless of whether the year in question had a February 29th or not. Ada in 1975 is in a 45 or 9 personal year. The personal year runs from the birthday of one year to the birthday of the next year, not from January to December as the general calendar runs. Therefore, Ada will be in a 45 or 9 personal year from November 12th, 1975 to November 12th, 1976, even though most of her personal year, 1975, runs into the calendar year 1976. Ada would then turn to Part 2 and read number 9 under the section entitled 9 as a temporary vibration. She would then read 45 or 9 as a temporary vibration, which is a finer description of the underlying 9 temporary vibration. Note that we are not reading the number as a personal vibration. The numerical meanings of a personal number and a temporary vibration are the same. However, you must put them in their proper perspectives. If a number is your personal number, it is with you for a lifetime. If it is a temporary vibration, you experience it for a short time. So, from her November 12th, 1975 birthday to her November 12th, 1976 birthday, Ada will be temporarily experiencing a 45 or 9 vibration. You can follow the same procedure for any given year of your life to find out what happened or what is going to happen. Merely choose the time you are investigating, for instance, the summer of 1946 or the fall of 1987, and from there determine the year of your last birthday at that time. Then add that year to your month and day of birth to find your personal year vibration. Period numbers. We can divide the personal year into 3 equal blocks of time to determine what is happening in each 4-month period of the year. We do this in the following manner. Place the personal year calculations in the first column. At the head of the second column, write the month of the birthday and the 4th month following. In our example, November to March. In the next column, place the following 4 months, March to July, and in the last column, place the remaining 4 months, July to November. If the birth month were June, you would place June to October at the head of the second column, October to February in the third column, and February to June in the fourth column. This simply divides the year into 3 4-month blocks, beginning with the month of your birth. To find the experience of Ada's first 4-month block in 1975, add her age to the year 1975. She was 35 on November 12, 1975. So we will add 1975 and 35 to get 2010. We will then reduce 2010 by adding 2 plus 0 plus 1 plus 0 to get 3. She will be under a 3 vibration from November 1975 to March 1976 of her personal year 45/9. In the second block, covering March to July, we add the double digit of her life lesson number 37 to the year 1975. 1975 plus 37 is 2012, or 2 plus 0 plus 1 plus 2 is 5. From March to July, she will be operating under a 5 vibration. In the fourth column, under July to November, we will add the double digit of her soul number to the year 1975, or 1975 plus 12 to get 1987. 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus 7 is 25 or 7 vibration. Always add the unreduced double digit of the life lesson number to the third column, and the unreduced double digit of the soul number to the fourth column. The delineations for these numbers are in Part 2 of this book under the temporary vibrations section of each individual number. Use the same procedure for any year. Why not figure your past personal year and period numbers to determine for yourself the accuracy of this method? Personal month. It is even possible to find the personal month vibration which reveals the underlying trend of each month of the personal year. Simply add the number of the month in question. January is 1, February is 2, through December, which is 12, to the double-digit personal year number. Ada in 1975 is in a 45 or 9 personal year. If we wish to find her vibration during the month of May, we add 5 for May, the 5th month of the year, to 45 for her personal year, and arrive at 50 or 5 for her personal month. May will be a 50 or 5 personal month. Then read the delineations of number 5 and 50/5 in Part 2 under Temporary Vibrations for a more thorough analysis of the energies Ada is working with during the month of May in the year 1975. Since her birthday is November 12th, we would continue to work with the 45 or 9 personal year until November. We would then add the value of the month of November, 11, or December 12 to the 46, rather than to the 45, because Ada entered a new personal year on her birthday. Ada is in a 6 period from March to July. This indicates a change in the home. Ada might possibly move during that period. We could then narrow it down to the month of May, because the base number 5 indicates change, movement, and freedom. These personal month vibrations are minor and only help to locate the more important events during the year. Keywords for period numbers and personal months. 1. New starts, action, originality, making decisions. 2. Harmony, cooperation, mediation, passivity. 3. Scattering, freedom, entertainment, self-expression. 4. Practicality, work, order, building foundations. 5. Change, freedom, new intellectual interests, travel. 6. Family, health, service, listening to others' problems. 7. Self-analysis, achievement, health problems. 8. Business, power, responsibility, money. 9. Giving to others, endings, service. 11. Limelight, inspiration, religion. 22. Materialism, large endeavors. 33. Sacrifice, compassion for others. 44. Helping others resolve daily problems, counseling. 3. God geometrizes. The symbology of numbers is universal. It contains eternal principles that cannot be modified by human will. Every manifestation is the product of the single digits 1 through 9. Geometry is the visual tool of the spirit world through which we can uncover any information needed to promote our understanding of ourselves and the world around us. In short, our evolution. All answers are there. An occult axiom states, God geometrizes. In this chapter, we attempt to explain what is meant by those two simple yet enigmatic words. Through the author's research, logic, work, meditation, and intuition, the following concepts have emerged. Many ideas presented here have been accepted for ages. Some are relatively recent, and the remaining are totally new. They make sense to us, and for this reason, we present them to you. We can best begin by delineating the 4 basic shapes which form a numerical foundation for all numbers and shapes: the circle, the line, the triangle, and the square. The circle represents the Godhead, all that was, is, and ever shall be. Spirit, the I Am. Love, because it encompasses, enfolds, and contains. Balance, because however you turn it, it maintains its shape. And justice, because it is in a state of perfect balance. A circle contains 360 degrees. 3 plus 6 plus 0 is 9. 9 is the highest and final digit in the series of single digits. When multiplied by another number, the result always reduces again to 9. 2 times 9 is 18 or 9. 3 times 9 is 27 or 9. 4 times 9 is 36 or 9, and so on. A circle has no beginning and no end. It is infinite and endless. The Lord said, I am the Alpha and the Omega. Revelations chapter 1, verse 11. The beginning and the end. The circle symbolizes eternity and the immortality of the soul. This is seen through the laws of nature and cyclicity. Planets revolve around the sun in a circular pattern. Nature repeats itself in cycles. And if we travel far enough out into space, we arrive at the same point from which we started, so scientists claim. The God energy is elliptical or round. It goes on and on, never ending. The ancients said, God is a spherical intelligence whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. Behind the altar in many churches hangs a symbol of the cross surmounted on the God symbol, a circle. The upright vertical line symbolically represents spirit descending into matter, or energy leaving the Godhead. It has masculine qualities. It is outgoing, dynamic, energetic, fiery, upright, and commanding. Every energy has an opposing polarity, and the horizontal line is such a symbol in relation to the vertical line. It represents the soul energy, the feminine, the receptive and absorptive qualities of Mother Earth. This line is an ancient symbol for matter and the material world. The triangle is the first closed form that can be made with single lines. It represents the Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, Father, Mother, God, Father, Mother, Child, Spirit, Soul, Mind, superconscious, subconscious, conscious. In the 2 interlaced triangles, the philosopher's diamond or the Star of David, geometry captures the axiom, as above, so below. We are made in the image of God. The upper triangle of the philosopher's diamond is the Father-Mother God, which is reflected in the lower inverted triangle, Father, Mother, Child. The upper triangle is the world of spirit, and the lower triangle is the world of matter. The Godhead from above is reflected in the material world below. Therefore, what we see in the material world is merely a reflection of the truth. It is as if we are gazing into the depths of a cool forest pool, thinking the images we see are the only truth. although these images may be distorted by the wind rippling the surface of the water. We and the material body are merely observers of the shadows cast upon the walls of Plato's cave. We live in a world of illusion and view things upside down. Geometry validates the theory that we see only half the truth. The following are mathematical truths. The sum of the angles of a triangle is 180 degrees. The sum of the angles of a square is 360 degrees, and a circle contains 360 degrees. By lowering the downward pointing triangle of the philosopher's diamond a bit, we have the illustration in the margin. Each of these triangles has only 180 degrees, or half the degrees of a circle or square, 360 degrees. As we have shown, a circle contains all truth and wisdom. It is the Godhead. But in the triangle, we have only half the truth. By adding these two triangles together, or 180 plus 180, we arrive at 360 degrees, or all the truth. Symbolically situated in the lower inverted triangle, we must look to the spirit in the upper triangle to find all the truth, else we remain in a shadowland where the ill winds ripple our images and distort our vision of the truth. If the two triangles are turned to the side, they form a parallelogram of four sides, or a modified square. The square is the second perfect shape that can be drawn with single lines. It is symbolic of the earth. The four appears in a number of ways. The 4 points on the compass, the 4 elements of fire, earth, air, and water, the 4 points of the cross, the 40 days, an elevated 4, spent by Christ in the desert fighting earthly temptations, and salt crystallizing in cubes, a solidified 4. Finally, as the salt of the earth, we are all examples of the number 4. These are a few of the many references relating 4 to earth. The 4 sides of the square represent the 4 parts of the individual, with the physical body added to the triangle of mind, soul, and spirit. Now, spirit has a soul, a mind, and a body in which to work in the material world. By joining the two triangles of the philosopher's diamond shown above, we arrive at the parallelogram, which, like the circle, contains 360 degrees, or all truths. This shows that complete attainment and fulfillment are possible here on earth in the physical body, because the circle and the square both contain 360 degrees. Always remember, however, that spirit is contained within the body, just as the triangle preceded the square and is contained within it. Our body belongs to the earth, but our soul belongs to the spirit. Spirit is immortal because, as we have shown, the triangle existed before and independently of the square. But the square is totally dependent upon the triangle because the square is built upon it, following it in the natural order of things. Spirit cannot operate in the physical world without a material body, but it can operate in other worlds and dimensions. The material body contains and must reflect the Godhead for completion and fulfillment in the material world. As above, so below. Further examination of the philosopher's diamond reveals deeper truths. Esoteric tradition teaches that the upper triangle is fire, and the lower triangle is water. We link fire to the spirit with such expressions as the living flame, the eternal flame. And the Bible speaks of the burning bush and the fiery fingers that etch the 10 Commandments on Moses' tablets. Symbolically, water and the emotions are synonymous. We weep tears when we are emotional, happy, or sad. Our common expressions equate water with the emotions in such phrases as rough sailing, stormy seas, waves of feeling engulfed him, and so on. The major portion of our planet is water, known to be controlled by the moon, which also affects the stability of the human emotions. Spirit is linked to the mind, the head area, where the pineal and pituitary glands, the father and mother centers, are located. The watery emotions are centered in the heart. We are told that the lion shall lie down with the lamb. What we are being promised is that Leo the lion, ruler of the heart, shall lie with the lamb, or Aries the ram, ruler of the head. We shall have peace when the head and the heart are brought into perfect balance, when we think with our hearts and feel with our heads. The preceding analysis of geometrical forms has been preparation for the delineation of the divine triangle, the basis of which is the Pythagorean theorem. The explanation of this blueprint can describe the magnitude or destiny of our lives. The blueprint is formed by the triangle of three parts of mind, soul, spirit, added to the square of the physical body and matter. As you can see from the blueprint, the cross is also part of the divine triangle. Spirit descends into matter as shown in the illustration in the margin. We as human beings are stationed at the Comer point, where the two lines of the cross meet. At this point, we are the recipients of the cosmic energy. Therefore, these points represent an aspect of consciousness. The soul enters the body at point A and immediately begins its journey along the path which for the first 9 years will cover line AB. It then turns the corner at B and continues from B to C between the ages of 9 and 18. Upon reaching 18, it then turns and travels line CD for 9 years, until age 27. The first square ABDC has been formed. In this period of time, from age 0 to 27, the mind and character are formed. Psychology and medicine bear this out. Plato said that one gains one's soul at age 28, and astrologers will note that this closely corresponds to the first complete Saturn return, which, at approximately age 29, has made one circuit on the natal chart, touching every planet, lending structure and form and crystallizing the energies emitted by each planet. As you can see, the soul at point D, for the first time since entering the physical body, touches the fire of spirit. Therefore, between the ages of 27 and 29, we are in a precarious position. This is the first time the soul comes into contact with the fire of spirit, whose awareness it lost when it entered the body. Depending on the past use of our personal energies, it is at this age that we can be burned by the fire of destruction or transmuted by the fire of spirit. This can be a painful, burning experience for those who are bound to the past and past conditionings, who cannot let go of those habits, opinions, and beliefs that can restrict and encase them in the past. But for those who use the experiences and learning of the past as a firm structure upon which to build the future, it is then that they are touched by the fiery flame of spirit, which reaches into their lives and inspires them to follow their true path of destiny. By observing the experiences in people's lives between the ages of 27 and 29, we learn a great deal about how the fire can bum and destroy, or rekindle and transmute. We have established that the youth square of the divine triangle encompasses that period of time in which the process of building a sound mental structure is accomplished. In Pythagoras' original theorem, the sides of the right triangle measured 3, 4, and 5 units of length. In Figure 1, you can see that the youth square is built upon the side with the value of 3, which has an astrological correspondence to the planet Jupiter. With Jupiter as the foundation of the first 27 years of life, the principles of mental and spiritual expansion are at work. The youth square is the cornerstone, the mind, upon which the temple, the body, is built. Solomon, a wise numerologist, spoke of this cornerstone as the block upon which the power square, ages 27 to 54, will be placed. The power square has as its foundation line the horizontal side of the right triangle, with a value of 4, a number related to the Earth. This implies that between the ages of 27 and 54, our life is spent dealing with the material plane and all that it encompasses. Certainly, we can agree that most of us spend that portion of our lives using whatever power we have in striving for material gains and comforts in the form of job positions, salaries, housing, and personal possessions. Each is an aspect of the material plane. It is right and fitting that we should do this. We chose to incarnate in a material body to learn the lessons of the earth plane, and it is here in the power square that we are most intimately in touch with this particular learning process. You will note, however, that this square is a result of the square of the mind. The earth plane is the baseline of this square, but the mind is the overseer, and indeed it is through the mind that we create our environment. It is here in this time span between the ages of 27 and 54 that we are free of the psychological restrictions and childhood conditionings of the youth square, free to make decisions about which way we want our lives to go. These decisions rest exclusively with the mind of the individual. The Bible says, "As a man thinketh, so he is." We cannot deny the profound effect that a positive attitude has upon the direction of our lives. Look around you. What you see is the result of the way you think. It has nothing to do with anyone else. It is yours and yours alone. If you are happy with your situation, then your mind is in order and well balanced. If you are not happy, then you and you alone have the power to change your present environment and relationships by making the decision that yes, you are a worthy person. And yes, you deserve to have all the material comforts you want. And yes, you should be loved and respected. Because it is only when you make the decision that you deserve and will have these things that they will begin to come to you. Romans 12 verse 2 says, "Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind." At age 54, the second building block has been completed, and the individual has established a body and a mind. We are known by the way we look and by the way we think. Notice, however, that at age 54, we are experiencing the same transitional phenomenon we did at age 27. This point roughly corresponds to the second complete Saturn return, and brings with it the same choices and results we confronted between the ages of 27 and 29. Here again at 54, for the second time in our life, we come into direct contact with the center triangle of spirit, our own true inner self. Will the inner self express approval of our past efforts and reward us with the fruits of our labor? Or will the inner self instead hand us dried dead fruits, scorched by the burning fire of destruction? Whatever we reap, rest assured we have sown. The universal law of balance brings only justice. The law of physics that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction has precedence here. It is swift and sure and without emotion, pure justice in action. But it is the result of our own past actions. We are always in control. If we have not sown wisely in the past, it is at this point that we can easily make the decision to change our direction. The future is ours to create. The wisdom square, which is the structure of the soul, is built upon the line assigned the value 5, astrologically a Mercury number. The ages 54 to 81, which the wisdom square encompasses, is thus a period in life given to much introspection. We reflect upon the past, its failures and accomplishments, the present, at what station in life we find ourselves, and the future, such issues as death and the immortality of the soul. In mythology, Mercury was the messenger of the deities, the connecting communication link between the gods of heaven and the mortals on earth. Symbolically, this fleet-footed messenger is the mind, the connection between soul and body, which, in the period of life between 54 and 81, must now turn from the material world and build the bridge between the physical world and the world of spirit. This is accomplished through reflection, reason, order, logic, and understanding, all mercurial qualities. This bridge between the physical and spiritual will be achieved through a synthesis of the results of the previous processes. In the youth square, mind was formed and conditioned and expanded. In the power square, mind had to operate in the world of form on its own, as a single independent entity. Now, in the wisdom square, the mind must analyze the results of the soul's evolution through the various stages up to this point, and begin to assimilate these findings into the soul's growth experience up to the time the transition process of death occurs. For those of us who live through this square and reach the magic age of 81, there is a three-pronged fork at which we must choose a future path. We may decide to leave the body, at which point we will die, and follow the ascending arrow out of the blueprint back to the source from which we came. Or we may decide to stay in the body, which implies that we will proceed in one of two directions, depending on the type of seeds we have sown in the past. Life past 81 is decidedly karmic. If we have wasted our life energies and left naught but destruction and unhappiness in our wake, we may very well take the path we originally trod at birth, that first horizontal line on the youth square, ages 0 to 9. Because the line encompasses childhood, we too will become childlike, senile, and need to be cared for like an infant. The third path is for those who have sown wisely, who have used the precious God-given life energies and have honored the body temple in service to the material world through understanding, compassion, and love towards others. On this sacred path, the few are revered and honored because their very presence blesses those near. Their touch is healing, and their words express the music of the spheres, inspiring and lifting the weary heart. Blessed are those who tread this path, for theirs is the destiny of supreme devotion to life. Chapter 4 instructs you in how to place your birth name and birth date on the divine triangle to work with your personal life blueprint.
Nike? 808 Fiverr freelancers have worked with Nike. Designers, developers, marketers, you name it. Find the perfect one for your business. Fiverr. Start now.
4. The Divine Triangle. In this chapter, we will explain how to place your birth name and birth date on the divine triangle and discover the events which you will experience in this lifetime. The life theorem of Pythagoras is the basis of the divine triangle, and as you can see from the blueprint shown earlier, his right triangle is the foundation upon which each of the squares is built. The information that is about to be revealed to you is unique. To our knowledge, it has never been published before. Very likely it was lost in the great fire that destroyed the fabulous library at Alexandria many centuries ago. Priceless parchments containing the wisdom of many masters were lost. Faith's teacher learned the method for using this blueprint from the master KH, who according to some sources was formerly Pythagoras. Perhaps Pythagoras taught this method to his disciples. Regardless of one's belief in such things, the blueprint does work. Therefore, in our minds, it is valid. Try it for yourself and see. Drawing the blueprint. The blueprint is set up as follows. The right triangle of Pythagoras occupies the center. Squares are built on each side of the triangle. Each of the 3 lines drawn to complete the square represents 9 years of life. We begin on line AB at the point of entrance indicated by the arrow in Figure 2. The lines represent the ages as follows. Line AB, ages 0 to 9. Line BC, ages 9 to 18. Line CD, ages 18 to 27. Line DE, ages 27 to 36. Line EF, ages 36 to 45. Line FG, ages 45 to 54. Line GH, ages 54 to 63. Line HI, ages 63 to 72. Line IA, ages 72 to 81. On the Figure 2 blueprint, we see that the youth square covers the ages from birth to 27. The power square covers the ages 27 to 54. The wisdom square covers ages 54 through 81. After age 81, we begin again on the youth square, but this time on a higher vibration. Become thoroughly acquainted with the blueprint before proceeding. If you familiarize yourself with it now, the following process will be much easier to understand. Labeling the blueprint. The birth date. Using our example, Ada Wynne Lunt, we will place her birth date, November 12, 1940, on the triangle in the center of the blueprint. The birth month 11 goes on the vertical line AD, the birth date on the horizontal line DG, and the birth year 1940 on the hypotenuse AG. We reduce the double digits. Here the number 11 becomes 2, the number 12 becomes 3, and the year 1940 reduces to 14 and then 5. If the birth month and birth date were single digits, such as May 4th, you would simply place 5 for May on line AD and 4 for the day on line DG. The name. The value of the letters in your name is placed on the lines of the squares. Place the letter and its value on each line. In our example, Ada Wynne Lunt, the letter of the first name, A, and its value 1, is placed on line AB of the youth square. Place the second letter, D, and its value, 4, on line BC. Place the third letter of the name, A, and its value, 1, on line CD. This completes the youth square, which represents the ages from birth to 27. When you come to the end of your first name, place an X on that corner, for it marks an important time in your development. Changes will occur, or a definite event will change your outlook in some way. We place an X at point D because we have completed Ada's first name. Continue with the power square. Place the next letter of the name, in this case W, and its value, 23 or 5, online DE. Put the following letter, Y, and its value, 25 or 7, online EF. Put the next letter, N, and its value, 14 or 5, online FG. This completes the power square, which represents the ages 27 to 54. On the wisdom square, place the next letter of the name, N, and its value, 14 or 5, on line GH. At this point, we place another X, because this marks the end of the middle name. The last name is never used on the blueprint, because it is a family vibration and not uniquely your own. Therefore, when you run out of letters, you begin the first name over again. So in our example, we begin again with the first name. Figure 3. Blueprint for Ada Wynne Lunt, born November 12, 1940. Place the first letter of the first name, A, and its value, 1, on line HI. Place the second letter of the first name, D, and its value, 4, on the remaining line, Iowa. This completes the wisdom square, which represents ages 54 to 81. If you or the subject is older than 81, begin again on the new square. The totals. Now that we have placed the name and birth date on the blueprint, we add the 4 sides of each square for a total, which is placed in the center of the square. Always add the higher unreduced digit in this process. In the youth square, we add 1 plus 4 plus 1 plus 11 for a total of 17 or 8. Place the number 17 or 8 in the center of the youth square. In the power square, add 23 plus 25 plus 14 plus 12, and place the total, 74 or 11, in the center of the square. 74 or 11 is a master number and is not reduced further. In the wisdom square, add 14 plus 1 plus 4 plus 14 for a total of 33, which is placed in the center of the square. 33 is a master number and is not reduced further. Now add the 3 sides of the triangle for a fourth total, which is placed in the center of the triangle. Always add the higher digits. 11 plus 12 plus 14 is 37 or 1. Place 37 or 1 in the center of the triangle. Notice that 37 or 1 is the life lesson number. The number in the center of the triangle is always the life lesson number. Figure 3 shows how the blueprint will look when the totals are written in. The number in the center of the youth square is an umbrella vibration that covers the period of life from birth to age 27. The number in the center of the power square is the fundamental vibration that covers the ages from 27 to 54. And the number in the center of the wisdom square is the fundamental vibration influencing the years from 54 to 81. To find out what each vibration has to offer for that period in your life, turn to part 2 of this book and read the temporary vibration delineation for that number. Here is one more example. 65 or 11 is a master number and is not reduced further. As explained in the introduction, we do not use numbers that exceed 78, so we reduce 99 to 18 or 9. The figure 4 blueprint for Mary Geraldine Charles is pictured here. Determining the line experiences. We know there are 9 single digits, and every double digit reduces to a single 1. Consequently, there are only 9 phases through which you can pass in life. Each phase lasts 9 years. Therefore, it takes 81 years to complete the 9 phases. Each of the 9 lines outside the triangle represents 9 years of life. Therefore, the number on any given line will influence that 9-year period. For example, Ada Wynne Lunt has a 4 on line BC, which covers the ages 9 to 18. She will be under the 4 vibration during those years. Each line of the blueprint reveals 8 experiences. 2 different methods are used to compute the types of experience to be faced. The first method, which is traditionally called the major process, yields 6 types of experience and covers 27 years, giving a wide perspective. The second method, or minor process, yields 2 types of experiences and focuses on a 9-year period to give a more specific delineation. The words major and minor refer only to the lengths of the time spans involved. The experiences revealed by the minor process may be just as important as the ones revealed by the major process. However, the minor experiences may have a more current effect, whereas the major experiences have more of a long-range effect. By the time you reach 81 years of age, you will have traveled over 9 lines in the blueprint and have had 72 experiences. Let us now examine the methods used to arrive at these experiences and the ages at which they will occur. The descriptions for these experiences can be found in Part 2 under the temporary vibration delineations for the numbers. The major process. As we go around the triangle for the experiences revealed by the major process, we will be using 3 sets of numbers, 1 set in each step. Step 1, the numbers in the center of the square. Step 2, the numbers on the side of the triangle. Step 3, the numbers in the center of the triangle. These numbers will be added to or subtracted from the ages on each end of the line we are working on. We always use a single digit to add or subtract from the ages on the line. If you have a master number, reduce it to its base number. For example, master number 33 would become a 6. To illustrate, we will use the figure 3 blueprint of our example, Ada Wynne Lunt, to ascertain what sort of experiences she might have at various times in her life. Line AB. Use 0 and 9, the ages at each end of the line, AB. Step 1. Use the numbers in the center of the square, 17 or 8. To age 0, add the single digit. From age 9, subtract the single digit. 0 plus 8 is 8. 9 minus 8 is 1. At ages 1 and 8, there was a 17 or 8 experience. Step 2. Use the numbers on the side of the triangle, 11 or 2. To age 0, add the single digit. From age 9, subtract the single digit. 0 plus 2 is 2. 9 minus 2 is 7. At ages 2 and 7, there was an 11 or 2 experience. Step 3. Use the numbers in the center of the triangle, 37 or 1. To age 0, add the single digit. From age 9, subtract the single digit. 0 plus 1 is 1. 9 minus 1 is 8. At ages 1 and 8, there was a 37 or 1 experience. Line BC. Use 9 and 18, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the numbers in the center of the square, 17 or 8. To age 9, add the single digit. From age 18, subtract the single digit. 9 plus 8 is 17. 18 minus 8 is 10. At age 10 and 17, there was a 17 or 8 experience. Step 2. Use the numbers on the side of the triangle. To age 9, add the single digit. From age 18, subtract the single digit. 9 plus 2 is 11. 18 minus 2 is 16. At ages 11 and 16, there was an 11 or 2 experience. Step 3. Use the numbers in the center of the triangle, 37. To age 9, add the single digit. From age 18, subtract the single digit. 9 plus 1 is 10. 18 minus 1 is 17. At ages 10 and 17, there was a 37 or 1 experience. Line CD. Use 18 and 27, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the numbers in the center of the square, 17 or 8. To age 18, add the single digit. From age 27, subtract the single digit. 18 plus 8 is 26. 27 minus 8 is 19. At ages 19 and 26, there was a 17 or 8 experience. Step 2. Use the numbers on the side of the triangle, 11 or 2. To age 18, add the single digit. From age 27, subtract the single digit. 18 plus 2 is 20. 27 minus 2 is 25. At ages 20 and 25, there was an 11 or 2 experience. Step 3. Use the numbers in the center of the triangle, 37 or 1. To age 18, add the single digit. From age 27, subtract the single digit. 18 plus 1 is 19. 27 minus 1 is 26. At ages 19 and 26, there was a 37 or 1 experience. The table on the next page summarizes the information we derived from Ada Wynne Lunt's youth square. Now let us see what we can find out about Ada Wynne Lunt's power years 27 to 54 by looking at her power square. Line DE. Use 27 and 36, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the numbers in the center of the square, 74 or 11. To age 27, add the single digit. From age 36, subtract the single digit. Since we always use a single digit to compute the line experience, we reduce the master number 11 to its base number 2. 27 plus 2 is 29. 36 minus 2 is 34. At ages 29 and 34, there was a 74 or 11 experience. Step 2. Use the numbers on the side of the triangle, 12 or 3. To age 27, add the single digit. From age 36, subtract the single digit. 27 plus 3 is 30. 36 minus 3 is 33. At ages 30 and 33, there was a 12 or 3 experience. Step 3. Use the numbers in the center of the triangle, 37 or 1. To age 27, add the single digit. From age 36, subtract the single digit. 27 plus 1 is 28. 36 minus 1 is 35. At ages 28 and 35, there was a 37 or 1 experience. Line EF. Use 36 and 45, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the numbers in the center of the square, 74 or 11. To age 36, add the single digit. From age 45, subtract the single digit. Reduce master number 11 to its base number 2. 36 plus 2 is 38. 45 minus 2 is 43. At ages 38 and 43, there will be a 74 or 11 experience. Step 2. Use the numbers on the side of the triangle, 12 or 3. To age 36, add the single digit. From age 45, subtract the single digit. 36 plus 3 is 39. 45 minus 3 is 42. At ages 39 and 42, there will be a 12 or 3 experience. Step 3. Use the numbers in the center of the triangle, 37 or 1. To age 36, add the single digit. From age 45, subtract the single digit. 36 plus 1 is 37. 45 minus 1 is 44. At ages 37 and 44, there will be a 37 or 1 experience. Line FG. Use 45 and 54, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the numbers in the center of the square, 74 or 11. To age 45, add the single digit. From age 54, subtract the single digit. Reduce master number 11 to its base number 2. 45 plus 2 is 47. 54 minus 2 is 52. At ages 47 and 52, there will be a 74 or 11 experience. Step 2. Use the numbers on the side of the triangle, 12 or 3. To age 45, add the single digit. From age 54, subtract the single digit. 45 plus 3 is 48. 54 minus 3 is 51. At ages 48 and 51, there will be a 12 or 3 experience. Step 3. Use the numbers in the center of the triangle, 37 or 1. To age 45, add the single digit. From age 54, subtract the single digit. 45 plus 1 is 46. 54 minus 1 is 53. At ages 46 and 53, there will be a 37 or 1 experience. The above table summarizes the information we derived from Ada Wynne Lunt's Power Square. The two right-hand columns give the age at which each experience will occur, and the number that represents the quality of each experience. To find out what the quality of each of those experiences will be, she would look up each of those numbers as temporary vibrations in part 2 of this book. For example, at age 29, Ada will have a 74 or 11 experience. 74 or 11 as a temporary vibration is delineated on page 250. Now let us look at Ada Wynne Lunt's Wisdom Square and see what we can find out about her life from ages 54 to 81. Line GH. Use 54 and 63, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the numbers in the center of the square, 33. To age 54, add the single digit 6, 33 reduced. From age 63, subtract the single digit 6. 54 plus 6 is 60. 63 minus 6 is 57. At ages 57 and 60, there will be a 33 experience. Step 2. Use the numbers on the side of the triangle, 14 or 5. To age 54, add the single digit. From age 63, subtract the single digit. 54 plus 5 is 59. 63 minus 5 is 58. At ages 58 and 59, there will be a 14 or 5 experience. Step 3. Use the numbers in the center of the triangle, 37 or 1. To age 54, add the single digit. From age 63, subtract the single digit. 54 plus 1 is 55. 63 minus 1 is 62. At ages 55 and 62, there will be a 37 or 1 experience. Line HI. Use 63 and 72, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the number in the center of the square, 33. To age 63, add the single digit 6, 33 reduced. From age 72, subtract the single digit 6. 63 plus 6 is 69. 72 minus 6 is 66. At ages 66 and 69, there will be a 33 or 6 experience. Step 2. Use the numbers on the side of the triangle, 14 or 5. To age 63, add the single digit. From age 72, subtract the single digit. 63 plus 5 is 68. 72 minus 5 is 67. At ages 67 and 68, there will be a 14 or 5 experience. Step 3. Use the numbers in the center of the triangle, 37 or L. To age 63, add the single digit. From age 72, subtract the single digit. 63 plus 1 is 64. 72 minus 1 is 71. At ages 64 and 71, there will be a 37 or 1 experience. Line IA. Use 72 and 81, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the numbers in the center of the square, 33. To age 72, add the single digit 6, 33 reduced. From age 81, subtract the single digit. 72 plus 6 is 78. 81 minus 6 is 75. At ages 75 and 78, there will be a 33 experience. Step 2. Use the numbers on the side of the triangle, 14 or 5. To age 72, add the single digit. From age 81, subtract the single digit. 72 plus 5 is 77. 81 minus 5 is 76. At ages 76 and 77, there will be a 14 or 5 experience. Step 3. Use the numbers in the center of the triangle, 37 or 1. To age 72, add the single digit. From age 81, subtract the single digit. 72 plus 1 is 73. 81 minus 1 is 80. At ages 73 and 80, there will be a 37 or 1 experience. The following table summarizes the experiences of Ada's wisdom years. This concludes our discussion of the experiences revealed by the major process. You may have noticed that Ada had more experiences at certain ages than at others, for example at ages 1 and 8. It is common to find more than one event happening in your life at any given year. Often, many events occur simultaneously, and if they do, the blueprint will reflect this. Since Ada has many ones on her blueprint, A is 1, and her life lesson number is 1, the 1 will be used more often in addition and subtraction, yielding an abundance of events at the same age. This suggests that some years in our lives will be more active than others, which we know is true. You will also notice that the numbers in the center of the squares and on the sides of the triangle are often activated, but the life lesson number, in the center of the triangle, is activated on each line of the blueprint. The life lesson must be learned. It is therefore repeated more than any number on the blueprint. The minor process. This time we have 3 steps and 2 sets of numbers. Again, we use the ages at each end of the line, but this time we use the number value of the letters in the name under consideration. Step 1. Use the single digit on the line to determine the 2 ages when the experiences will take place. Step 2. Use the higher number in the center of the square to determine the younger age experience. Step 3. Use the higher number on the side of the triangle to determine the older age experience. Since we use our name in the minor process, the experiences are more personal. Whereas 2 people may have the same birth date, it is highly unlikely that their birth names would be identical. Your birth date makes up the numbers on your triangle. It also makes up your life lesson number. You always use the triangle numbers to compute your older age experience because the older you are, the more you are dominated by your life lesson number. And we can assume the older you are, the more capable you are of coping with your life lesson. Remember, the numbers representing your birth date are your most important numbers. Now let us apply the minor process to Ada Wynn Lunt's youth square and see what we find. Line AB. Use 0 and 9, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. use the single-digit online AB, which is 1. To age 0, add the single digit. From age 9, subtract the single digit. 0 plus 1 is 1. 9 minus 1 is 8. Step 2. For the younger age experience, age 1, add the higher number on the line to the higher number in the center of the square. 1 plus 17 is 18 or 9. At the age of 1, there was an 18 or 9 experience. Step 3. For the older age experience, age 8, add the higher number on the line to the higher number on the side of the triangle. 1 plus 11 is 12 or 3. At the age of 8, there was a 12 or 3 experience. Line BC. Use 9 and 18, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the single digit on line BC, which is 4. To age 9, add the single digit. From age 18, subtract the single digit. 9 plus 4 is 13. 18 minus 4 is 14. Step 2. For the younger age experience, age 13, add the higher number on the line to the higher number in the center of the square. 4 plus 17 is 21 or 3. At the age of 13, there was a 21 or 3 experience. Step 3. For the older age experience, age 14, add the higher number on the line to the higher number on the side of the triangle. 4 plus 11 is 15 or 6. At the age of 14, there was a 15 or 6 experience. Line CD. Use 18 and 27, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the single digit on line CD, which is 1. To age 18, add the single digit. From age 27, subtract the single digit. 18 plus 1 is 19. 27 minus 1 is 26. Step 2. For the younger age experience, age 19. Add the higher number on the line to the higher number in the center of the square. 1 plus 17 is 18 or 9. At the age of 19, there was an 18 or 9 experience. Step 3. For the older age experience, age 26, add the higher number on the line to the higher number on the side of the triangle. 1 plus 11 is 12 or 3. At the age of 26, there was a 12 or 3 experience. Now let us look at Ada's power square using the minor process. Line DE. Use 27 and 36, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the single digit on the line, which is 5. To age 27, add the single digit. From age 36, subtract the single digit. 27 plus 5 is 32. 36 minus 5 is 31. Step 2. For the younger age experience, age 31, add the higher number on the line to the higher number in the center of the square. 23 plus 74 is 97, which becomes 16 or 7. At the age of 31, there was a 16 or 7 experience. Step 3. For the older age experience, age 32, add the higher number on the line to the higher number on the side of the triangle. 23 plus 12 is 35 or 8. At the age of 32, there was a 35 or 8 experience. Line EF. Use 36 and 45, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the single digit on line EF, which is 7. To age 36, add the single digit. From age 45, subtract the single digit. 36 plus 7 is 43. 45 minus 7 is 38. Step 2. For the younger age experience, age 38, add the higher number on the line to the higher number in the center of the square. 25 plus 74 is 99, which becomes 18 or 9. At the age of 38, there will be an 18 or 9 experience. Step 3. For the older age experience, age 43, add the higher number on the line to the higher number on the side of the triangle. 25 plus 12 is 37 or 1. At the age of 43, there will be a 37 or 1 experience. Line FG. Use 45 and 54, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the single digit on the line, which is 5. To age 45, add the single digit. From age 54, subtract the single digit. 45 plus 5 is 50. 54 minus 5 is 49. Step 2. For the younger age experience, age 49, add the higher number on the line to the higher number in the center of the square. 14 plus 74 is 88, which becomes 16 or 7. At the age of 49, there will be a 16 or 7 experience. Step 3. For the older age experience, age 50, add the higher number on the line to the higher number on the side of the triangle. 14 plus 12 is 26 or 8. At age 50, there will be a 26 or 8 experience. And finally, we will use the minor process to examine Ada Wynn Lunt's wisdom square and foresee the kinds of experiences she will have from ages 54 to 81. Line GH. Use 54 and 63, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the single digit on the line, which is 5. To age 54, add the single digit. From age 63, subtract the single digit. 54 plus 5 is 59. 63 minus 5 is 58. Step 2. For the younger age experience, age 58. Add the higher number on the line to the higher number in the center of the square. 14 plus 33 is 47 or 11. At age 58, there will be a 47 or 11 experience. Step 3. For the older age experience, age 59. Add the higher number on the line to the higher number on the side of the triangle. 14 plus 14 is 28 or 1. At the age of 59, there will be a 28 or 1 experience. Line HI. Use 63 and 72, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the single digit on the line, which is 1. To age 63, add the single digit. From age 72, subtract the single digit. 63 plus 1 is 64. 72 minus 1 is 71. Step 2. For the younger age experience, age 64, add the higher number on the line to the higher number in the center of the square. 1 plus 33 is 34 or 7. At age 64, there will be a 34 or 7 experience. Step 3. For the older age experience, age 71, add the higher number on the line to the higher number on the side of the triangle. 1 plus 14 is 15 or 6. At the age of 71, there will be a 15 or 6 experience. Line IA. Use 72 and 81, the ages at each end of the line. Step 1. Use the single digit on the line, which is 4. To age 72, add the single digit. From age 81, subtract the single digit. 72 plus 4 is 76. 81 minus 4 is 77. Step 2. For the younger age experience, age 76. Add the higher number on the line to the higher number in the center of the square. 4 plus 33 is 37 or 1. At age 76, there will be a 37 or 1 experience. Step 3. For the older age experience, age 77. Add the higher number on the line to the higher number on the side of the triangle. 4 plus 14 is 18 or 9. At age 77, there will be an 18 or 9 experience. This completes our discussion of the line experiences of an individual from birth to age 81. We suggest at this point that you select the names and birth dates of your family and friends, place them on the blueprint, and work out their line experiences. This will accomplish 2 goals. 1. You will become familiar with the procedure, and 2. You will be able to correlate what you find with the individual's past experiences and discover for yourself how effective the blueprint really is. After 81, those not in possession of their mental faculties at age 81 must begin their youth squares over again with the first letter of the first name, as in childhood. Assuming that Ada keeps her wits about her after 81, we do the calculations in the same way, but with new letters on the lines. Since Ada left line IA with a D on it, see Figure 3, we begin her new youth square with the second A of ADA Win on line AB. A is LW is 23 or 5 and goes on line BC. Y is 25 or 7 and goes on line CD. The number on the side of the triangle, her birth month, is still 11. The total for her new youth square is 1 plus 23 plus 25 plus 11 is 60 or 6. Figure 5. New youth square for Ada Wynn Lunt after age 81. After age 81, if you are still mentally alert, each line of your new square equals 21 years, rather than 9 as in the first youth square. Up to age 81, you have completed 9 cycles of 9 years. After 81, you live under a trinity, or 3 7-year spiritual cycles. You have reached a higher level of consciousness. Therefore, each new line covers 21 years. Applying the major process to the first line of the new youth square, here is what we find. Step 1. We use the 60 or 6 from the center of the square and the ages at either end of line AB. 81 plus 6 is 87. 102 minus 6 is 96. She will have 60 or 6 experiences at ages 87 and 96. Step 2. We use the numbers on the side of the triangle, 11 or 2, and the ages at either end of line AB. 81 plus 2 is 83. 102 minus 2 is 100. At ages 83 and 100, she will have 11 or 2 experiences. Step 3. We use the numbers in the center of the triangle, 37 or 1, and the ages at either end of line AB. 81 plus 1 is 82. 102 minus 1 is 101. She will have 37 or 1 experiences at ages 82 and 101. Now we will apply the minor process to Ada's new youth square. Step 1. We use the single digit on line AB, 1, and the ages at either end of the line. 81 plus 1 is 82. 102 minus 1 is 101. Step 2. To determine the younger age experience, we add the unreduced number on the line to the unreduced number in the center of the square. 1 plus 60 is 61 or 7. Ada will have a 61 or 7 experience at age 82. Step 3. To determine the older age experience, we add the unreduced number on the line to the unreduced number on the side of the triangle. 1 plus 11 is 12 or 3. Ada will have a 12 or 3 experience at age 101. 5. More with numbers. This chapter discusses 4 additional techniques based on your personal numbers. It would be impossible to contain within one book all the possible methods one could employ to work with numbers and number combinations. Here are just a few. We hope you enjoy them. The ABCs. You've seen how to make a life analysis by using the number found in your name and your birth date on the divine triangle. Along with this method, in which the numbers represented by each letter in your name are added to each other to get the path of destiny number. It is also possible to delineate further by evaluating each letter separately and in sequence. The numbers represented by each separate letter have an underlying influence on your life and affect the total energies at work at any given time. You should read the delineations of each number in your name in conjunction with the information on your blueprint. When a number represented by one of the letters in your name is found on a line of your blueprint, that letter is emphasized, and that age span is called a peak cycle. A letter is also emphasized if it appears 3 or more times in your name, or if it is the first vowel or the first letter of your name. A letter acts as a health factor whenever the letter is at peak cycle. The one's A is the head letter, powerful and complete. You are good intellectually and require several outlets for your energies. You are not a builder, but a planner, and you want others to carry out your plans. You have lots of ideas and begin many projects, but do not always finish them. A is a letter of initiative, self-reliance, and willpower. A at a peak cycle brings activity and the opportunity for new starts. You can achieve leadership in business or in the community. This is a time to learn the lessons of self-reliance and double your resolution to get ahead through your own efforts. A as a health indicator means to watch out for the lungs or diseases of the respiratory system. J is A, stepped up 9 degrees. Therefore, it is a more intense vibration. Materially and spiritually, it is full of high aspirations, which are necessary to develop more profound powers. You are honest, benevolent, brilliant, and often inventive. J at a peak cycle nearly always means gain and advantage in some form. You should extend a helping hand to those less fortunate and keep your spirits high if you want to enjoy good fortune in the rhythm of J willing or not. You will be put in a position of leadership, and if this extends to business, promotions will result. You may also be a leader in family affairs. Through the letter J, you will almost always experience gain and advantage in some form. J as a health factor gives a feeling of well-being. S is a letter of endurance. The ancients called it the letter of surrender. You are spiritually intense and can sting or charm. S brings love and new starts into life and attracts money, but it is not always a happy letter. S, at a peak cycle, will triumph over obstacles to attain ambitions. There will be many turnings in your life's path. If you're responding negatively to this letter, there will be emotional upheavals, failure, and uncontrolled impulses. Be positive. S, as a health factor, may sharpen an illness, but it also tends to bring recovery and reduce trouble, thus creating better conditions. The twos. B in a woman's name indicates mother love. B in a man's name means love of nature and domesticity. It is not a strong material letter. You can go to great heights and equally great depths. You are emotional and fixed in your opinions. Your instinct is to follow others. You are hospitable, but if B is negatively expressed, you become selfish. B at a peak cycle is influenced by psychological currents. This letter brings strong desire for partnerships or marriage. The lesson is patience, calmness, and serenity of mind. Decisions should be left to others. This is a cycle of hidden development which may not be recognized by others. B, as a health factor, can cause nervousness, headaches, and emotional upsets. K means extremes in fortune, health, and spirituality. You are very versatile, idealistic, and intuitive. You either enjoy great success or suffer abject misery. The solution is service to others. Use your leadership abilities for humanity and not for self-glorification. K at a peak cycle displays creative inspiration and idealism. It should be directed toward a positive goal, or this cycle may result in conflict. There is great emotional force here for either intense romantic experience or spiritual exaltation. It brings travel and change and can bring success if caution is used. K as a health factor indicates nervousness, which may come from overactivity, but it is a good force, giving strength and endurance. T will either build or break down, save or slay the human race. You like to control everyone within your influence, to shape things to your own liking. You have to learn self-control, as you are very emotional and can be swayed. If positive, you develop high spirituality, as the quality of the two is reinforced by the zero of God's protection. T at a peak cycle represents reconstruction. This influence creates a sense of restlessness unless ideas are expressed through practical activity that can benefit humanity. Time should not be wasted, nor idleness tolerated. This is a time to work for better world conditions. It is also a time of spiritual growth. T as a health factor indicates stress through change or travel. If it is with an A, there can be accidents and operations. The threes. C is scattered energy. 3 is a scattering vibration because it wants to go in many directions at once. If C is the first letter, you have a jovial nature, but are apt to have an emotional life. You find it difficult to save money. You like to have several lines of effort going at once. You are a good talker and promoter and seldom worry over anything. At times, you can be impatient, irritable, and impulsive, and if negative, careless and immoral. C at a peak cycle favors artistic, political, or business success. It is good for self-expression, productivity, and growth. There should be rich emotional experiences, prosperity, and happiness. This is a strong marriage vibration. C as a health factor may cause concern with the throat, thyroid, and vocal cords. L gathers where C scatters. You always bring to completion anything you start. You are generous, but want returns from your giving. L as a whip symbol indicates action. And since you have executive ability, you are a leader. You are moral, balanced, honest, and intellectual, and you may attain spirituality. L indicates travel. L at a peak cycle brings service and self-sacrifice, but also rich rewards in human relationships. Creative ideas bring profit. This letter can bring marriage and increasing concern with financial matters. L as a health factor suggests paying attention to the throat, which is true under all threes. 2 L's together tend toward accidents or falls. U has the universal spirit of both the C and the L. U is shaped like a cup that holds the gifts of talent, charm, and luck. But if you become greedy and try to fill your cup too full, you may lose through selfishness. You are an enthusiastic collector, and you will be tenacious in holding on to the things you accumulate. U is called the rocker letter, and you can be a victim of indecision. While you are deciding, Someone else may take things away from you. You have a good memory and should make an effort to have a positive attitude. You at a peak cycle indicates a time for subconscious development. There may be delays and restrictions now, and family responsibilities can increase. But there is a growing sense of security and protection. Marriage is activated. Be cautious under a U, because things tend to slip away, often through a personal fault, such as overlooking and neglecting to grasp an opportunity. Matters should be examined carefully, and a lawyer consulted in business deals. U as a health factor tends to bring loss and anxiety. Worries cause other ills, such as high blood pressure. Strive to remain calm and at peace within. The fours. D is balance. It acts as a good anchor. You are strong in material matters, determined and stubborn. You have good business ability. You are a good worker, steady and practical, a builder who takes responsibility well. These qualities may bring you a position of authority and power. D at a peak cycle represents a striving to lay a firm foundation for the future. Temporary delays are possible, but valuable lessons in patience can be learned. Speculation should be avoided and conservatism practiced. Travel is possible. D as a health factor is not notable unless there are two Ds together. That can indicate unhappy travel situations and unfortunate probings into your business or personal affairs, which could adversely affect your health. M spiritualizes the attributes of the D and is more idealistic. You are not a leader, but will carry on for others. You have psychic powers. You may have to carry burdens in this life, but there is no one who bears the cross more bravely and with so little complaint. You have a receptive nature and may bear burdens for others because of the sacrificial aspects of this vibration. You like home and security above all. M at a peak cycle looks for regeneration and renewal. It is a reconstruction period when old ideas are swept away to make room for better ones. Unexpected changes can occur now, and they should be recognized as a door to progress where a new phase of happiness will open. M as a health factor can indicate temper, causing rash behavior and headaches. Because of the potential for drastic changes, more than one M can be dangerous unless dealt with carefully. Two of any letter doubles its effects. V is the master builder. You are fixed in your opinions, firm in your friendships, and square in your dealings with others. You are an excellent worker. Since you are both possessive and emotional, you can be either very practical or very impractical and unpredictable. Your dual nature needs to become steadfast. You are the marrying kind. V at a peak cycle has the potential of wanderlust coupled with too much generosity or extravagance with money. If V appears together with you, there could be losses in speculation or gambling. At the worst, there could be dissipation and excess. At best, courage in the face of difficulties. V as a health factor can cause nervous and emotional breakdowns through overactivity. Cultivate peace within. The fives. E is a strong vowel ruled by Mercury, the cosmic messenger. You are fine when in harmony, but changeable when in discord, because many of your best qualities are then reversed. You are more attracted to the worldly than to the spiritual. You are entertaining, but may be impulsive. Freedom is a necessity, and you find it difficult to settle down to specialize. Your versatility results in many changes, and often brings travel. Your fine intellect is capable of high honors if applied seriously. If you are drawn to the spiritual, you become idealistic, hopeful, and intuitive. E at a peak cycle will have to choose among many chances for change. There will be constant activity, new people, and new situations. If you are single, there is the opportunity now for marriage, but you should be sure it is true love rather than emotional impulse. E as a health factor indicates good health. The heart feels free, but impulsiveness should be controlled. N is the ancient symbol for a scribe. Therefore, this letter implies a person with a vivid imagination who can bring inspired messages to the world. You must remain positive, or instability will result. You like to enjoy the pleasures of life, and when self is overcome, you can rise to the heights. Envy, jealousy, and divorce are common to someone whose name contains an N. N at a peak cycle brings variety, change, and experiences. It is favorable for commercial or political enterprises and may involve much competition. N as a health factor can cause irritability because of emotional upsets brought on by thoughts of marriage. If N occurs with a G, marriage has a very good outcome. If N and T are together, marriage prospects and harmony after marriage are certain. W, to express itself, must follow the divine law of love. You have great persistence and hate to give up. You are a good mixer, charming, magnetic, and intuitive. If negative, you can be selfish, greedy, and too daring. W at a peak cycle signifies an alternation between the heights and the depths. This is a time for self-evaluation and for finding your potential. This cycle can bring marriage. W as a health factor can bring headaches due to the nervous and impulsive vibration of the letter. The sixes. F has the strong characteristics of Venus. You are kind, home-loving, hospitable, and friendly. Since you take responsibility well, you are a good organizer of social affairs. Compassion for others is an outstanding trait. If F is expressed negatively, you are sad. F at a peak cycle centers your attention on family matters and duties connected with loved ones, whether married or not. It is time to learn the meaning of willing service, because the alternatives may be disappointing. Wise choices are necessary. F as a health factor indicates trouble, including nervous conditions of the heart. If F is with an N, illness is possible. If F is with U or O, watch your financial matters, or losses may occur. O is patient, persevering, and strong-willed. You are a good student, absorbing knowledge easily and retaining it well. Jealousy can cause upsets in marriage relationships and home conditions. Therefore, you must learn emotional control. O stands for virtue or vice. There is no middle path. You are either a saint or a sinner. O at peak cycle presents an opportunity for progress by allowing a release from present limitations. A radical change in viewpoint may occur, and fears can be erased. If O is with a G, there is gain. If O is with a U, losses are possible. And if O is with a D, there will be expenses incurred through necessary travel, plus the possibility of changes in the home. O as a health factor can cause worry and depression if you are responding to its negative side. Slowing down can prevent heart irregularities and despondencies. O is compatible with religious matters. Therefore, prayer can help and inspire. X is a dual letter. The upper half is open to receive the better things in life. The lower half is open to overindulgence, especially of the sexual nature. If positive, you can advance mentally and spiritually. If negative, you are angry, unfaithful, and sensuous. X at a peak cycle flashes a danger signal at the crossroads, a warning of deceit. If the positive side is expressed, financial matters will be beneficial, and good relations with people of influence will be established. X as a health factor indicates a danger of falls and/or injury to the back. It is better not to ride a horse during this period, or to travel to high places. Mountain climbing should be postponed. The sevens. G is religious and mystically inclined with a deep understanding. You are inventive, intuitive, and extremely methodical. Since your will is so strong, you are hard to convince. You also dislike advice. G at a peak cycle is a time of expansion, productivity, and material success. It is favorable for the arts, music, drama, or literature. G as a health factor is always good. If illness occurs, there is help toward recovery. G occurring with a D or an F indicates financial gain. P confers power of expression, either in speaking or writing. You are clever, clear-sighted, and intellectual. You can be dominating and rather impatient if restricted. If negative, you will be selfish and unsympathetic. P at a peak cycle presents bright prospects for the future. Because of your creative talents, good fortune is in store. Plan wisely and aim toward the future during this cycle. P as a health factor indicates that you should not overwork while under this letter. If P is with a G, health is good. If with a T or B, nervous conditions may arise. Y needs freedom, physical, mental, and spiritual. You hate bondage in any form. You have a love of beauty and philosophy, and you desire achievement. Pythagoras referred to the letter Y as the two roads which require that choices be made. Y at a peak cycle brings sudden change. Since it is a branching cycle, quick decisions are necessary. Decide firmly and refuse to look back or regret the past. Make the best of things after the choice is made. Y as a health factor gives a feeling of well-being and protection while on water. The eights. H must create and fulfill. You attract success and money, but will either be very wealthy or very poor because your good judgment fails at times. You are a lover of nature and do not need others for your happiness. H is a power letter, sufficient unto itself. If negative, you are selfish. H at a peak cycle acts as a gate to the path of life, a gate which can be either a barrier or an opening. This is a time when the cosmic laws are working toward completion of karma. There is concern with financial or legal affairs and with the physical and material side of life. H as a health factor can bring personal strain. If H is with an N, nervous strain and even illness are possible. Q has more originality than H and more intensity of feeling. You are a leader. You have a fine mind, and you like to talk. A relationship with unknown forces gives you secret strength and an air of mystery. You are deep. Q at a peak cycle grants great mental vitality, intuitive power, and creative attainment. There is opportunity for outstanding leadership and distinction in your career. This is a good time for public activity and travel. Encourage others unselfishly. Q as a health factor indicates a period of strong health. Z holds all the qualities of H and Q, but it is more spiritual. You have aspiration and inspiration, hope and guidance. Since you are intuitive and perceptive, you understand human nature. You have the power to achieve. Diplomacy and discretion make you a good mediator. Z at a peak cycle runs a zigzag course in a cycle of hidden progress. Though there are setbacks, you are advancing to a higher level. In this period, learn patience and its rewards. Z as a health factor gives control over illness. There may be a need to control others or to carry out secret missions in healing. The nines. I is a law unto itself. Your tendency is to finish whatever you start. You can be very obstinate if limited, and you chafe under dictatorship. Since I is an artistic vowel, you like to use the pen or the needle, writing, fashion design, etc. You make a good lecturer, but can also do clerical work. You can become loving, compassionate, intuitive, and humanitarian. Runs of luck, either good or bad, follow you. If negative, you have a nervous, quick temper. I at a peak cycle creates an interlude of ups and downs. By standing firm on your convictions, great inspiration results. Wavering will bring fluctuations in fortune, resulting in new beginnings. This is a period when personal feelings are paramount, sensitivity, sympathy, and intuition are high. I as a health factor brings nervousness, probably caused by overexertion. Intense emotions can cause exhaustion. R holds all the possibilities of the I, except that it represents the brighter side of the nines. You are tolerant and like to help humanity. You are very active. If negative, you may have to guard against losses. If R is followed by an I, you may be touchy and irritable. R at a peak cycle provides an opening for new plans and ideas, calling for a new occupation in life. Resolve to attain status through this period. Since the pace is fast, there is a need to slow down somewhat. R as a health factor is called the growler letter, indicating undercurrent rumblings, but not very harmful unless two R's are stimulated into action at the same time. If negatively expressed, accidents may occur through rashness or carelessness, which can bring on sickness. Your career. Choosing a career is an important step in your life. If you have more than one talent, you may have difficulty deciding what career course to follow. This is when a study of your numbers and their particular vibrations can help. Your numbers indicate your abilities. Use them to plan your future. Your career number is your life lesson number. To find it, add the numbers in your birth date. Always add the whole number of the month and day without breaking them down to a single digit. Add the year number through once and use the total in your computation. For example, 1945 is 1 plus 9 plus 4 plus 5, which equals 19. Use 19 for the year 1945. November 12, 1940 is a career number 1. 11 plus 12 plus 14 equals 37 or 1. Or put another way, 1 plus 9 plus 4 plus 0 is 14, or 1. If your birth date totals a master number, do not reduce it. Many times the same vocation is found under different numbers. In those cases, look at the other careers in that career number to help you determine how you would use that particular vocation. For example, lawyer appears under numbers 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9. In number 3, it would be expressed as a court lawyer, in number 7 as a divorce lawyer, in number 8 as a corporate lawyer, patent attorney, or financial advisor, and so on. Now read the descriptions below to find out your compatible careers. 1 as a career number: inventor, designer, aviator, leader of a group, department, or business organization. Ambassador, director, program planner, store owner, officer in the military. Producer of motion pictures, television, or theater productions. Lecturer, promoter, sales manager, engineer, executive, explorer. Creative work of all kinds. 2 as a career number: diplomat, agent, caterer, clerk, lawyer, insurance adjuster, or any position that demands arbitration. Architect, bookkeeper, bill collector, custodian, legislator, librarian, minister, foreign minister, politician, teacher. 3 as a career number: artist, musician, nurse, dietitian, physician, writer, entertainer, cosmetician, salesperson of cosmetics or art supplies. An artisan in any line. Lawyer, judge, engineer, pastor, priest, playground director, athletic coach, scout director, vocational school teacher, philosopher. A 3 should avoid positions of close confinement or long hours, as self-expression is necessary for happiness and best work. 4 as a career number: all building trades, numerologist, farmer, miner, industrialist, mason, draft person, mechanic, accountant, undertaker, efficiency expert, executive, professional boxer, engineer, mechanic, chemist, laboratory technician. 5 as a career number: salesperson, advertising executive, investigator or detective, writer, teacher, lecturer, copy reader, news columnist, editor, any career in communications. Graphologist, proofreader, publisher, playwright, TV or radio operator, actor, secretary, consultant, psychology or language teacher, interpreter, import-export dealer. 6 as a career number: actor, host or hostess, homemaker, teacher, writer, nurse, doctor, interior decorator, artist, florist, singer, voice teacher, tutor, beautician, dressmaker or designer, fashion expert, musician, perfumer, incense chemist, herbalist, any branch of theater work, marriage counselor, divorce attorney. The 6 needs to be in service to others in some way. 7 as a career number: archaeologist, astrologer, engineer, healer, preacher, author, dentist, farmer, lawyer, photographer, psychic investigator, any sort of research work. Could do library work as cataloger or indexer. A 7 dislikes manual labor and does best in an atmosphere of refinement and culture. 8 as a career number: banker, financier, engineer, undertaker, chemist, carpenter, crime investigator, druggist, exterminator, firearms or dynamite expert, lawyer, organizer, supervisor, philanthropist, manufacturer, architect, broker. 9 as a career number: researcher, electrician, explorer, magician, narcotics agent, scientist, doctor, teacher, preacher, lecturer, surgeon, diplomat, ironworker, artist, musician, lawyer, spiritual healer, horticulturist, landscape gardener. 11 as a career number: inspirational writer, teacher, lecturer, promoter, sales manager, leader in public affairs, professional in metaphysical work, astrologer, astronomer, numerologist, electrician, space-age electronics expert, astronaut. 22 as a career number: executive, diplomat, ambassador, government agent, adjuster, mediator, humanitarian, librarian, school superintendent. A 22 belongs in public service or in an advisory capacity in some way. 33 as a career number: professor of Bible interpretation, public servant. A 33 birth date is usually destined for sacrificial service in some capacity. It could be a life of nurturing or of giving up one's own career in order to serve a parent, a community, or the world. 44 as a career number: farmer, builder, doctor, nurse, dietitian, soldier, politician, banker, businessman, social worker. A 44 must contribute to the world in a substantial, materialistic way. Number compatibility. Many people like to determine their compatibility with someone else. We can do this by comparing life lesson numbers. This is the number that has the heaviest influence on our lives. Here, we will use only the single digit of the life lesson number. If you have a master number, reduce it to a single digit and work with that single number. For those who do not wish to reveal their birth date, simply have them figure their own life lesson number and give only the number to you. The following list offers all possible life lesson number combinations. Can a 3 be compatible with a 5? Let's find out. 1 with a 1. Since leadership is the key word for both of you, you would be a dynamic combination. You would both want the same thing at the same time and would join ranks in competition with other forces. You might have to work at harmonizing your personalities since you both tend to be aggressive. This is a combination that requires cooperation and the necessary endurance to see a project through to its conclusion. 1 with a 2. The 1 person has the plans, initiative, and leadership qualities, whereas the 2 person has the tact and the cooperative and supportive talents to carry out the plans and ideas initiated by the 1. The 1 person is innovative and the 2 person is supportive, and a perfect agent or promoter for those innovations. As partners, mates, or co-workers, you will be winners because each has what the other lacks. 1 with a 3. By combining the originality and leadership abilities of the 1 person with the 3 person's charm, magnetism, and know-how in expanding an idea and making it into a real success, this combination can bring honor and fame, as well as happiness. The only real danger is that the 1 person can be impulsive, and the 3 person can scatter his or her energies, but by concentrating their combined talents, almost anything can be accomplished. 1 with a 4. This combination gives a firm foundation for business success. The 1 person acts as the decision maker, plus supplying creative, inventive, and original talents. However, the 1 person needs the practicality, thoroughness, and steadying support of the 4 person as a restraint on impulsiveness. The 1 person can irritate the 4 with impulsiveness, whereas the 4 person can irritate the 1 with extreme caution. But all in all, this is a good combination. 1 with a 5. Both of you are active, changeable, and original, with a dash of versatility. The 2 of you can have the world by the tail and can learn and earn a lot together. The 5 person can sell the ideas of the 1 person. Educational projects would be ideal for you as a team, but let the 5 person take care of the publicity. 1 with a 6. The number 6 person loves art, socializing, beauty, and luxury, and these worlds can be opened by the 1 person who provides the sparkle, drive, and leadership for fruitful outcomes. There can be friction if the 1 person insists on his or her own way. So a cooperative effort in a cultural field such as interior decorating, landscape gardening, gourmet cooking, or the like could be rewarding for this team. 1 with a 7. A spiritual or metaphysical relationship could work well here. The 1 person must not be too demanding or hasty because the 7 person needs time for privacy, analysis, and thought. Where the 1 person is the extrovert, the 7 person is the introvert, and each should be aware of the other's need for independence. The 7 person should communicate ideas and follow the leadership of the 1 person, acting as a brake for the impulsiveness of the 1 person. This can be a powerful combination. 1 with an 8. You are both aggressive, used to making your own decisions, so it's either cooperate willingly or become rivals and antagonists. If you calm down as a unit and use your combined powers wisely and with careful analysis, there is great power and courage in the face of difficulties. Pool your energies and talents and be winners together, otherwise you may destroy each other. This is a strong business combination. 1 with a 9. The 9 person's depth of vision and breadth of understanding, combined with the originality and dash of the 1 person, can create a combination of inventive genius. The 1 person is the pusher in this partnership, supplying the diverse ideas which fall upon seasoned and wise ears. Together, the courage and wisdom of this combination make it one that will go far towards success. 2 with a 2. Perfect equilibrium and equal sharing are the watchwords here. You both like to build experiences and are able to give and receive understanding. Learn to work with, rather than for, the other, and you will both share in the material benefits of your partnership. You are both extremely aware of the other person's point of view, and must not become so bogged down that you cannot effectively make decisions and take action. 2. With a 3. This is a popularity combination. While the two-person knows how to win friends and contracts and keep things running harmoniously, the three-person can expand upon friendships and inject life and spontaneity into them. The three-person's creative talents can be effectively managed and balanced by the two-person's ability to stay in the background and take care of the practical aspects of keeping things on the right track. 2. With a 4. There is no competition or friction in this combination of numbers. In fact, you each bring out the best side of the other. There is great harmony and understanding in whatever endeavors you undertake. The two-person acts as a harmonizer and coordinator, and the four-person plans the practical basis for solid foundations. You would both do well in home building, real estate, farming, and other related professions. 2 with a 5. This partnership will produce an all-or-nothing experience. The two-person would be better off to take second place, waiting until his or her strength is needed. The five-person can talk and plan for both, and friction could occur if the two-person pours cold water on the five's wit and brilliance. If he or she can hold the five's attention and interest, the two-person can sustain the five's ideas and help bring them into fruition. 2 with a 6. This can be an extremely successful combination of numbers. The tact and magnetism of the two-person combined with the love of beauty and the appreciation of home and family of the sixth person can attract the confidence of others who see these two people as sensitive, caring, artistic, and cooperative. The public will respond to your combined charms. You would do well in charity work, financial drives, or any organizational work to do with homes, children, or domestic affairs. 2 with a 7. This is an extremely harmonious combination and creates no friction. Rather, the need is to guard against too much serenity. There is agreement in occult, philosophical, and mystical studies, and much potential for growth on the spiritual plane together. The two-person understands and knows how to cooperate, and the seven-person needs periods alone to meditate and perfect ideas that eventually can be shared beneficially by both. 2 with an 8. Your combined energies can take you far toward material success, as this is an excellent money and financial combination. As a team, you can build prestige and enjoy a fine reputation for honesty and fair dealings. You are both efficient, and if the 8-person is careful not to overshadow and overwhelm the 2-person through his or her dynamic vibration, a good friendship can develop. The 8-person can rely upon the diplomacy and tact of the 2-person in all business dealings. 2 with a 9. The mediating and balancing capabilities of the 2-person coupled with the insight and vision of the 9-person can produce a winning combination. Each contributes harmoniously to the other, and when both are working for a cause, the momentum is increased through having a common goal. The 2-person's ability to see both sides of a situation lends a firm foundation to the imagination and humanitarian instincts of the 9-person, and together, they can do much to advance the needs of the world. 3 with a 3. This is a combination to watch out for. Since you both are apt to take too many chances and believe in luck, which you have to a certain extent, you may extend yourselves too far. Your urge towards big ideas and expansive methods of operating your affairs can lead to waste and frivolousness. There's a bit of the gambler in both of you. If these qualities can be toned down and controlled, you can tackle just about anything. 3 with a 4. For these two persons to coexist, a compromise is necessary. Each one must listen to the other, for the 3-person is expansive and free-thinking, and the 4-person is saving and conservative, and these qualities can clash. A lasting association is possible if the 3-person is aware of the partner's need for stability and caution, and if the 4-person eases up and listens to the broadening ideas of the 3. Together, they can implement sparkling ideas with a firm foundation. 3 with a 5. These vibrations are harmonious, and almost anything you try together is bound to succeed. You are both set for full speed ahead. Do it now is your motto. The only danger is in being too hasty with your ideas. You are both full of ideas which the 3-person can display effectively, and the 5-person can sell easily. You may find yourselves carrying on more than one business at a time to supply outlets for your numerous ideas. 3 with a 6. This should be a very good relationship because you are both congenial and fond of pleasure and socializing. Understanding and harmony exist between you because you have similar personality traits which should develop into a lasting friendship where you feel safe in making long-range plans and investments together. Businesses which promote friendship and love, such as planning engagement or wedding parties, would appeal to you both. 3 with a 7. The 3-person supplies the energy and inspiration in this relationship, whereas the 7-person gives understanding and deep insight. This is a winning combination in which the mystical 7 benefits from the lively traits of the 3, and the 3 learns to examine his or her own scattering tendencies and deal more productively with his or her talents. The 3 needs to socialize, and the 7 needs time alone. With each other's needs in mind, this partnership can be ideal. 3 with an 8. If handled constructively, there is nothing that can stop this combination. The 3-person has the talent for ideas, communication, and effective advertising. The 8 has the power and drive in big business and philanthropic projects. Each supplements the other's needs. If your aims are compatible, this is an unbeatable combination, and your highest hopes can be attained through 8's practical business sense and 3's social talents. 3 with a 9. There is much idealism in these two numbers, and work in the material world can be neglected for the social pleasures of the 3 and the philanthropic leanings of the 9. Cooperation and mutual understanding abound here, and perhaps the combination is too compatible. As a team, you must bring your idealism into focus and realize that practicality is essential, and that the material world is as important as the spiritual. 4 with a 4. This can be an extremely lucky and compatible combination, bringing financial success and material comfort. You are both builders in the material sense and like to have visible products at the end of your endeavors. Your work must have practical value. Be careful that you don't become too immersed in the physical side of life, neglecting the spiritual side of your development. This is a danger as you are both so much alike. 4 with a 5. This can be a good combination, chiefly because you are so different. The 4 has the practicality and solidity to stabilize your combined efforts. The 4 is the balance wheel in this partnership. The 5-person supplies the wit and a variety of ideas. The 5 also has many contacts because he or she communicates so well with others. The 5-person can more easily adjust a mood to blend harmoniously with the 4, and the results will be worth the effort. 4 with a 6. You are both serious and practical, yet you love pleasure enough to keep a balance between your work and your play. Thus, you create an atmosphere of happiness and joy. The 4-person is willing to work for gains, and the 6-person loves the home and the arts. Your combined talents might take you into professions that involve beautifying your surroundings. Your work would be appreciated and enjoyed by others. 4 with a 7. The 4's talent for strong practical planning and thoroughness, coupled with the deep insight and imaginative talents of the 7-person, can create a combination of powers that can add up to great achievement. This is a good balance, because the 4-person lives in a material world, whereas the 7 lives in a mental world. By combining these two aspects wisely, perfect balance can be achieved. 4 with an 8. Where the 8-person thinks in terms of great power and large business deals, the 4-person can be a perfect balance with the ability to see the small details and add the practical stability that must shore up any large enterprise. You both tend toward physical and material achievement. The 4 moves in a more cautious and conservative manner, while 8 progresses in a larger and more sweeping way. But as a team, you balance each other well. 4 with a 9. The 4-person has a valuable chance in this partnership to learn the lessons of life because the 9-person has much wisdom and insight to offer, which can lift the 4 from the material world and show the value of work in a higher sense. The 9 person learns the lessons of practicality and work on the material plane from the 4. There is an exchange of ideas and philosophies in this combination, and a melding of brilliance with reason and judgment. 5. With a 5, you are both temperamental and excitable, and when you work in conjunction, these qualities come to the surface. If you wish to work well together, you will have to suppress outbursts that arise from nervous energy. Channel your combined energies into work that is adventurous and exciting, which might involve travel, or at least something that offers you both change and intellectual stimulation. Neither of you likes to be tied down for long, and if you are to be successful as a duo, you must find outlets for your energies. 5. With a 6. The 5 person intellectually stimulates and brings out the domestic and artistic qualities of the 6 person. The 6 lends form, beauty, and order to the variety of ideas and the impulsive nature of the 5 person. The home would be well cared for and tastefully decorated, and much activity would take place there. This is a stimulating yet comfortable combination that puts others at ease. 5 with a 7. Too much talk and excitement on the part of the 5 person can turn the 7 person off. The 7 needs periods of quiet introspection and meditation and can be a calming influence on the 5. The 5 can add the zip and zest that the 7 person might lack. Together, through mutual respect and understanding of the other's innate qualities, this combination can be extremely successful in the world of ideas. 5 with an 8. This combination might be called greased lightning if you combine your vibrations wisely. You are both highly charged, the 5 in the realm of ideas and communication, and the 8 in the worlds of business, finance, and sports. There is a great desire for adventure, and the 8 provides the underlying strength to shore up any projects. You both may need to listen to inner promptings and restrain your dynamism at appropriate moments. 5 with a 9. This can be a winning combination in that the 5 provides the versatility and promotional abilities to present the 9's insight into the realm of science and research to the world at large. The 5 has the energy and the contacts and the know-how to advertise the expertise and wisdom of the 9 person, whereas the 9 person has the balancing qualities to turn the 5's adventures into reliable and sustaining results. 6 with a 6. Beauty, art, and comfort are paramount in the nature of the 6, and too much sweetness and roses can be tiresome if there is no real constructive stimulation to go with it. The danger here is that the sameness of your natures is apt to let things go along peacefully while avoiding work. By combining your talents wisely, you can create an atmosphere of incredible beauty in the home or the community. There is great gentleness and love of the home in this combination. 6 with a 7. This can be a difficult combination in that the 6 person is involved in the domestic and artistic world, much to the exclusion of all else, and the 7 person is also immersed in separate worlds of mind and thought. The danger here lies in failure to communicate with each other at all. Cooperation and the determination to communicate with one another must be decided upon from the outset. 6 with an 8. This combination has strong possibilities. The 6 person offers the loving support and the spark of imagination that will benefit the 8 person in whatever profession is chosen as a goal. The 8 person with the stronger financial and commercial tendencies will most likely take the lead in this partnership, and the 6 can offer creative methods for handling and presenting those ideas, plus the domestic background support that makes the end of the day a joy. 6 with a 9. Here is a chance for lasting friendship or partnership. You enjoy mutual feelings about most subjects, and both believe that marriage demands the spirit of give and take. The 6 supplies the beauty, the 9 the truth, and together you can learn much from each other in the realm of the domestic 6, the microcosmic unit, and in the realm of the universal 9, the macrocosmic unit. Each teaches the other the importance of the smaller and the greater. 7 with a 7. Peace is the key word here. You are both mature in your emotions, and no disruption or argument between you could endure for long. You both tend to live in a world of ideas and realize the transitory nature of the material world. The danger here lies in your rejecting the physical world as illusory, and consequently spending all of your time in your minds with no one to pay the bills and keep the wolf from the door. 7. With an 8. This could be an excellent partnership. The fire and strength, heat, and force of the 8 can overpower the quiet 7. But 8's organizational and executive abilities can greatly enhance the insight and vision of the 7 person. Thus, the 8 provides the strength while the 7 predicts the outcome and adds the calm intellect that enhances the daring qualities of the 8. Together, this can be a most effective partnership. 7. With a 9. Great depth and sympathies exist in this pair. Inner growth is a goal you both seek, and the universality of ideas brings harmony, understanding, and peace to you both. This is an almost perfect combination as you have a meeting of mind, heart, and soul in harmony. A mystical relationship could develop, and your combined talents could produce benefits for all humanity, in which your wisdom could enhance the lives of all those you contact. 8 with an 8. This is a perfect pair for a revolution. As power meets power head-on, the sparks may fly. On the other hand, you could have the opposite effect and extinguish each other. As with all energies, this combination can be used wisely. Handled with great care, your combined strength and executive capabilities could present a united front to the world that could not be beaten by any ordinary opposition. This is a partnership that could accomplish almost anything in the world. 8 with a 9. This is a good partnership for scientific or philanthropic research and activity. The creative qualities of the 9 combined with the power and practicality of the 8 make this a tremendously successful combination in research and financial or economic circles. At the same time, you could contribute much to each other in a spiritual sense, since the 8 supplies the stability and values of the material world, while the 9 exemplifies the universal philosopher. 9 with a 9. This may be said to be a combination of destiny, as you are both intuitive, clear-sighted, and imaginatively creative. You both know the value of enhancing your own lives through the teaching and caring of others, and some great benefit to humanity should result from this partnership. A deep bond will grow between you, and you will gain much enlightenment from one another. Missing numbers in your name. The missing numbers in your name, sometimes called the karmic numbers, indicate the qualities you must develop in this lifetime. They represent the qualities and attitudes we must adopt in order to expiate the shortcomings of our past lives. In our example, Ada Wynn Lunt has the following number vibration, as shown on screen. To these we will add a new number vibration. Add the double-digit path of destiny number to the double-digit life lesson number. The result is the power number. The power number represents a vibration that comes into play through your 30s and 40s. It is a combination of all your talents. If we examine the number vibrations in Ada's name, we see that she is missing the numbers 6, 8, and 9. If any of these numbers is present in her 4 personal numbers, her power number, or a nickname she may use, then that vibration is already present in her life. Her 4 personal numbers are 12 or 3, 29 or 11 or 2, 41 or 5, and 37 or 1. Her power number is 78 or 15 or 6. From the missing group of 6, 8, and 9, we can eliminate the 6, which she has as a power number. So Ada is only missing numbers 8 and 9. The qualities represented by these numbers must be incorporated into her life. Remember that in addition to the personal numbers and the power number, a nickname or some other name change may fulfill a missing number vibration. Therefore, check all possible name and number combinations before deciding that you lack a certain number or numbers. In this case, master numbers can be reduced to fulfill vibrations. An 11 fulfills a 2 vibration, a 22 fulfills a 4, a 33 fulfills a 6, and a 44 fulfills an 8. Find your missing numbers, if any, and read the following delineations to determine what qualities must be built into your character. For further delineation, look up the number in Part 2. 1 as a missing number. You need to build in the qualities of leadership, courage, and daring. It is important that you learn to make decisions and take control of any given situation which requires your effort. You need to assert your individuality so that you will be heard and listened to. You must learn to be first and best at something and to step out into new and untried situations. Exert your pioneering instincts and dare to be yourself. 2. As a missing number. You must learn the fine art of cooperation, tact, and diplomacy. Working in partnership with another requires giving on your part. Learn to stay in the background when necessary. When you understand how another person thinks and feels, you can get in touch with your own emotions and feelings, because you can view the reaction you have upon others. By developing an awareness of opposites, you will enhance your own creative potentials. 3. As a missing number, you need to learn to express yourself. Develop your communicative talents by training yourself in the art of speaking through acting, elocution, foreign languages, and so forth, so that you can be an influence in the lives of others. You should develop a happy, optimistic outlook and spread enthusiasm and sunshine wherever you go. More socializing and entertaining are necessary in your life. Travel, broaden your mind, and examine new opportunities. Be aware of your appearance because this has a distinct influence upon those you meet. 4. As a missing number, you must develop an orderly, systematic lifestyle which produces a structured existence. You must translate your energies into tangible forms through hard work and discipline. Budget finances and keep accounts in order. Become thrifty and practical, steady and reliable. Use reason to arrive at conclusions. Learn what it means to be the salt of the earth, because your life needs a strong foundation set upon the cornerstone of order, logic, and hard work. 5. As a missing number, you need to learn to adjust to changes and to become more versatile. You must develop your freedom, physically, mentally, and spiritually, so that the more adventurous side of your nature can express itself. You need to travel and socialize with many types of individuals so that your own perspective on life can be enhanced and broadened. Develop your mind and learn to communicate effectively with others. Your mind is your greatest resource and should be utilized to its fullest potential. 6. As a missing number, you must express more love for others. 6 is the domestic vibration, and the lack of it indicates a need to deepen ties of affection with those in your immediate family and environment. You should develop a personal sense of responsibility for those who depend upon you, and a social sense of responsibility for the welfare of those in your community. By becoming aware of the needs of others, you increase your ability to see both sides of an issue, and therefore sharpen your talent for making keen judgments. This acute sense of balance heightens your artistic sense and may help you realize hidden creative abilities. The artist in you may then emerge. 7. As a missing number, you need to develop your mind and your intuitive and philosophical side. You must abandon the material world on occasion and learn to go within yourself, to meditate and ponder upon the substance of your being. Trips alone into the countryside or to the seashore should be part of your yearly schedule. During these isolated periods, your creative imagination can roam freely to explore the world of thought. Develop your perceptions so that you will not be fooled by outward appearances. Study philosophy, religion, and metaphysics to expand your mind. 8. As a missing number, you should channel your energies into the material world to attain a position of leadership. Develop your business sense. Your role should be that of the big boss, the executive who organizes and manages big business. Your ambition should carve a niche for you in the financial world where wealth can be easily accrued. This number bestows strength and will, and by using these qualities, you could easily become an outstanding athlete. The proper use of this vibration will bring you recognition in either the financial or sports world, because, by embracing its gifts, you have the strength and determination to overcome all obstacles and attain your goals. 9. As a missing number, you must become the universalist, the humanitarian whose primary concern is for the welfare of others. You should develop breadth of thinking and universal love for others. Close personal ties may have to take second place to your first priority, which is sharing your spiritual knowledge with the world and inspiring those whose lives seem dark and hopeless. You must become an example for others through your compassionate and sympathetic nature. Allow no limits upon your thinking. Dare to dream the highest dream and perform the impossible task. Become charitable, loving, and understanding.
Lady Liberty here for Grocery Outlet. Yes, that Lady Liberty. Big torch, big heart. So here's the big announcement.
All this July, team up with your local grocery outlet to fight hunger in our community and save on groceries. Donate $5 and get a coupon for $5 off your next purchase of $25 or more.
Give 5, get 5. All July. Let's declare independence from hunger.
Grocery outlet, bargain market.
Valid only on qualifying purchases. See store for details.
6. The life of Edgar Cayce. We will demonstrate through the life of the famous psychic Edgar Cayce how the processes described in the previous chapters of this book can be implemented to delineate an individual's life. Rather than begin at birth and work through his entire life, we have chosen some of the major events in Cayce's biography. Through them, we will establish the validity of the divine triangle as a blueprint of his life. We will present only basic biographical information, because Edgar Cayce is well known, and written material on his life is plentiful. Edgar Cayce was born near Hopkinsville, Kentucky on March 18, 1877. Although poor and uneducated, he was to become a beloved figure known as the Sleeping Prophet. A deeply religious man, he lived a devout Christian life and used his remarkable psychic talents to benefit others. Putting himself into a trance, Cayce would diagnose the illnesses of those who consulted him and then recommend treatments and cures. He also possessed the ability to read the Akashic records. It is said that every sound, thought, and vibration since the beginning of time is registered on these records, including the first sound vibration, which called forth manifestation. Based on the Akashic records of those individuals who applied for such a reading, he brought out information on their past lives that was useful in their present incarnation. In this way, he helped thousands of people regain their health and conduct their lives in more constructive patterns. Edgar Cayce expressed his belief that the name indicates the soul's place in evolution. He said in reading number 281-31, "Each entity, each soul, is known in all the experience through its activities, as a name to designate it from another. It is not only then a material convenience, but it implies a definite period in evolution of the experience of the entity in the material plane." In reading number 261-15, he says, "As related to individuals, these each vibrate to certain numbers according to their name, their birth date. Then when these appear, they become either as strengths or as losses or as helps or as change. But they are rather as the signs or the omens, and may be given as warnings, in any manner that they may be constructive in the experience of the individual." In reading number 311-3, he says, "In any influence will a self, the ego, the I am, is the greater force to be dealt with. But as numbers do influence, a knowledge of same certainly gives an individual a foresight into relationships." We chose Edgar Cayce to demonstrate the application of double-digit numerology and the divine triangle because his life clearly demonstrates the truth of the above quotes. By delineating Edgar Cayce's name and birth date, we arrive at his 4 personal numbers: soul number 12 or 3, outer personality number 33, path of destiny number 45 or 9, and his life lesson number 44. Soul number 12 or 3. This is a very high spiritual vibration. It represents a conscientious individual who is innately aware of our spiritual relationship to God and who has a great desire to help others. Through his ideals, Cayce was inspired to dedicate his life to the betterment of humanity. He had a heartfelt interest in all who sought his advice, and his greatest desire was to help them find health and happiness. He taught the value of prayer and meditation, and practiced this in his own life. For many, he was a living example of a truly spiritual human being. Outer personality number 33. 33 is a master number which carries an almost Christ-like vibration. In his outer physical life, Cayce worked constantly, giving both diagnostic and life readings through which he brought out the theory of reincarnation and revealed knowledge of astrology and numbers as related to the lives of human beings. He interpreted the Bible as well. Because he was seen by many as a savior, he felt the need and obligation to work for the good of others, even though his own fortunes would suffer. Path of destiny. Number 45 or 9. This number indicates that his mission in life was highly spiritual and mystical. He was not satisfied with worldly success alone. This path of destiny number signifies one who loves to teach and serve others. It endowed Casey with the courage and fortitude to face the changes and emergencies in his life, giving him faith that everything would work out with God's help and guidance. This number also indicates one who is willing to work hard, even at the expense of his own health. Casey's theme seemed to be, "Let me ever be a channel of blessings today now to those I contact in every way." The life lesson number 44. This number, derived from the birth date, indicates what a person should learn in this life. This master number 44 is called Atlas. In mythology, Atlas supports the heavens on his shoulders. In other words, Casey would take responsibility for others, attend faithfully to duty, and make the best of any situation which had to be met. He possessed common sense and foresight in order to make fair judgments. He was very understanding in his dealings with others, anxious to please and help in any possible way. He believed that service was the way toward mastership, and his life and works are ample proof of this. To choose which numbers are important in the delineation of events in a lifetime, select those that coincide with the four personal numbers. In our example, 12 or 3, 33, 45 or 9 and 44. The personal numbers are activated whenever they are energized by corresponding numbers. Thus, a 12 or 3 event would energize Casey's 12 or 3 soul number, as would any type of 3, a single 3, a 21, a 30, a 39, etc. Therefore, any variation of 3, 6, 8, or 9 would activate the corresponding personal number. However, it would activate it according to the double-digit variation. In addition, it seems that often one's master numbers, for example Casey's 33 and 44, are triggered by any of the four master numbers, 11, 22, 33, 44, or by their base digits, 2, 4, 6, and 8. To see how Casey's life is reflected in his numerological blueprint, we examine each 9-year cycle in 2 ways. First, we will look at the correlations between events in his life and the experiences under the major process and the minor process which are operating during each 9-year cycle. Secondly, we can see whether any of the events correspond with the personal year and the 3 4-month period numbers also operating during that time. We will discuss here only the most significant events of Casey's life. We will, however, list all the experiences under the major and minor process for each 9-year cycle. In addition, we will list each personal year and that year's division into the 3 4-month periods. You will then have before you all the temporary numbers which affected Casey throughout his life, even though we will discuss here only the most significant events of his life. Age, birth to 9. To calculate the experiences of Edgar Casey's first 9 years by the major process, see Figure 6. We will work with the number in the center of the square, 19 or 1, the number on the side of the triangle, 3, the number in the center of the triangle, 44, and the ages at each end of line AB, 0 and 9. 0 plus 1 is 1, 9 minus 1 is 8. At ages 1 and 8, Casey had a 19 or 1 experience. 0 plus 3 is 3. 9 minus 3 is 6. At ages 3 and 6, Casey had a 3 experience. 0 plus 8 is 8. 9 minus 8 is 1. At ages 8 and 1, Casey had a 44 experience. To calculate the experiences by the minor process, we work with the numbers in the center of the square, 19 or 1, on the side of the triangle, 3, and on the first line, 5, and the ages at either end of line, AB. 0 plus 5 is 5. 5 plus 3 is 8. At age 5, Casey had an 8 experience. 9 minus 5 is 4. 5 plus 19 is 24 or 6. At age 4, Casey had a 24 or 6 experience. We do not have much information about Casey's first 9 years. We do know that, according to his mother, even as a small child he saw and talked with invisible playmates. At age 4, the death of a much-loved grandfather proved to be a very emotional experience. A few months later, he claimed that his grandfather appeared and talked with him. This occurred under a minor process 24 or 6 experience, a love and family vibration. On the period table at age 4, all basic numbers are energized. Here are the calculations for the yearly periods from birth to 9. Ages 9 to 18. To calculate the experiences of these years by the major process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 19 or 1, the number on the side of the triangle, 3, and the number in the center of the triangle, 44, and the age at each end of line BC, 9 and 18. 9 plus 1 is 10. 18 minus 1 is 17. At ages 10 and 17, Casey had a 19 or 1 experience. 9 plus 3 is 12. 18 minus 3 is 15. At ages 12 and 15, Casey had a 3 experience. 9 plus 8 is 17. 18 minus 8 is 10. At ages 10 and 17, Casey had a 44 experience. To calculate the experiences by the minor process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 19 or 1, the number on the side of the triangle, 3, the number on the line, 4, and the ages on each end of line BC, 9 and 18. 9 plus 4 is 13. 4 plus 19 is 23 or 5. At age 13, Casey had a 23 or 5 experience. 18 minus 4 is 14. 4 plus 3 is 7. At age 14, Casey had a 7 experience. At age 10, in a 45 or 9 personal year, Casey began work as a church sexton. This year corresponds to his path of destiny number, 45 or 9, and the experiences of this particular time were indicative of his future path. At the age of 12 or 13, Casey was playing in one of his favorite spots by a brook. He sat down to read the Bible, which he always kept with him. He turned to the book of Judges, 13 verses 2 through 22, to read about the vision of Manoah, and while perusing the passage, he heard a strange sound, saw a bright light, and then heard a voice saying, "Your prayers have been heard. What would you ask that I may grant your wish?" Casey answered, "Just that I may be helpful to others, especially children who are ill, and that I may love my fellow man." The next day, he could not keep his mind on his schoolwork. Because his spelling was unsatisfactory, his teacher made him stay after school and write a misspelled word on the blackboard 500 times. That night, his father decided to drill him on the spelling homework, but Casey did not do well. It was late, and he was getting sleepy. Just then, Edgar seemed to hear a voice within him saying, "Sleep a little, and we may help you." He laid his head on the spelling book and slept for a few minutes. When he awoke, he knew how to spell every word in the entire book. This is his story of how universal consciousness came to him. A few days later, he was hit by a baseball. He returned home, dazed, and asked his mother to make a certain poultice for the back of his head. She did, and in the morning he was well. This was his first insight into successful health prescriptions. During these 2 years, his basic soul number, 12 or 3, was being activated. At age 12, he had a major process 3 experience on the blueprint, and at age 13, he was in a 39 or 3 personal year. During that 39 or 3 personal year, he experienced a 12 or 3 period number between November and March, which energized again his soul number, and illustrated graphically how his inner talents and abilities from past lifetimes were being filtered into his consciousness. At age 15, Casey quit school and went to work on a farm. At this time, he was also under a major process 3 experience on the blueprint, which showed that his latent talents were being awakened. Perhaps a formal education would have disturbed his growing psychic talents. Also on the period table, this occurred under a 17 or 8 4-month period. This relates to his life lesson number, 44. Basically, the 8, a master number, 44, reduced, means that the serious business of the life lesson is being energized. 8 is a disciplinary number, and it means that work and responsibility are now necessary for accomplishment. Here are the calculations for the yearly periods 9 to 18, which reflect the portion of Casey's life described above. Ages 18 to 27. To calculate the experiences by the major process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 19 or 1, the number on the side of the triangle, 3, and the number in the center of the triangle 44, and the ages at each end of line CD 18 and 27. 18 plus 1 is 19. 27 minus 1 is 26. At ages 19 and 26, Casey had a 19 or 1 experience. 18 plus 3 is 21. 27 minus 3 is 24. At ages 21 and 24, Casey had a 3 experience. 18 plus 8 is 26. 27 minus 8 is 19. At ages 19 and 26, Casey had a 44 experience. To calculate the experiences by the minor process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 19 or 1, the number on the side of the triangle, 3, and the ages at each end of line CD, 18 and 27, and the number on the third line, 7. 18 plus 7 is 25. 7 plus 3 is 10 or 1. At age 25, Casey had a 10 or 1 experience. 27 minus 7 is 20. 7 plus 19 is 26 or 8. At age 20, Casey had a 26 or 8 experience. At age 18, Casey met Dwight L. Moody, an itinerant evangelist, whose advice changed the course of his life. The event occurred in a 44 personal year. By the minor process, we find Casey had a 26 or 8 experience at age 20, the year he fell in love and proposed marriage to Gertrude Evans. Not only does the 8 correspond with the life lesson number, 44 reduced, but also 26 or 8 is the number of karma. Their marriage was definitely karmic, as revealed in later readings which depicted their past incarnations together. It was destined for both of them to work out their former lives in their present relationship. Here are the calculations for the yearly periods, ages 18 to 27, which reflect that portion of Casey's life. When Casey was 22, he obtained a job as a traveling salesman. This was during a 12 or 3 period. After some months, he became ill and decided to return to Hopkinsville. He was unable to speak above a whisper, the story goes, and a traveling hypnotist, hearing of the case, suggested using hypnotism to determine the cause of the ailment. Casey underwent hypnosis easily and talked naturally while under its influence. He described his own condition as a partial paralysis of the vocal cords and also prescribed the cure. He said, "The body should increase circulation to the affected part for a short time." To everyone's surprise, his throat turned red, then redder, until Casey said in a clear voice, "Suggest that the circulation return to normal and the body awaken." This was a turning point in a technique that he was to develop and use countless times to help others. He was now 24 years old. He was operating under a major process 3 experience, activating his soul number 12 or 3. There was also in operation a 17 or 8 period number which corresponded to his life lesson number 44. He moved to Bowling Green, Kentucky at age 25 and took a position in a bookstore. Stories of his strange gift were spreading. At this time in his life, he was asked to give a reading for a school superintendent's 5-year-old daughter. Her mind had stopped developing, and she suffered various other ailments. Many doctors had been consulted, but none could find a way to help the child. Casey agreed to give a reading, and while in trance, he related the cause and prescribed the treatment for the ailment. He found that the child had struck her spine when she stepped down from a carriage. This had caused an impingement of some nerves. After a few treatments, she could talk again, and eventually, she returned to normal. This was another turning point in Casey's life, as news of this remarkable case spread swiftly. Notice the minor process 10 or 1 experience in indicating a turn for the better, at the same time as he was experiencing a 33 personal year, which corresponded to his outer personality number. Increased public attention would require increased responsibilities. Casey married Gertrude Evans on June 17, 1903. He was 26. The wedding occurred during a 21 or 3 period number, relating to his soul number 12 or 3. He was also under a 44 experience on the blueprint, a number which ties in with his life lesson number. In addition, his wedding date matches his path of destiny number, 45 or 9. June 17, 1903 reduces to 6 plus 17 plus 13, equaling 36 or 9. All nines relate to emotional experiences, and the 36-9 particularly brings added responsibility. Ages 27 to 36. To calculate the experiences by the major process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 42 or 6, the number on the lower side of the triangle, 18 or 9, and the number in the center of the triangle, 44, and the ages at each end of line DE, 27 and 36. 27 plus 6 is 33. 36 minus 6 is 30. At age 30 and 33, Casey had a 42 or 6 experience. 27 plus 9 is 36. 36 minus 9 is 27. At ages 27 and 36, Casey had an 18 or 9 experience. 27 plus 8 is 35. 36 minus 8 is 28. At ages 28 and 35, Casey had a 44 experience. To calculate the experiences by the minor process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 42 or 6, the number on the lower side of the triangle, 18 or 9, the number on line DE, 1, and the ages at each end of line DE, 27 and 36. 27 plus 1 is 28. 1 plus 42 is 43 or 7. At age 28, Casey had a 43 or 7 experience. 36 minus 1 is 35. 1 plus 18 is 19 or 1. At age 35, Casey had a 19 or 1 experience. On March 16, 1907, 2 days before Casey's 30th birthday, a son, Hugh Lynn, was born. This date falls under a 19 or 1 period number, a number which is known as a love number. Because it is a basic one, it shows a new beginning coming into his life. As his 30th birthday arrived, he came into a 38 or 11 personal year with a 20 or 2 period. These 2 base digit numbers activate his 2 master numbers, his 33 outer personality number and his 44 life lesson number. This was a time of far-reaching importance, as the numbers energized most areas of his blueprint and number table. Also, at age 30, under the major process, we find Casey under the influence of the 42 or 6 experience. The 6 corresponded to the base digit of his master number 33. Any 6 means some kind of domestic or home condition change. Not only did the 42 or 6 vibration operate in this relationship, but Hugh Lynn helped to maintain his father's image in the world, thereby fulfilling the outer personality tie between the time of his birth and the period under which his father was operating at the time. Note that there is no exact cutoff date between one period and another, as events can occur shortly before the new period begins. Also, Hugh Lynn's life lesson number, 36 or 9, tied in with his father's path of destiny, number 45 or 9. This has been confirmed over the years. From 1940 to the present, this son has been the prime factor in promoting the work of the Edgar Cayce Foundation and in building the organization into the successful entity it now is. At age 33, an article about Cayce's ability, published in the New York Times, gave him nationwide publicity. Not only did his age, 33, correspond to his outer personality number at the time of this event, but he was also operating under a 17 or 8 period number, which tied in with his life lesson number, 44. He was also working in a major process 42 or 6 experience, thus activating his outer personality number again. He was working in the limelight now, and his public image became an issue in his life. He was learning the lessons that accompanied this unexpected fanfare. The following year, a second child was born and died. His wife, Gertrude, became ill with tuberculosis. His reading saved her life and convinced Cayce of their value. This same year, at age 34, he was investigated by Dr. Munsterberg of Harvard University. These events all occurred during a 33 personal year, which is also his outer personality number. He was required to fulfill a role others expected of him. Here are the calculations for the yearly periods, ages 27 to 36, which relate to the experiences of Cayce's life described above. Ages 36 to 45. To calculate the experiences by the major process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 42 or 6, the number on the lower side of the triangle, 18/9, the number in the center of the triangle, 44, and the ages at each end of line EF, 36 and 45. 36 plus 6 is 42. 45 minus 6 is 39. At ages 39 and 42, Casey had a 42 or 6 experience. 36 plus 9 is 45. 45 minus 9 is 36. At ages 36 and 45, Casey had an 18 or 9 experience. 36 plus 8 is 44. 45 minus 8 is 37. At ages 37 and 44, Casey had a 44 experience. To calculate the experiences by the minor process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 42 or 6, the number on the lower side of the triangle, 18 or 9, the ages at each end of line EF, 36 and 45, and the number on line EF, 18 or 9. 36 plus 9 is 45. 18 plus 18 is 36 or 9. At age 45, Casey had a 36 or 9 experience. 45 minus 9 is 36. 18 plus 42 is 60 or 6. At age 36, Casey had a 60 or 6 experience. The year Casey was 37, his son Hugh Lynn, then 6 years old, injured his eyes while playing. Doctors recommended the removal of one eye and were apprehensive about saving the other. The little boy asked his father for a reading, which was given. A method was prescribed for saving his eyes and restoring sight. Following his father's advice, Hugh Lynn recovered entirely. He still has very good eyesight today. This same year, Casey himself underwent an appendectomy. These events occurred under a major process 44 experience, which is his life lesson number. In the last days before Casey's birthday in 1918, another son, Edgar Evans, was born. The date was February 9th, 1918, which yielded a 30 or 3 life lesson number for the new child. Casey was then ending a 39 or 3 personal year and a 21 or 3 period number, and entering a 24 or 6 period number, which tied in his soul and outer personality numbers during that period of time. With a 30 or 3 life lesson, the new son's destiny was woven in with his father's soul number. We have found that quite often families express the same number patterns. Here are the calculations for the yearly periods, ages 36 to 45, which relate to the experiences of Casey's life described above. Ages 45 to 54. To calculate the experiences by the major process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 42 or 6, the number on the lower side of the triangle, 18 or 9, the number in the center of the triangle, 44, and the ages at each end of line FG, 45 and 54. 45 plus 6 is 51. 54 minus 6 is 48. At ages 45 and 51, Casey had a 42 or 6 experience. 45 plus 9 is 54. 54 minus 9 is 45. At ages 45 and 54, Casey had an 18 or 9 experience. 45 plus 8 is 53. 54 minus 8 is 46. At ages 46 and 53, Casey had a 44 experience. To calculate the experiences by the minor process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 42 or 6, the number on the lower side of the triangle, 18 or 9, the ages at each end of line FG, 45 and 54, and the number on line FG, 5. 45 plus 5 is 50. 5 plus 18 is 23 or 5. At age 50, Casey had a 23 or 5 experience. 54 minus 5 is 49. 5 plus 42 is 47 or 11. At age 49, Casey had a 47 or 11 experience. At age 46, after much traveling, Casey returned to Selma, Alabama to give readings as his life work. At this time, he obtained the secretarial services of Gladys Davis. That same year, he moved to Dayton, Ohio to work with Arthur Lammers to give readings on mind and soul, as well as illness. Thus began his life readings with information on reincarnation, numerology, astrology, and similar subjects. The year was 1923. Casey was working under his life lesson number 44, activated by a 44 experience under the major process on the blueprint. Casey's readings advised that a move to Virginia Beach, Virginia would be helpful in many ways. There, he could build a hospital to give the treatments prescribed. More and more people became interested in Casey's work. Morton Blumenthal, a man with much influence, made arrangements for the family to move to Virginia Beach. Casey was 48 years old. During this period, a major process experience on the blueprint was in action, activating his outer personality number 33. Because of the outer evidence of his abilities, he was aided by a prestigious individual. The hospital opened on November 11th, 1928, a day with a 42 or 6 vibration. Casey was also under a major process 42 or 6 experience at that time, which activated his outer personality number, 33. The 42 or 6 is a strongly religious number oriented toward helping others. In 1931, Casey realized that the hospital was failing and subsequently had to be discontinued. This was one of the saddest times of Casey's life, for his hopes had been so high. Casey was in a 35/8 personal year, which activated his 44 life lesson number. Although he experienced some disappointments that year, it was also a year which gave birth to an event perhaps more significant than he had imagined: the incorporation of the Association for Research and Enlightenment in July. This event occurred under the number 22 in Casey's chart, period number for July to November 1931. This is the master number of the material plane, showing a down-to-earth and business-like vibration. Although only a few hundred members were enrolled in the association in 1931, it now has over 10,000 active participants. Here are the calculations for the yearly periods, ages 45 to 54, which relate to the experiences of Casey's life discussed above. Ages 54 to 63. To calculate the experiences by the major process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 35 or 8, the number on the side of the triangle, 23 or 5, the number in the center of the triangle, 44, and his age at each end of line GH, 54 and 63. 54 plus 8 is 62. 63 minus 8 is 55. At ages 55 and 62, Casey had a 35 or 8 experience. 54 plus 5 is 59. 63 minus 5 is 58. At ages 58 and 59, Casey had a 23 or 5 experience. 54 plus 8 is 62. 63 minus 8 is 55. At ages 55 and 62, Casey had a 44 experience. To calculate the experiences by the minor process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 35 or 8, the number on the side of the triangle, 23 or 5, the number on the line GH, 4, and the ages at each end of line GH, 54 and 63. 54 plus 4 is 58. 4 plus 35 is 39 thirds. At age 58, Casey had a 39 or 3 experience. 63 minus 4 is 59. 4 plus 23 is 27 or 9. At age 59, Casey had a 27 or 9 experience. When Casey was 55, the family moved again, this time to a house on Arctic Circle. This was to be his permanent home for the rest of his life. It was there, in June of 1932, that the first Congress of the Association was held, an annual event that has continued to this day. We can see that it was a karmic experience that the first Congress occurred during a 36 or 9 year, which activated Casey's Path of Destiny number 9 and his life lesson number 44. Mrs. Casey's mother died the same year that Edgar Evans Casey entered college. When Casey was 60, his father died. When he was 62, a man named Thomas Sugrue came to live with the Casey family. Although Mr. Sugrue was ill, he wrote a biography of Edgar Casey after living with him for 2 years. The book is called There Is a River and was published in 1942. When Casey was 63 years old, an office was added to the Casey residence, providing him with the privacy he needed for his readings. It is significant that the yearly table showed his life lesson number, 44, overshadowing the whole year, while the period numbers 5, 22, and 8 indicated change, 5, then great progress materially, 22, and finally the carrying out of the basic 8, his life lesson number 44 reduced, which vibrationally pervaded many dominant periods throughout his life. By that time, Hugh Lynn had taken over management of the association, and Casey was quite content to be free of that responsibility. Here are the calculations for the yearly periods, ages 54 to 63, which relate to the experiences of Casey's life mentioned above. ages 63 to 72. To calculate the experiences by the major process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 35 or 8, the number on the side of the triangle, 23 or 5, the number in the center of the triangle, 44, and the age at each end of line HI, 63 and 72. 63 plus 8 is 71. 72 minus 8 is 64. At age 64 and 71, had he not died, he had a 35 or 8 experience. 63 plus 5 is 68. 72 minus 5 is 67. At age 67 and 68, had he not died, he had a 23 or 5 experience. 63 plus 8 is 71. 72 minus 8 is 64. At age 64 and 71, had he not died, he had a 44 experience. To calculate the experiences by the minor process, we work with the number in the center of the square, 35 or 8, the number on the side of the triangle, 23 or 5, the number on line HI, 7, and the ages on each end of line HI, 63 and 72. 63 plus 7 is 70. 7 plus 23 is 30 or 3. At age 70, Casey would have had a 30 or 3 experience. 72 minus 7 is 65. 7 plus 35 is 42 or 6. At age 65, Casey had a 42 or 6 experience. According to the major process calculations, Casey's basic number 8, 44 reduced, is activated twice, indicating that this was a time for him to experience his life lesson. At age 65, the Search for God books became available. These books are still used by all associations' study groups, both in the United States and abroad. Here are the calculations for the yearly periods, ages 63 to 67, which relate to the experiences of Casey's life mentioned above. A personal year runs from birth date to birth date. Thus, Casey was still in his 1944 year when he died. The actual death date was January 3rd, 1945, a 23 or 5 experience. Casey's last reading was given September 17, 1944, during a 26 or 8 period. On January 3, 1945, Casey's work in the physical body was completed. He died at 67 years and 10 months of age, in a 39 or 3 personal year and a 21 or 3 period number, which shows that the transition occurred under his soul number, 12 or 3. Even after his death, Casey's influence is still felt by many. Some of his predictions have been fulfilled, some have not yet occurred. The Association for Research and Enlightenment continues to thrive, and in 1956 was able to buy back the old hospital building in Virginia Beach. This is now the location of the headquarters, and it is open to the public. In 1975, a beautiful new library was opened, dedicated to the work of the association. Within its doors can be found all the information from Casey's readings, sorted and filed in encyclopedic form, thus making available the vast information which came through the instrumentality of one man, Edgar Casey. 7. Bible symbology. The Bible is a veritable mine of number symbology. Both the Old and New Testaments reveal, by use of numbers, depth of meaning and hidden concepts which commonly escape the casual reader. The Zohar, a collection of mystical Kabbalistic writings, states that the universe was created by 3 forms of expression: numbers, letters, and words. The letters in all alphabets represent definite powers. To study the vibratory value of numbers and letters is to study the divine creative energies in various degrees of manifestation. Every name in the Bible describes a deeper meaning regarding the person or place to which it applies. Similarly, certain words are made to have hidden significance. Old Testament. To read through the Old Testament, the Torah, Kabbalah, and other sacred Hebraic writings, is to become well aware of how the Hebrews used the science of names and numbers in their number-letter code. By this code, they wished to obscure their meanings from the uninitiate, and at the same time to reveal their inner teachings to the initiate. Each letter of the Hebrew alphabet has several meanings. For example, the letter Aleph, A, means life breath, power, source, while the letter Beth, B, means house, shelter, and so on with every letter. The symbology allowed hidden teachings to be evident to those who knew how to read the deeper message contained in the names of all persons and places described. Scholars could also penetrate the mask of allegory and receive or give divine guidance through numbers and letters. For example, the story of Cain slaying Abel is about fraternal rivalry, but symbolically the name Cain means body and materialistic human desires, while Abel stands for the soul and idealistic human nature. These characters were so named to warn that materialism would kill spiritual ideas. Hence, Cain was said to have killed Abel, Genesis 4, verse 8. Many biblical characters who reached periods of spiritual growth and development in their lives were given new names by divine direction. Thus, Abram became Abraham, Genesis 17, verse 5, and Sarah became Sarah, Genesis 17, verse 15. In both cases, the Hebrew He, H, a letter meaning light and having a vibration of 9, was added to the name to denote the attainment of spiritual light. New Testament writers also made name changes to point out an individual's spiritual progress. For example, Saul became Paul after his conversion to Christianity, Acts 9 verses 1 to 22 and 13 verse 9. This symbolized the removal of the Hebrew shin, S, and its replacement with the Hebrew pe, P. Shin means tooth or fang of a serpent. Pe means mouth. After this change, Saul became Paul, the spokesman for Christ, Acts 13 verse 9. As Proverbs 22 verse 1 states, "A good name is rather to be chosen than great riches." A further use of numbers in biblical language involves recounting the number of years a person lived, begat, and died. These numbers did not refer to the person's age in years, but rather to progress in spiritual attainment. The meaning of the name of the begotten indicated the development of a characteristic. Cycles also were indicated by the generations of descent. For example, from Adam to Noah there were 9 generations, and from Noah to Abraham there were also 9 generations. That made Noah the 9th from Adam, and Abraham the 9th from Noah. Adam had 3 sons, Cain, body, Abel, soul, and Seth, replacement for Abel to carry the spiritual light. In a parallel situation, Noah also had 3 sons, Shem, spirit, Ham, physical nature, and Japhet, mental nature. These names represented the growth of humanity in consciousness after 18 cycles of change. Abram meant father, while Abraham implied the added faith in God which he had come to realize. At 99 years of age, Abraham begat Isaac, whose name meant joy in divine sonship. Isaac begat Jacob, whose name meant illumination through unfolding soul. Jacob's 12 sons, Genesis 35 verses 22 to 27, refer to the 12 types of consciousness represented by the 12 character types in the signs of the zodiac. To study the whole Bible in this light is to have a lifetime of fascinating discovery. It can be said that Hebrew, more than any other language, offers us a great opportunity to study the profound power and significance of names. Here is a short list of keywords for the numbers in biblical times. 0. Source before manifestation. 1. God, the one immutable divine unity. 2. Duality, human, not divine. 3. Attributes of 1 plus 2 equals 3, union of divine and human qualities. 4. The idea of solidity, steadfastness. 5. Humanity with its 5 developed senses. 6. Equilibrium, fitness, peace. 7. Humanity's septenary nature, cyclic fullness. 8. Accumulation, strength, power, augmentation. 9. Consolidation, conservation, humaneness. The true mission of the 9 is to serve as a minister of God on earth. 10. God and humanity, Father-Mother deity, completion. Modern numerology has grown partly from these concepts. The numbers and letters reflect meanings from the past, coupled with many added spiritual interpretations. Meanings of our names today have deep significance and can be delineated letter by letter and number by number as we attain cycles of expression year by year in our own lives. These are fully explained in earlier chapters of this book. 0. Genesis, which means first cause, relates to the primordial source. The first few verses of Genesis pertain only to the one God as divine creator, who brings the world into existence out of the void or from the unmanifest. 1. Let there be light. Genesis 1 verse 3. The first spiritual emanation was light. If our soul continues to follow the light, we will get back to our source. 1 stands for a beginning, a new start, and unity. 2. And God divided the light from the darkness. Genesis 1 verse 4. In 2 there is duality, day and night, heaven and earth, man and woman, and all pairs of opposites. Thus, the development of choice began between good and evil, true and false, and positive and negative. Pythagoras says, 2 is the imperfect condition into which being falls when it becomes detached from the monad, God. Manly Hall in the Mystical Christ states, when the eyes of the both are opened, the sight of the soul is obscured. 3. The first Trinity, Adam and Eve and child. Thus 3 means manifestation and expansion. Other trinities survive in our world, body, soul, and spirit, and the 3 divisions of mind, conscious, subconscious, and superconscious. 4. Many biblical references are taken from the cycles of the natural world. The symbology of the 4 seasons and 4 winds is embodied in Ezekiel's vision of the 4 living creatures: the face of a man, the face of a lion, the face of an ox, and the face of an eagle. Ezekiel 1 verses 5 to 14. These 4 relate to the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. The 4 elements appear symbolically as the birds of the air, the fish of the sea, the fire of the Lord, and the products of the earth. Genesis 2 verses 10 to 14 tells of the river out of Eden which parted into 4 heads. The rivers were named Pison, Gihon, Hiddekel, and Euphrates. Metaphysically, these names mean spirit, fire, breath, air, body, earth, and blood, water. These symbolize spirit, mind, body, and soul, which are the 4 principles that vitalize the material body during the earth life. 5. Metaphysically, a river represents vital force. Human beings are the container of this force, as a garden symbolizes the body. The river of Genesis 2 verses 10 to 14, described under number 4, represents the flow of humanity itself throughout the earth, which divides and divides until it covers all the earth. The 5 is the number of humanity with our 5 developed senses. The 5 senses are introduced in the early chapters of Genesis to indicate that the senses are essential in human creation, and therefore 5 is the number of humanity. 5 plays an important part in the story of David and Goliath, and David chose 5 smooth stones out of the brook, and David took a stone and smote the Philistine Goliath in the forehead. The stone sunk into the forehead and he fell to the ground. 1 Samuel 17 verse 40. The 5 stones represent the spiritualization of David's senses. David believed in the indwelling God of love and had learned to depend upon the spiritual power within himself. According to a mystical legend, when David touched the 5 stones, they became as one stone, thus combining the total powers of his senses. The name Goliath means material power. Thus, the story is meant to demonstrate the power of the spiritual over the material. 6. The preparations for the emergence of humanity had all been made during the 5 days of creation. So on the 6th day, God made human beings. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. Genesis 1 verse 27. So 6 is associated with generation, motherhood, fatherhood, domesticity, and service. Home, family, and children are the concerns of 6. Human relationships and love abound. Moses, the first lawgiver, patterned the 10 Commandments after the Lord's example of creating the universe in 6 days. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. Exodus 20 verse 9. Therefore 6 is related to labor and service, as shown by the 6th sign of the zodiac, Virgo. Through love, the 6th sense is to be developed as people demonstrate their godliness. The book of Ruth is keyed to the number 6 and to love. In Ruth 3 verse 15, Boaz gives Ruth 6 measures of barley, symbolic of love and protection. 7 is the principal number in the Bible. It is used innumerable times, some say over 360, throughout both Old and New Testaments. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the 7th day and hallowed it. Exodus 20:10. 11. One of the most profound examples of the use of the symbolic number 7 is related to the fall of Jericho in the book of Joshua, 6 verses 1 to 20. And the Lord said unto Joshua, And ye shall compass the city, and go round about the city once. Thus shalt thou do 6 days. And the priest shall bear before the ark 7 trumpets of ram's horns. And the 7th day ye shall compass the city 7 times, and the priest shall blow with the trumpets. When they make a long blast with the ram's horn, and when ye hear the sound of the trumpet, all the people shall shout with a great shout, and the wall of the city shall fall down flat. It becomes evident that the fall of Jericho was not by warfare, but rather was by the principle of the 7. Victory was achieved by means of the positive vibration of sound, which had been built up to a tremendous power. 8. The mystery of the 8 is that of eternal and continuous spiral motion, which is constant throughout the universe. The life force currents sweep through the body in the form of a figure 8, following the cerebrospinal and the sympathetic nervous systems, like radiations of light. This is why in deep meditation one sees a real light within. The infinity symbol, the horizontal 8, means as above, so below. It is a symbol of power. In Genesis 17 verse 10, the rite and covenant of circumcision was to be performed on the 8th day of a man-child's life. This was considered one of the most important covenants between God and humanity. 9 is the ultimate, containing the forces of all the other numbers. It stands for a complete cycle of growth. The 9 generations from Adam to Noah and from Noah to Abraham indicate stages of growth and development. Noah was the 9th from Adam, and Abraham was the 9th from Noah. When Abram received his covenant from God and his new name, Abraham, he was 90 and 9 years old. Genesis 17 verses 1 to 5. Symbolically, his age reduces to a 9, to indicate that this was a period of time in which a spiritual cycle had been completed. The addition of the Hebrew He, H, to Abram's name carries a 9 vibration as well. New Testament. In the first 4 books of the New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the writers expressed their Christian teachings mostly by allegory and parable. These are meant to be interpreted in various ways. Some apply to the cosmic world as a whole, some to our solar system, some to the entire human race, and some to individuals. Since a person is called the microcosm within the macrocosm, an individual represents, in miniature, all that is, was, and will be. As in the Old Testament, symbology is used also to point out significant hidden meanings in names and numbers. The art and science of numerology is one of the most obvious methods employed, although a deep understanding of the basic meanings of numbers is necessary for a complete unraveling of inner meanings. The New Testament describes the path of faith. Faith is the conscious acceptance of wisdom and love. When faith is strong, the mind is at peace and the body is free of tension. Faith is a mystical conviction that God is presently a power within the individual. The instinct to believe is as strong as the instinct to survive, impelling one to search for a philosophy to sustain one's hopes and desires on the journey through life. It is said that primitive people were mystics by instinct, and that modern people are mystics by intuition. In Christian teachings, Christ is the revelation of the love and forgiveness of God. The Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 5 verse 17, is the code of mystic Christianity, and it is in the faithful heart that the sermon is understood. The 12 disciples of Jesus represent an extension of the 12 tribes of Israel. The 72 other disciples correspond to the 6 elders chosen from each of the original 12 tribes. The Pythagorean dodecahedron, a 12-sided symmetrical figure which can be compared to the 12 lines of the divine triangle, represents the universe as related to humanity. This indicates that the individual has within himself the potential of the 12 powers as they relate to the inherent attributes within the 12 signs of the zodiac. The search for knowledge is motivated by the desire to understand the self in relation to God. The New Testament writers symbolically applied all the basic numbers to express their ideas, but made more references to specific numbers relating to the sevenfold human body, to the divine potential of the human mind and soul, and to spiritual destiny. Many years elapsed between the writing of the Old and New Testaments, which allowed time for much expansion of human consciousness. As a result, many more meanings for the numbers had accrued. The use of symbolism had grown and was liberally employed as a means of revelation. One is the zero made more manifest. It is the self, independence, and unity. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. John 1 verse 1. One is the basis or cause of a beginning. It is a start, a creative idea for expression. Two encompasses all pairs of opposites, male and female, spirit and matter, heaven and hell. No man can serve two masters. Ye cannot serve God and mammon. Matthew 6 verse 24. There is always a choice to be made between the pairs of opposites. Thus we are warned that in duality there is danger. A house divided against itself shall not stand. Matthew 12 verse 25. But if two agree, it shall be done. Matthew 18 verse 19. 3 symbolizes the Trinity, triad and trine, the three dimensions. In a larger sense, the 3 stands for multiplication and growth. 3 of the disciples went with Jesus into the Garden of Gethsemane. They were Peter, James, and John. These 3 stand for light, life, and love. And Jesus went apart and prayed 3 times. Each time he returned to find them asleep. The inner meaning is that Jesus felt that light, life, and love were forsaking him, as he said in his prayer. Father, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, thy will be done. Matthew 26 verses 37 to 45, Mark 14 verses 32 to 41. Jesus asked Peter 3 times, Lovest thou me? John 21 verses 15 to 17. The 3 inquiries refer to love on the 3 planes of consciousness, the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the superconscious mind. If 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. Matthew 18 verse 20. This also refers to the 3 parts of the mind, declaring that if all agree, the Christ power will prevail. The story of Jesus is a story of 3S. He rose after 3 days, and he was denied thrice by Peter. The fact that Jesus was crucified between 2 thieves is symbolic of the divided system of belief, which has stolen many of the true teachings. Christ sat down with the 12, a higher vibration of 3. Judas bargained for 30 pieces of silver, again a vibration of 3. 4 stands for law and order, measurement, the physical and material realms, reason, logic, the square and the cross. Whenever a number is made up of straight lines, it symbolizes the divine principle. Therefore, the 4 and the 7 are called sacred numbers. The symbols are the square and the cross. The cross is always a sacred symbol wherever found. Traditionally, the equal armed cross represented man. With the coming of Christ, the horizontal line of the cross was raised from the umbilical center to the heart center. It is not necessarily a Christian symbol. Other spiritual leaders have died on the cross, such as Krishna of India, Tamus of Syria, Jesus of the Druids, Mithra of Persia, and Quetzalcoatl of Mexico. And he was there in the wilderness 40 days tempted by Satan, and was with the wild beasts, and the angels ministered unto him. Mark 1 verse 13. 40 is used in a scripture to indicate a completed cycle of retreat from things of the world in preparation for something better to follow. On the morning of the 4th day after he died, Lazarus, meaning lack of spiritual understanding, lay in the tomb, bound hand and foot, with grave clothes wound around him. The 4th dawning day is when spiritual understanding shall release us from the grave of materialism and bring awakening to the one light. At the 4th watch, just as gray dawn was breaking, they beheld one walking on the water. Matthew 14, verse 25. This refers metaphorically to the dawning of Aquarian age, the age of community. 5 stands for mediation, understanding, and judgment. The ancients represented the world by the number 5, the explanation being that in 5 are represented the 4 elements earth, water, fire, and air, plus the 5th essence, ether or spirit. 5 became the number of humanity with the 5 developed senses. It is the great work of human beings to gain control over the 5 senses, after which the 6th sense, intuition, develops. The 5 wounds of Christ symbolize the suffering endured while in the flesh, which leads us to turn to God. In the parable of the 5 wise and the 5 foolish virgins, Matthew 25, verse 3, they that were foolish took their lamps and took no oil with them. But the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. The oil relates to the anointed, or those who had light. Human beings can choose the light or reject it by their actions. Interestingly, the word oil is a 9-powered word, which means a completed cycle of attainment. 6 is the number of balance, harmony, cooperation, marriage, connubiality, and beauty. And there were set there 6 water pots of stone, John 2 verse 6, for the wedding feast. A wedding represents love, as does the number 6, at its most blissful state in earthly consciousness. The 6 expresses universal love, for out of the sorrows of personal love, the soul awakens to the higher life which leads to illumination or adeptship. Jesus' first miracle changed 6 pots of water to wine. 7 is the number of rest, cessation but not ceasing, safety, and the full measure of the triad and the quaternary. One of the greatest heritages from the Christian scriptures is the 7-fold path of the Lord's Prayer. The 7 statements express the triad and the quaternary, Matthew 6 verses 9 to 13. 1. Our Father which art in heaven. 2. Hallowed be thy name. 3. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. 4. Give us this day our daily bread. And 5. Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. 6. Lead us not into temptation. 7. But deliver us from evil. The final statement, for thine is the kingdom, and the power and the glory forever, was added much later to symbolize return to the heavenly state. 8 stands for involution and evolution, for cycles of ebb and flow, infinity, rhythm, advancement, strength, and confidence. The 8 is not a primary number in the New Testament. Rather, we find the 8 figures heavily in the 8-fold path of the Buddha and in occult literature. 9 refers to completion, attainment, fulfillment, regeneration, and revelation. Many words in the Bible are used for their symbolic meanings and teachings mystically concealed. Bread and wine are usually linked together. Bread is a 3-powered word. Wine is a 6-powered word. Together they form a symbol of the 9 power of regeneration. Thus, the serving of bread and wine means that one is to partake of a regenerative process when taking communion. In the book of Revelation, there are 2 numbers whose meanings have caused much discussion. These 2 numbers, the 666 and the 144,000, both vibrate to a 9. The 144,000 who were sealed as members of the tribes of Israel refers to developed or saved humanity. The seal refers to the protective sign in their foreheads, Revelations 9 verse 4. The 666, described as the number of the beast, Revelations 13 verse 18, refers to humanity functioning at the materialistic, unregenerated level. Thus, these 2 numbers mystically refer to the evolution of humanity, either as lost, 666, or saved, 144,000. Humanity, symbolically called the hand of God, demonstrates the same principle. Hand is a 9-powered word and refers to humanity as one of God's helpers in bringing forth his kingdom. The 9 statements of blessing in the Sermon on the Mount, which show a completed cycle, represent the essence of the New Testament teaching that the greatest of all power is love. Love is a 9-powered word. He that loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love. 1 John 4 verse 8. God is love, and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God, and God in him. 1 John 4 verse 16. In the 9th hour, the hour of prayer, Christ on the cross said, "It is finished." John 19 verse 30. The numbers 12 and 13 hold a special place in both the Old and New Testaments. 12. There were 12 tribes of Israel who were the sons of Jacob. When Jacob gave his blessing to his 12 sons, he was referring not only to 12 individuals, but to the development of 12 attributes to be awakened in the human soul. These paralleled the 12 characteristics of the 12 signs of the zodiac, Genesis 49 verses 1 to 28, The work of these 12 sons dominated most of the Old Testament. Each tribe expressed the qualities of one sign of the zodiac and responded to a certain number. No tribe was wholly good or bad. These 12 signs and their corresponding numbers are operative in the lives of every individual. For each person indeed is a miniature universe. Jesus chose to have 12 apostles. These also relate in character to the 12 signs of the zodiac to make a complete gathering of types of people in the inner circle of followers of Jesus. Thus, the vibrational force under the number 12 belongs to the developed soul who has accumulated unusual inner strength through many and varied experiences. 13 is a number of special significance. Note that there were 12 apostles, but Jesus, the Christ, made a 13th member at the Last Supper. 12 is the number of solar months in the year, but 13 is the number of lunar months. While the solar vibrations are positive and creative in type, the lunar vibrations are negative and receptive in type. Each, as a reflection of God, is equally important. 13 means either death through degeneration or life and attainment through regeneration. There are no halfway measures in 13. It requires all or nothing. If 13 is your number, face it and win. Choose ye this day whom ye will serve. Joshua 24, verse 15. In Deuteronomy 30, verse 16, Moses said, "See, I have set before thee this day life and good, or death and evil. Therefore choose life, and both thou and thy seed shall live." Incarnation in the flesh represents the soul's burial in matter, where it loses the power it originally had in the ethereal realm, where it was created to be a companion to God. Eating of the tree of knowledge of good and evil leads to spiritual, not physical death. When the soul turns from God to self, it figuratively dies. We wander about on earth in the flesh as prodigal sons and daughters, victims of spiritual amnesia. The prodigal, even as you and I, went from the Father's home of his own free will. The Father did not send him. Both the Old and the New Testaments contain numerous instances of the use of numerological symbols in the form of parable and allegory. Because every number and letter has a dual meaning, hidden messages are discernible to readers who understand the number-letter codes employed in biblical times. In addition, there are 3 levels of meaning or knowledge which the reader can acquire. The first level comes through the conscious mind and applies to the material or physical world. The second level is absorbed through the subconscious mind and is acquired by means of parables and symbols. The third level deals with revelations on the superconscious plane of thought and affirms that we must rediscover who we are from within. The Bible is the story of humanity and its generations, growth and attainment, of its degeneration, the prodigal who left his father's house forgetful of his divinity, and of its regeneration through the possible path of return to the consciousness within which proclaims, "Thy will be done."
Need inspiration? Shop Ralph's for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Ralph's worth it every time. Ralph's, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on your favorites with the Buy 5 or More, Save $1 each sale. Simply buy 5 or more participating items and save $1 each with your card. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
Part 2. Double-digit delineations. Your way of success and happiness is hidden in your name and birth date, as well as the ways to overcome the difficulties found there. These paths must be hunted out, understood, and explained when analyzing a number chart, because the way to overcome obstacles lies alongside the indicators of success and happiness. It is always a question of action and reaction, whether the positive or the negative choice is taken. When you understand that you have choices, and you know what they are, you can conduct your life in such a way as to attain any goal you set for yourself. It is important that you choose a goal, and then examine the way your cosmic gifts have prepared you for its achievement. The meanings of the single digits are explicit. When the single digits are combined to form the double digits, they provide a more complete picture of how you will express your talents. The double digits show patterns of experience. They indicate destiny and point the way to success. These facets of your character cannot be discovered in detail except by careful consideration of the double numbers produced by your name and birth date. This is primarily a book on numerology, but since we use the double digits up through 78, which is the number of cards in the tarot deck, we are including brief excerpts of the tarot philosophy as a further dimension in understanding the numbers. The tarot keys symbolize ways of determining the strengths and weaknesses of dynamic life forces. Rich in symbolism, the tarot has from ancient times been used to help people understand the laws of the universe and our relation to these laws. The 22 keys of the major arcana relate a story of our lives, of how we are constituted and what our possibilities are. If we all studied and followed these laws, our lives would improve in consciousness and inner security. The 56 minor keys explain the many phases of human life and symbolize ways to face our dilemmas. The tarot also relates to areas of the zodiac, and for those students who wish to plumb the depths of astrology, we have included in the delineations the astrological assignments for each of the 78 numbers. In fact, the sciences of numerology, astrology, and the tarot coincide and confirm each other so perfectly that we have found it almost impossible to analyze a chart of any kind without somehow including concepts from each science to enhance our understanding of the chart. In their most exalted use, these three sciences will synthesize the knowledge contained in their rich symbolism so that we may apply it in our lives toward understanding our relationship with God. How to read your number. Suppose your number is 32 or 5. Read the delineation for the double number first, then read the delineation for the single digit that it reduces to. Keep in mind that it is the 2 working through the 3 to achieve the base number 5, which is synthesized in the 32 or 5 delineation. A 41 or 5 is an entirely different 5 vibration, with a 1 working through a 4 to achieve the base number 5. A number always has the same meaning, no matter where it appears in your chart, but the expression of its consciousness is determined by its position as your soul, outer personality, path of destiny, or life lesson number. Therefore, it is important to consider where the number is operating. If the vibration is your soul number, then you already possess those qualities. However, if it is your life lesson number, you do not possess these qualities, but are here to learn them. The numbers on the lines of the blueprint represent energies that will be activated at the time indicated. The same is true of the personal year number, the period number, and the personal months. Realize that the numbers indicate an energy which, when activated by your life pattern, will be molded into the space in which you find it. Work with the number in that space and use it for your fullest realization. If the number is your soul number, this is what you already are. If it is your outer personality number, this is how others see you. If it is your path of destiny number, this is what you must do. If it is your life lesson number, this is what you must lent. If the base number of the vibration you are working under matches the base number of one of your 4 personal numbers, then read your personal number as well as the variation. For example, if one of your personal numbers is a 37 or 1, and you are temporarily under a 28 or 1, read both numbers. 1. The major arcana. 1 as a personal number. Vibration. You are independent. You dislike restraint of any kind and need to feel free from all encumbrances so that your strong individuality may be expressed. You are here to build your own unique personality, which you can do only by exercising your will. As a result, you become a dominant force in any group to which you belong. Recognizing that you are a natural leader, other people will look to you for guidance and strength, so you will probably be at the head of your organization as a business executive, supervisor, or club president. You need to be first and best at whatever you do. Since you have a pioneering instinct, you are usually first, and because you have the courage to assert yourself, you are often the best. You will be a loner in some respects, because your assertiveness tends to alienate all but emotionally secure or dependent types. You will learn to make your own decisions and stand by them, regardless of what others think. Your leadership qualities set you apart and make you acutely aware of the weight of those splendid chains. This is the responsibility borne by those in charge. You will meet many new and different kinds of people in your lifetime, because you are always seeking new experiences and initiating new schemes. If you are a negative one, you have an overpowering ego. which makes you arrogant, selfish, and uncaring. You have no feeling for others and no regard for another person's point of view. Your stubbornness in pursuing your own path in the face of contrary evidence sets up a series of events that will lead to failure and loneliness. If you are a positive one and intellectually developed, you are quite original. Your keen, penetrating mind seeks many lines of expression, and your talents can manifest if you work as an inventor, designer, or leader in any creative field. Your inventiveness allows you to solve problems creatively and constructively. This process will make you a skillful individual who expresses definite views positively. You are the pioneer setting out into the wilderness to carve a new life for yourself. 1. As a temporary vibration. New beginnings, decisions, independence. The period you are now entering is a time to begin again, to make a new start. You have the ability to separate yourself from your environment and choose the path you want to take. You may be required to stand alone, to think for yourself, and to learn independence. The vibrations of one reveal the powers within, and now you must take the reins and determine your future course. If you have depended upon others in the past, you will realize that you can no longer do so. You should set long-range goals and begin taking steps to attain them. Later, when you look back, you will realize that the events of this period were the foundation stones of your new life. Set out to develop your talents and skills, promote your ideas, believe in yourself, and don't take no for an answer. Your most important experiences now will be those that you initiate. Therefore, you must be decisive and firm. Great strength and self-control are required. If you fix your attention on a goal, you will attain it because your consciousness has become an open channel of communication between your subconscious and your superconscious. The secret is concentration. Miracles can have control over all material affairs. Channel your thoughts into fertile areas where your mind's energies can set up patterns that can be transmitted to subliminal levels. The resulting subconscious reactions will bring about the desired results. Under a 1, you should be keenly aware that your results will be qualified by your real desires. A negative use of number 1 energies can set you on a headstrong course where you insist on having your own way, regardless of the consequences. Give your individuality free rein, but guide it wisely. Under this influence, don't be ruled by impulsiveness. Make your own plans because equal partnerships should be avoided now. Be selective in choosing friends and avoid superficial relationships. You may meet one new person who will figure importantly in your future. Experiment with the new and untried. Remain independent and decisive, and above all, have the courage to act on your dreams. Tarot symbolism. Key 1. The Magician. The magician represents the conscious mind, which by concentration and single-minded attention to a specific idea or goal can draw upon the forces from above. In this way, the idea or goal will take form and become a reality in the material world. By his posture, the central figure clearly indicates that he is merely a channel through which the life force flows. The identical ends of his wand graphically represent the axiom as above, so below. The horizontal figure 8 symbolizes the Holy Spirit, dominion, strength, and infinity. Since a horizontal line is the ancient symbol for matter, this glyph represents the conscious mind's control over earthly things when that mind directs the life energy through fixed attention upon a specific goal. The magician's undergarment, symbolizing the light of perfect wisdom, is encircled by the serpent of eternity biting its own tail. The red outer garment of passion and desire, which has no binding, may be slipped on and off at will. Thus, the conscious mind has perfect control. The garden is the subconscious mind cultivated by attention from the conscious mind. Red roses represent desires, while lilies represent purified thought, untinged by desire. Every moment of our waking consciousness is motivated and conditioned by some kind of desire, which must be elevated to a higher plane. The magician has at his disposal all the elements and their human counterparts. The cup, indicating water and the imagination. The sword, indicating air and the intellect. The pentacle, earth and the body. And the wand, fire, and will. These four objects represent the letters IHVH, which is the Hebrew word for God, and the letters INRI, Iesus Nazarenus Rex Judaeorum, which appear on the Christian cross. At this point, the God energy may be translated into the world of matter to bring about perfect manifestation and harmony. Astrological correspondence, Mars and Mercury. The planet Mercury is assigned to the magician, and Mars is assigned to the number 1. These two energies must be blended in order for the magician to complete his task. Mars, the red planet, supplies the fiery energy and the desire to create. Mercury is the mind, the channel through which the desire passes and the tool with which the concentration is enacted. Without the drive to accomplish, the mind is idle and useless. It needs the demanding, propelling force of Mars to spur it on to greater achievements. When Mercury and Mars act in unison, the number 1 individual draws upon an endless source of creativity and courage. He has the vision to see what can be done and the strength and fortitude to do it. 2. As a personal number vibration. The number 2 suggests more than one, and you, as a 2, are acutely conscious of others as opposed to yourself. Since you are socially aware of people, you tend to gather ideas and experience through others, so you would be a good diplomat, go-between, mediator, or peacemaker. Your best service is through cooperation, for your mild and gentle nature is appreciated and welcomed by all sides. You are not a forceful individual, and you often prefer to stay quietly in the background. Because you are extremely aware of pairs of opposites, you find choices difficult. By remaining unobtrusive and discreet, you sometimes avoid making decisions. This quality could be a liability, but you can make it an asset by becoming an arbitrator. Your ability to see both sides of a situation, coupled with your sincerity, is a winning combination. The number 2 also implies reflection and symmetry. Your imaginative powers are increased because you can see hidden aspects of beauty in life. Your ability to detach yourself and see separateness gives your creative and inventive potentials room to grow. When we look out into the world, we see what is in front and to the sides. We cannot see behind us without turning around. However, you seem to look into reality as in a mirror, seeing every detail, even those behind you which can be seen only with the mirror. You possess the all-seeing eye. If you are a negative 2, you lack self-confidence, and are therefore indecisive and afraid to make decisions. You can be deceitful or two-faced. You are oversensitive and easily depressed if your surroundings are unhappy. If you are a positive 2, you can be of great service to others because of your ability to settle situations amicably, and you may well become the power behind the throne. 2. As a temporary vibration, gestation, cooperation, diplomacy, self-knowledge. You are in a gestation period in which you must not assert yourself, but rather must await results. It is time to collect and assimilate the experiences of the past, giving them time to grow slowly. This is a secretive period in which your affairs, situations, and relationships are operating under an element of the unknown. You may not be aware of all the circumstances surrounding a particular situation, which may be in a fluctuating state. Therefore, you must maintain balance and equilibrium. Remain poised. There may be meetings, conversation, and comings and goings. You should be careful of what you say about your hopes and ambitions, for your words could be misconstrued by others, either unconsciously or deliberately. Use diplomacy in all your dealings, and be cautious about whom you talk with and whom you put your confidence in. Carelessness and tactlessness can cause problems in relationships, which could result in angry confrontations and deceptive acts. Be patient, considerate, tactful, and receptive to other people's ideas. Practice conciliation, but not at the expense of your integrity. This is a passive, receptive time in which to reflect and listen to the voice of your subconscious mind, which collects and files every piece of information it encounters. The subconscious is now potentially producing seeds that will cause either strife, dissension, disagreements and partings, or peace, cooperation, beauty, and coming together. If you exercise the positive side, you will have warm ties with other people. You can be a good mediator, go-between, or agent for peace. This is a good vibration for love affairs, but be careful because you are emotionally vulnerable. Under a 2, love affairs can come and go, so maintain that balance. The future may seem unclear during this period, because hidden energies are working that will surface later. Since choices are difficult under a 2, it is wiser to postpone important moves until your mind is more decisive. This is not a particularly good time for business ventures, again because of your indecisiveness. Memories are a prime motivation for your actions now. Don't become trapped in unhappy memories or unconscious past conditionings. Instead, use the stored wisdom from your past experiences to resolve snags in a partnership, mediation, or cooperative effort. We communicate with others through the subconscious. Memories stored in that subconscious determine our response to conditions, situations, and people. Examine your reactions to others now, for this period tests your ability to coexist. Telepathic communication may be intense, as you have a subconscious knowledge of the real meaning behind events that are mysterious to your conscious mind. Therefore, you must tune in to what is formulating in your mind during this time. Otherwise, you will remain in the dark. Number 2 is a two-way street, with ideas flowing between the inner self and the outer self. A negative use of 2 makes you act petty about trivial matters. You react emotionally to confrontations, withdrawing rather than trying to settle problems peaceably. Your emotions undermine your self-confidence and upset your equilibrium. This is a perfect time for creative people such as artists, composers, inventors, and mystics to expand their consciousness through various techniques, because 2 contains latent creative powers. It is a waiting period in which the seeds of creativity are planted in the subconscious to begin the process of growth and expansion. This is also a period of wisdom in which you can see the true I am of self by reflecting on your inner being. You should remain passive and receptive to the present active creative forces without vacillating or being oversensitive or withdrawn. Calm, silent contemplation of the creative potential within will help you produce exquisitely beautiful art forms, innovative ideas, and unique solutions to everyday problems. Tarot symbolism. Key 2. The High Priestess. The High Priestess symbolizes the subconscious mind, the receptive, reproductive, and form-building power within the human organism. The curtain behind the figure connects the 2 pillars of light and darkness. As the balancing power between pairs of opposites, she has no preference for either, and merely awaits the concentrated effort of the conscious mind. The cup-shaped crescent moon depicts the receptiveness and retentiveness of the subconscious mind. All memory, universal and personal, is recorded on the High Priestess's scroll, which is partially hidden because all is not yet known. God has more to reveal. The cubic stone of truth upon which she sits represents the principles of order on which the subconscious must function for perfect fulfillment. The white cross represents the proper use of the 4 implements on the magician's table. The conscious mind formulates ideas which the subconscious accepts as suggestions and then sets about to make them realities in an orderly, progressive fashion. The High Priestess is the connecting link to the subconscious through which we must pass in order to use our conscious potential, thus calling into play the powers of the magician, the conscious mind. Astrological correspondence, Vulcan and the Moon. The High Priestess, key 2 of Tarot, ruled by the Moon, and number 2, ruled by Vulcan, join forces in bringing about gestation. Vulcan is the blacksmith of the gods, the keeper of the flame and fireside. Many astrologers feel that the planet Vulcan is the rightful ruler of Virgo. After an idea has been sown by the number 1 vibration, it must find a warm, dark place where it can be properly nurtured, away from the light and clamor of the outer world. The idea seeks refuge in the depths of the moon-ruled subconscious, where it waits to be fed by the imagination. Like Vulcan, this formation process is not seen, but it continues, fed by the fire of determination. Vulcan, the mythological tender of fire, aids the nurturing and protecting influences by making sure that the fire or desire to bring forth this seed does not flicker and die. A number 2 individual has a quiet, receptive personality, in which the seeds of cooperation, patience, and prudence are nurtured. These seeds will eventually manifest in useful products and objects of beauty that will benefit the whole world. 3. As a personal number vibration. 3 is the number of the performing arts, and you are a performer. You love life, the joy of social contacts, entertainment, and new experiences. Your bright, active nature radiates like the sun to warm the lives of others, and your ease with people draws them to you like a magnet. You will always have many admirers. You are an extremely expressive person, and you should develop your skill with words and cultivate the art of conversation. You can influence others through your ability to communicate about life in a grandiose fashion. Develop and put to work your talents for entertaining and communicating. You could do well as a teacher, artist, lawyer, judge, writer, nurse, pastor, or priest. Travel will probably be an important part of your life because you need to become involved in many experiences and investigate new opportunities. Your varied interests make your thinking broad and all-encompassing. You like to be on stage, to entertain and live the good life. Recognition is important to you, for you need to know you are appreciated. You like to wear nice clothes and are or should be aware of your appearance, because performing depends on how you look and project yourself. A -3 does everything in a big way: eating, drinking, loving, and living. You can be too self-indulgent, and extravagance could be your downfall. You tend to overact and exaggerate situations, turning molehill problems into mountains. Friendships will then be superficial. You may try to avoid responsibility and live just for the moment. Too much talk may make you a gossip. As a 3, you should learn not to spread yourself too thin, which is an easy trap to fall into, with your many talents and interests. You should master at least one talent. As a +3, you will be very lucky in speculative matters, investing, gambling, and taking chances in general. You will have many lucky opportunities through your friends, who are most eager to assist you in every way. Your luck is derived from your positive, outgoing attitude, which induces people to want to help you. You should avoid occupations that keep you confined in close quarters or demand long hours of isolation, because you need to move around and express yourself in order to do your best work and be happy. 3. As a temporary vibration. Growth, travel, entertainment, self-expression. This is usually a happy time, during which previous difficulties are overcome and resolved. You are bursting with the joy of living, and your optimistic outlook makes you want to express yourself socially and to indulge your desires. Many events that occur now will add to your enthusiasm. You will definitely acquire money during this cycle. You may receive a raise at work, a long-lost relative might leave you an inheritance, or you might win a sweepstakes. Luck seems to be on your side, but remember that luck is merely the outward manifestation of your present positive attitude. You are creating your own luck. There is growth and expansion in all areas of your life at this time. For some, this may mean marriage or the birth of children. For others, birth will occur in the creative arts or in mind expansion. Recognition of your talents in writing, painting, sculpting, or acting is possible. So now is the time to write the article, paint the picture, or present the project you've been thinking about for so long. Publication and recognition from authorities come under a 3. Study a foreign language, take elocution lessons, or any other available means to develop your expressive capabilities. Spend time and money on your personal appearance, because how others see you is extremely important now. You might attend a weight-reducing course or yoga class to reshape and firm your body. Pay particular attention to the way you dress and go through your wardrobe, replacing worn and outdated clothes. You will probably find yourself on a buying spree. Business mixes well with pleasure now, so involve yourself in the social aspects of living. The people you meet will be impressed with your manner and articulateness, and some of them will be in a position to aid your career. Give parties, join groups, attend seminars, and generally become involved in meeting and being with other people. Don't make any commitments now that will bind and encumber you in any way. You need freedom and time to cultivate personal self-expression. If you've always wanted to travel, this may be your opportunity. Long-distance travel comes under a 3, so you may have the chance to expand through contact with other cultures or ways of life. You will be center stage now, so enjoy it. Bask in the warmth of others' attention. Listen to your dreams. This is a productive period in all areas of your life. The negative aspects of a 3 lead to scattering your energies and overindulging in all phases of living. Talking too much can lead to gossip and deceit. Extravagance leads to dissipation. Taking unnecessary risks leads to losses. Jealousy produces loneliness. Overeating, excess drinking, and indiscriminate drug consumption can have disastrous results. Be aware that exhaustion of the valuable resources of this period causes dissipation and turns potentially fertile soil to wasteland. There is an ancient saying, "Beware of your wishes, for you will surely get them." If you desire anything strongly enough, that desire will surely come to pass. And once it is a reality, you may decide you really didn't want it after all. During this time, your desires can become a reality. So begin now to screen your wishes. Be certain that what you desire is right and good for you and for all others concerned, and then enjoy this happy and productive period. Tarot symbolism. Key 3. The Empress. The Empress is also an aspect of the subconscious mind. While the High Priestess, number 2, is memory, in number 3 we find the subconscious response to that memory which produces growth through the imagination. In contrast to the virginal High Priestess, the Empress appears pregnant, as does the landscape around her. The Empress produces. She is the great mother surrounded by love, beauty, and growth. The conscious mind, key 1, cannot produce. The subconscious mind, key 2, cannot reason. It takes a combination of 1 and 2 to produce manifestation, or key 3. The trees, dress, and wheat symbolize the ripening that takes place in the subconscious mind. The stream is the life stream, the stream of consciousness. Falling into the pool, it represents the union of the sexes, or the union of the conscious and subconscious minds. Her yellow hair, symbolizing the superconscious mind, is tied by green leaves or bound sunlight, as the leaves have captured the sun's rays. The 12 stars on her crown are the 12 zodiacal signs or the 12 months, thus representing time itself. In the same vein, it takes time to bring our desires into manifestation. Her scepter represents her dominion over the world of creation through love, the Venus glyph. She is the epitome of creation and abundance, reminding us of the biblical passage. And there appeared a great wonder in the heavens, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she being with child cried, travailing in birth. Revelations 12 verses 1 and 2. Older versions of the Empress showed her with the crescent moon beneath her feet. Astrological correspondence, Jupiter and Venus. From the foregoing delineations of number 3, Jupiter, and key 3, the Empress, Venus, you can see how the attributes of Venus and Jupiter work in conjunction to bring about productivity. Venus seeks to bring harmony and beauty into whatever environment she appears. Her keen sense of justice manifests through a fine symmetry, and her loving nature seeks to make others as well as herself comfortable. When Venus unites with Jupiter, who desires to expand services for humanity through orderly growth, an extremely productive and fertile situation results. This productivity is distinctly recognizable in number 3 individuals. They are extremely sociable and indulge not only themselves but also their family and friends. They work to bring about social harmony by using their very expressive and creative talents in such fields as acting, social work, counseling, and the law. Their honesty, generosity, and affability make them extremely popular with almost everyone. 4. As a personal number, vibration. Symbolically, the number 4 and the 4-sided square are synonymous. As a child, you spent time in a square crib and playpen. As you grew older, you drew pictures of a square house in which you and your family lived. You played with square blocks and most likely romped in a square yard. Although the perimeters of your world grew as you matured, still the boundaries defined the extent to which you could expand. Because these boundaries protected you from harm, the square became embedded in your subconscious as a symbol of security and structure, a comfortable, productive, and organized system of existence. The earth was formed on the fourth day of creation. Therefore, symbolically, all earthly things come under a 4. As the recipient of this vibration, you are a very creative builder, an individual who puts form and structure into life. You build tangible objects because you need to see visible results from your efforts. Carpenters, masons, draftsmen, and all the building trades come under a 4. You are a good worker. An employer can rely upon your stability, steadiness, honesty, and sense of responsibility. You are the salt of the earth type who realizes the importance of a sound foundation upon which to build the future. By upholding the traditions of the past, you reinforce your sense of security in the present and the future. Your naturally cautious, industrious nature makes you a saver. You are a patient planner, and you insist that your finances be organized. Because of this predilection toward thrift, practicality, and wise handling of finances, you would be a good banker or financier. Law, order, and regulation are keywords for a 4. You have an inborn respect for supervision and control. Many 4s work in government or law, the foundations of society. Such occupations require insight and the ability to examine situations and make judgments based upon reason, all of which you, as a 4, are extremely capable of doing. Because a 4's insight is based on sound reasoning, this number produces the inventor who creates practical objects for the home or business. This ability also manifests itself in farming, mining, geology, and gardening, those occupations which produce valuable products from the earth. A negative 4 can be a workaholic whose STEM and sterile outlook makes life a plodding drudgery. You can be stingy, unfriendly, and alone, boxed in by secure walls of your own making, which protect you from the outside world, but also prevent you from enjoying relationships with others. This person feels limited and restrained because of a fearful need for security. As a positive 4, you have the ability to build a useful world through sound reasoning, where your hard work and patient perseverance will benefit others in a tangible way. 4. As a temporary vibration. Work, finances, building, practicality. 4 brings the need to define and order things. At this time, you must measure, classify, record, regulate, and compose yourself, as well as your affairs and your environment. You must attend to everyday earthly matters and handle them through your own efforts and actions. You will gain materially now through honest toil, as this is a productive period in which the creative drive can be controlled and directed. For males, this time can indicate virility and fatherhood. Controlling your daily activities will allow you to reap material rewards. Money and finances are very much a part of this cycle, so you should be economical and practical. Set up a budget and pay debts on all levels, materially, physically, mentally, and spiritually. This is the ideal time to save for that special vacation or the home you've always wanted. Surveying land, planning and building a new home, or refurbishing or reconstructing an existing one are very likely pursuits under a 4. There may be obstacles that must be solved with patience and determination, but if you have the courage to struggle through all opposition, you can make great strides. During this period, reason reigns. The number 4 is symbolic of a square window through which we see. Therefore, you must exercise vision, insight, and analysis. Because you are able to see into the heart of any situation, you may be called upon to use your reason and judgment, perhaps in the judicial system as a juror or a courtroom witness. Since the judicial system is the foundation upon which a just society is built, under this vibration you may have to uphold the traditions that regulate and ensure the continuity of that system. Previously hidden aspects of the past may be revealed during this period, which allow you to correct faulty judgments from an earlier time. This is because the 4 implies the door of opportunity through which you can pass into a new life. Since 4 rules the physical aspects of living, sensual pleasures are available to you now. You can have a physically rewarding relationship with a member of the opposite sex. However, the crux of this vibration is responsibility, work, and accomplishment. It is a time to make solid foundations, financial, physical, or mental, for your life. Business and personal relationships can grow, and lasting ties of friendship may be developed now. Financially, you will earn in direct proportion to your output. Exercise and take care of your body, your physical home. When 4 is centered on the material plane, its energies manifest as creative abilities. When these energies are spiritually centered, new psychic and spiritual realms can be contacted. Tarot symbolism. Key 4. The Emperor. This card ruling our conscious existence represents reason, which is a function of the conscious mind. The Emperor therefore rules over and sets in order the reasoning, conscious elements of the material world. He supervises and controls through his ability to discern the truth in any given situation. It is his wisdom in handling affairs systematically that has placed him upon the throne. The Emperor is the magician grown older, and now in a position where the efforts of the 3 previous stages bring about concrete rewards in power and dominion. His helmet is red and gold, representing Mars and the Sun. The Sun is exalted in Aries, which rules this card, as shown by the ram's heads adorning the throne. The Emperor's thoughts have been channeled through personal effort, Mars, into productive and useful implementation, a process which has crowned him with authority, the Sun. He holds the world in his left hand and the Tau, T, cross in his right. This cross is the T-square used in mathematics, geometry, surveying, and planning. He has attained his position through proper planning. His throne, simply carved of stone, is symbolic of the body, which needs long and arduous work before it is perfected. The Empress, 3, and the Emperor, 4, are intended to show that what you sow with your conscious mind, 1, you expand through 2 and 3, and finally reap through 4. You are what you alone have made of yourself. You have the power and control. If you are dissatisfied, start with 1 and sow the proper seeds. Then follow the orderly progression through 2 and 3, and at 4, you will have what you want. This is the message of the first 4 cards of the tarot. Astrological correspondence. Earth and Aries. Earth assigned to 4, and Aries, ruler of the Emperor, key 4, are the components of this vibration. 4 is a symbol of form, manifesting in the 4-sided square, or the cube, a solidified square. As such, this number logically rules all things that have form, shape, and substance. The earth and all that exists as part of it fall into this category. The abundance of the earth comes to certain individuals, and not to others. By examining the astrological correspondences, we can determine why this happens. Number 4 is the result of an orderly progression, just as Earth-ruled Taurians are methodical types. If you make an incorrect assessment of a situation and proceed on that information, then the results will be unsatisfactory. Intelligent evaluation and proper harnessing of your personal energy are necessary for the creation of a successful conclusion. Aries, the point of beginning, is the place we must start if we expect good results. Aries has the initial thought to begin the process of manifestation and the courage to proceed. The earth vibration lends stability to the Aries desire, and the end product is a proper formation of the original thought. People with the number 4 will express these qualities, and astrologically their chart should support their 4 vibration tendencies, with an emphasis on Aries and earth signs. 5. As a personal number vibration. Freedom is an absolute necessity for you. You cannot be fenced in, and your restless, adventurous nature demands that you travel physically, mentally, or spiritually. Because you are an explorer, researcher, and investigator at heart, your travels expose you to varied experiences which you immediately digest, dissect, and file for future reference. More than others, you learn from experience. You like to probe for information and experiment, and therefore you would be a good detective. Versatile, clever, adaptable, and very creative, you can do anything you really want to do. You are extremely efficient, but you dislike monotony and cannot stand routine jobs. You perform well as long as the problem or focus of concentration holds your interest. As a constructive 5, you can go to the heights and the depths without harm. There is no limit to what you can do. if your actions are governed by reason rather than emotion. You have inexhaustible energy which, if not controlled, can turn into outbursts of temper. When you are tired, you rebound quickly, for nothing upsets you for long. Your quick mind and instant reactions cause you to make impulsive decisions on occasion, and you tend to be impatient with people who respond more slowly. You live on nervous energy. Hard manual labor is not your preference, so you drift into ways of making money through your mental agility. Gambling is one means of expression, and you can be very lucky if you speculate wisely but not impulsively. You could also be a mediator, peacemaker, and go-between because your mind quickly performs the necessary mental gymnastics and reaches a conclusion. Because change is a natural part of your life, you must learn to make changes in a progressive way. Otherwise, you can become unstable and go in too many directions at once, becoming the proverbial jack of all trades, master of none. You are anxious for mental growth, so you take up new studies whenever you get the urge. At these times, you may become an avid student and develop intense concentration. There are two paths open to a 5. They are indulgence on the physical plane and progress on the mental plane. As a 5, you can become immersed in the purely physical side of life, saturating your senses with drugs, alcohol, sex, food, and comforts. Because you communicate well and are very witty, talkative, enthusiastic, and attractive to the opposite sex, you can easily fall into the sensual life, disregarding and wasting your many talents. Negative 5s can be insincere, untruthful, selfish, irresponsible, extravagant, and unpopular. Mental development is the key to the 5, and if you choose this path, the change and variety you surround yourself with will supply answers to all your many questions. Your vast knowledge will impress people, and you will eventually accomplish the supreme task of the 5, that of cleansing the sanctuary, or regenerating the body by control of the senses. Because 5 is the number of the ability to develop the powers within, you can become a sage. 5. As a temporary vibration, change, communication, sex, new interests, travel. If you are operating under a 5 at this time, you feel restless and excited. Change, adventure, and the lure of new vistas beckon you. Travel is very much a part of this cycle, and if you do not travel physically, then you most certainly will mentally. It is time to break out of stagnant conditions and investigate new opportunities. You are attracted to home study courses, adult education, hobbies, and new mental interests of all kinds because this is a period of mental growth and development. You may be faced with situations that require decisions and choices, for 5 indicates 2 paths. This can be a turning point for you. Because this is a time of continual change in your life, you must be flexible and learn to adapt, rather than make rigid plans, for they will probably be altered anyway. You must be free to meet the experience that this period has to offer, because the pace is fast and events are sometimes unexpected. You will feel a nervous, restless energy with this vibration, so try to avoid accidents caused by carelessness. Instead, channel your energies into constructive action through mental application. This is a perfect time to promote yourself or a product, because you are fluent, expressive, and able to communicate easily with others. You will meet new people and make friends easily. Business can be combined with social activities with rewarding results. From experiences and contacts with others, you will extract knowledge which will be filed in your subconscious and will add greater dimension to your understanding. As this is a sensual period, you are sexually magnetic, and love affairs will be fast and intense. An old beau may show up for a last tango. There will be many opportunities for relationships with the opposite sex, one of which could develop into a marriage partnership. There can be many temptations, and you will have to use self-control and make the right decisions. With your strong desire for change, you may very well decide, or be forced, to change jobs or partners, to move, or to alter your lifestyle considerably. At times it may seem that others are forcing a move, but it is your own need for these changes that sets up the situations. Sometimes the need for change is acted out by others, but nevertheless it is caused by your own subconscious energies. Use self-control, channel your restless energies wisely, and act decisively. This could very well be a turning point in your life. Tarot symbolism. Key 5. The Hierophant. The Hierophant represents our inner teacher, our inner hearing, our intuition. Sages have always said that release from all limitation comes to those who awaken their inner awareness. True inner hearing does not involve spirits, clairvoyance, and visions from the astral plane. Rather, true intuition is based upon the number 4 in Key 4, the Emperor. When the conscious mind gathers all the facts and feeds them into the subconscious mind, the subconscious acts upon this information and, in a flash of intuition, sends the correct analysis back to the conscious mind. This is true intuition, based upon reason. The Hierophant's crown is triple. The row of 5 trefoils represents the 5 senses. The row of 7 trefoils symbolizes the 7 centers in the body and the 7 original planets. The row of 3 trefoils stands for the 3 states of consciousness: the superconscious, the conscious, and the subconscious. His staff has the same symbolic meaning as the knob on the top. Both indicate the source, God. The ornaments attached to his crown fall just behind his ears to emphasize hearing. The crown and staff represent the 4 worlds: archetypal, knob, creative, formative, and material. The pale gray background represents wisdom because gray is a mixture of equal parts of black and white. Thus, gray stands for perfect balance, which is the practical aspect of wisdom. At the Hierophant's feet, the crossed keys symbolize the superconscious, which is the key to heaven, and the subconscious, which is the key to earth, or hell, if one makes it so. The robes of the 2 kneeling priests represent desire, roses, and purified desire, lilies, both of which must be sublimated to the conscious mind. This card contains 10 crosses representing the spiritual numbers 1 to 10, the 10 aspects of the tree of life, and the 10 trees in the Empress's garden. Astrological correspondence: Mercury and Taurus. Mercury rules number 5, and Taurus has dominion over Key 5, the Hierophant. These two seem unlikely partners. However, consider their attributes. Mercury, the messenger of the gods, represents movement, communication, and the intellectual processes. Taurus, the first earth sign, is where we find individuals who act and react with slow deliberation, the epitome of the type who, in a leisurely manner, absorbs pleasure through the 5 senses. Only through calm deliberation, Mercury and Taurus, by taking in through the senses every piece of information presented in any given situation, can the intellectual process approach its fullest potential. The jigsaw puzzle of information is then handed in pieces to the subconscious, which carefully puts them together. Once completed, the picture is presented to the conscious mind in a flash of insight or intuition. With the help of Taurus, Mercury has gathered the information, communicated it to the subconscious for analysis, and then received the answer back in the conscious mind. Number 5. People are faced with many decisions that require intellectual discernment. They are definitely communicators and travelers, and are attracted to professions such as selling, advertising, promoting, and public relations. 6. As a personal number. Vibration. You are an artistic individual with a fine eye for beauty and symmetry. You find art and music relaxing, rewarding, and necessary for your happiness. If you choose a professional career outside the home, the creative arts would be an appropriate field. Your innate analytical ability allows you to go right to the crux of any matter and solve problems easily and logically. Your keen perception and sense of justice would be assets for professional pursuits in law and counseling. Others sense your sagacity, honesty, and fairness, and seek you out to settle any differences they encounter. You are a responsible person who meets obligations and can be depended upon to follow through on anything you have promised. 6 is also the domestic vibration, indicating that you love your home and children. You may have married young in order to obtain the love you need, which a mate and children can provide. A woman with this number is likely to be a homemaker, very protective and fond of her husband and children. She prefers to be at home rather than to go out and battle the world for a living. One reason for her reluctance to go out into the world is the need for peace and harmony, which is important for all 6S. A beautiful, artistically decorated home is very important for you. You enjoy decorating and making your surroundings attractive. You like comfort and peace and will not tolerate discord. Entertaining in your own home, if possible, is a joy for you, and you are a charming host or hostess. You really love your friends and are concerned and sympathetic to their needs. If they require help, you generously offer whatever you have. Because of your generosity, kindness, patience, and tolerance, you have many friends. Consideration for others is basic to you personally, and you rejoice in other people's happiness and rewards as your own. You dislike jealousy intensely and cannot understand it when other people react that way. In spite of your great desire for a peaceful existence, you will fight for your beliefs against all opposition. This determination can bring you success and fame in whatever profession you choose. A -6 can be very obstinate. You may become a slave to your loved ones, who use you as a doormat. You may bury yourself in your home, becoming a recluse. If you feel you have been denied the love you need so desperately, you will feel sorry for yourself, complain and whine, and indulge in self-pity. You may become discontented and jealous and play the martyr. As a +6, you can be a tremendous power for good, bringing joy, love, beauty, and a sense of justice into others' lives, thus establishing yourself as a snug harbor in the cold, destructive storms of life. 6. As a temporary vibration. Marriage, change in home, redecoration and remodeling, domestic and community responsibilities. The energies of this period center about your home and community. First, look for the emphasis in the home, where changes are occurring. People may come into or leave your home through marriage, birth, death, divorce, and other occurrences, or you may change your residence. You may marry now, or develop strong ties of friendship with someone. You feel a greater sense of responsibility toward others which people will sense, and as a result, they turn to you for assistance. They will cry on your shoulder and perhaps ask for financial aid. Some relationships could become burdensome, and older people may be a responsibility now. You must accept this situation cheerfully, and above all, maintain harmony. Put aside your own needs for a time. However, don't accept unnecessary burdens. This vibration stimulates your artistic sense, which you could put to constructive use by redecorating or remodeling your home. Your social awareness is emphasized also, so entertaining in your home should be high on your list of things to do. Putting your house in order also includes your physical house, your body. Have a checkup. Then begin a course of exercise to tighten and firm sagging muscles, and generally build a healthier body. Remember, don't take on unnecessary responsibilities, for commitments that you accept now must be seen through to their conclusion. Instead, finish up the old projects that have been on your mind. Think carefully about how to overcome the obstacles that confront you. This can be a loving, rewarding, and creative period if you maintain balance and harmony. Make your home as attractive and warm as possible, and others will bask in its sunny radiance. Tarot symbolism. Key 6. The Lovers. The Lovers is an obvious reference to partnership and marriage, the union of opposite but complementary components. The key word is discrimination. When we discriminate, we set apart and separate in order to see the innate differences between two categories. In this manner, we can tell the true from the false. All creatures, including humans, have their own unique odor. This is especially important in the animal kingdom. Mating, self-protection, and preservation all depend upon a keen sense of smell. People discriminate through the sense of smell, which is therefore an attribute of Key 6. The two human figures represent opposing factors of the one source, Adam and Eva, her name in the original manuscripts, male and female, positive and negative, and the conscious and subconscious minds. These two specialized manifestations of the one life force must become equalized before attaining unity. The male or conscious mind looks to the female or the subconscious mind, which in turn gazes up at the angel or the superconscious. Only through this step-by-step process can we reach our source and draw upon its power and inspiration. The tree behind Adam symbolizes the signs of the zodiac. The flames on the left of the tree trunk symbolize the five senses, and those on the right symbolize the body and the original planets. Behind Eva is the tree of knowledge. The serpent in the tree, the Kundalini force, gives them the power to create. When the Kundalini is trapped in the lower center of the body, at or near the base of the spine, only the senses are fulfilled. One must raise the Kundalini, or life force, up the spine to the higher centers in the head so that the life force can be expressed on a loftier plane. Astrological correspondence: Venus and Gemini. As the ruler of six, Venus seeks to bring together seemingly opposing factors into harmonious unit. These opposing elements are well represented by Gemini, the twins, which rules the hands, arms, lungs, and shoulders. These are all pairs that must operate in unison if the body is to be well coordinated. Also, we use our hands and arms to express our love by touching and holding. Many people cannot communicate effectively without the use of their hands. Venus gives us the urge to create a peaceful, loving, and comfortable environment, surrounded by our family and friends. Number 6 individuals are oriented in this direction. Domestic life is your highest priority, and you find comfort and fulfillment in the home or in home-related activities. Your artistic sense is developed through the Venusian symmetry, so you may be active in the arts, fashion, or home decorating. 7. As a personal vibration. You are a dreamer and a philosopher, and your destiny is your mind. You are attracted to the mystical side of life. Your clairvoyant and psychic abilities are marked, and you will develop the intuitive, introspective side of your personality. Often your psychic hunches foretell future events. If you develop your psychic gift, you can use it for the benefit of others. Realizing that you must leave behind the desires of the material world, you turn to the world of mind and thought. There you learn to enclose yourself behind secret walls, where your creative imagination roams freely. Poetry and music lift your spirits and transport you to other spaces. Your self-imposed periods of isolation make you something of an enigma, even to yourself. You are often called a loner, and no one really knows you. Of all the numbers, you could most easily remain single. And in fact, many sevens live as hermits or recluses. When it comes to carrying out your own ideas, you can be very determined. As a rule, orthodox religious beliefs don't offer you enough spiritual substance. Therefore, you will search for your own individual belief system. However, some sevens stay with their church and rise to positions of great power. Pythagoras considered 7 to be the most sacred of all numbers, and his students took their vows or obligations by the number 7. In ancient days, a child born under the number 7 was immediately placed in the temple to become a priest or priestess. Today, 7s are found in the higher echelons of the church or as leaders in mystical circles. They gain spiritual realization and become masters. You are a perceptive person who understands human nature. When you meet someone, you are not often fooled by their outer personality, but seem to scan their inner motives at once. Sometimes you make people uneasy with your ability to see right through them. Thoughts are words of the mind, and you become close friends with words, since you understand their protective, preserving, and influential power. Your cultured, studious nature is enhanced and broadened by change and travel, which you love. Your mind eagerly absorbs the information you derive from contact with foreign lands and cultures. You prefer living in the country rather than in the city. In the country, you can lead a leisurely life in a dignified and conservative atmosphere. You have a retiring nature, and in that environment, you can experience the periods of quiet contemplation that are necessary for your mental development. The fastidiousness of your dress is unique. You would never wear someone else's clothes, nor would you let anyone else wear yours. You seem to be innately aware that all people have their own distinct vibrations, which are transmitted to anything they touch. You are methodical, in keeping with the rhythm of the 7 which rules periodicity in nature. Although you have good business ideas, you should not enter into the business field, because you seldom carry out those ideas. Unselfishness, compassion, and dedication are qualities you should develop. You have an idea of what the world should be. When the world does not conform to your ideal, you may become frustrated and depressed. Generally, you dislike advice, and others find it hard to convince you of things because your mind is so individualistic. A -7 is gloomy. Your disappointment in the outer world drives you to a lonely existence, where you become a hermit or recluse and shut out the people who cannot live up to your ideals. However, by using your will and by gaining control of your tremendous mental powers, you can be a vehicle for good in a world that desperately needs what you have to offer, a sound, creative mind. 7. As a temporary vibration, reflection, rest, health, vacations. It is time to rest. God rested on the seventh day, and this is your seventh day. Become quiet and receptive. Think about yourself and your station in life. Analyze your goals, projects, and relationships. Spend time by yourself and listen to your inner promptings. Write down your thoughts. You can be inspired by dreams, visions, and intuitions now. Therefore, any writings you produce can be creatively moving. Use the energies of this period for mental exercise and discipline. Now you can master technical skills to aid in your profession, or benefit from philosophical and metaphysical disciplines including religion, yoga, transcendental meditation, astrology, and numerology. Do not push your financial affairs under a 7. This is not a time to be impulsive or concern yourself with business. It is a time of physical completion and attainment in the cycles, because you can see the consequences of your previous efforts. Matters mysteriously complete themselves without any effort on your part. Wait and let the cycle work for you. The number 7 rules the physical body and body functions. Therefore, the forces within your body are now active. You must pace yourself wisely, rest, and take care of minor problems. Abuse and overexertion can bring on physical maladies and illnesses. These discomforts force you to slow down, so that you will take the time to reflect upon yourself and your purpose in life, which is the most important reason for this cycle. Vacations are always pleasant, and now is a good time to take one. Be careful when signing any documents or legal agreements. Check every word and look for loopholes. When you have thoroughly scrutinized all aspects, sign with confidence. You will not feel the need to socialize at this time. Rather, you prefer either to be alone or to be with people of a spiritual nature who complement and uplift your contemplative mood. Do not fight your inner urgings to rest, for that will only bring on physical problems and frustration. Instead, flow with this and look deep within yourself to discover the beautiful facets of your true inner self, the perfect jewel. Tarot symbolism. Key 7, the Chariot. The Chariot represents receptivity to the will of the one source. The keyword attributed to this card is fence or enclosure, and its sense function is speech. Every word we speak is a fence enclosing an idea or thought. An eloquent vocabulary is a powerful tool for protection and preservation, as well as advancement. When we speak, we set in motion a vibration that acts upon the ethers, space, and akasha. Blavatsky said, "Sound or speech is a tremendous force when directed by occult knowledge. It is only when we become still, quiet, and receptive that we can be victorious. Then the primal force can work through us." Symbolically, the charioteer is the soul, directing the chariot, the body. Notice that the charioteer has no reins. It is mentally, through the will, that he directs the sphinxes, the positive and negative senses, to draw the chariot along. The starry canopy overhead indicates that we are recipients of celestial energies. The waxing and waning moons depict time and rhythm, which are stages of mind. This can be seen by their placement on the shoulders, ruled by Gemini, which is the first air sign, symbolizing the mind. The winged globe on the cart represents self-consciousness, elevated by aspiration. The disc with an upright rod through the center depicts the positive and negative forces joined in a working relationship. The square on the charioteer's breast indicates an orderly attitude, and his 8-paneled skirt decorated with talismans represents the soul's dominion over the material world. The message here is that through control of the senses and elevation and purification of the desires, by the use of our own free will, we can achieve complete dominion while in the physical body. Astrological correspondence, Moon and Cancer. The Moon has 4 7-day cycles, and since the Earth was created on the 6th day, the Moon, a satellite of the Earth, could not have come into manifestation until after the 6th day. With 7 as the end of a physical cycle, we can readily see why the Moon is assigned to this number. Cancer, the crab, rules this key 7. The crab has a fence or shell which protects its soft body from the dangers of the outer world. During a 7 cycle, one is sequestered away from the world in some manner, as the crab, Cancer, withdraws into its protective shell to ponder recent experiences and examine them subconsciously, Moon. Number 7. People are quiet, introspective, analytical, and very profound. They are the thinkers of the world and are usually involved in some scientific, philosophical, or metaphysical pursuit. Alone, they can mentally wander the universe, searching for the shell that will enclose their ideas with form and substance. 8. As a personal number vibration. Strength, will, and effort are the keywords for your nature. You have the ability to channel your energies in order to alter any given situation, so you will ultimately be a leader. The power you exert over the material world is a product of the discipline you expend. You are the big boss type with executive abilities, and you can manage and organize efficiently. With your sound business judgment and knowledge of the value of a dollar, you prefer a big expanding business to a small enterprise. You can be a great success in the financial world. You are shrewd, resourceful, and ambitious for power, and failure just spurs you on to greater effort. You do not give up easily. You are a moneymaker and will probably become wealthy. Some 8s make and lose more than one fortune in their lifetimes. You are a down-to-earth realist. A career in finance, banking, brokerage, speculation, or investment would be a good outlet for your energies. However, working for material gain alone will not provide the satisfaction you need, and you must learn to share your good fortune with others. You work zealously for the causes you adopt, and you should encourage your philanthropic leanings. Don't neglect your spiritual side, however. Develop and live by a sound policy, so that if material reverses occur, you will still have a solid basis on which to rebuild. This is where your sense of balance and judgment is most necessary. You are endowed with originality and inspiration, and you like to create, so you are multi-talented in all areas of material achievement. With these qualities and your diplomacy, persistence, and courage, you can accomplish anything. Many outstanding athletes come under the number 8 vibration. They achieve distinction through discipline, effort, will, and strength. Also, an athlete needs a fine sense of balance and rhythm, which are qualities of the 8. Your marriage is likely to be based on a need for security rather than love. You want to be proud of your family, home, and possessions. If you are a negative 8, you are someone to be feared. You can be a bully, domineering, selfish, and ruthless, scheming for your own advancement. You may be a revolutionary, ready to overthrow and disrupt. Upheaval is a way of life with you. An 8 knows no halfway measures. It is either personal limitation or spiritual freedom, splendor or degradation. You must accept responsibility and handle it as well as you can. Use the positive 8 vibrations to create a stable material world in which you are willing to share your fine managerial capabilities and creative talents. Be guided by the philanthropist in you. 8. As a temporary vibration. Responsibility, money, business, karma. As ye sow, so shall ye reap. This truth will be most evident under an 8. You will receive exactly what you deserve during this karmic period, because it is time to receive payments and pay debts. Since 8 rules the material plane, if you have sown wisely, you can expect recognition and rewards. You may get the raise or promotion you've been waiting for, along with more responsibility and pressure. If you've been planning a business venture, this is the time to start by building a solid foundation for all your commercial enterprises. Face practical reality and put your finances in the black. Success on the material level is yours, so make your projects financially profitable. Be efficient, organized, and concerned with tangible results. You will need energy and ambition to respond to the call you now hear. The inner drive for physical accomplishment is paramount, but you must be cautious. Don't let the strain of your present undertaking deplete your energies. Those in power will help you if you ask. Because of the karmic implications of this cycle, you may receive an inheritance or legacy. You may have sown seeds of love and concern for someone who, in return, will give you material rewards, money, property, or something of value. Whatever you receive is the result of your own past efforts. Be helpful to those who are not operating at your high energy level. In your drive to the top, don't forget your friends and those around you. Lend them your strength and assurance, for surely this 8th cycle will show you the absolute necessity of sowing good seeds. Tarot symbolism. Key 8. Strength. The key word for this card is the fang of the serpent. The serpent represents the kundalini, or life force, which, in undeveloped persons, lies coiled 3.5 times at the base of the spine. This force must be elevated to transform the individual into a more spiritually oriented person. All transformations in nature are actually specialized manifestations of this kundalini force. The only two numbers that can be written over and over without ending are 8 and 0. As such, they represent divine power. The number 8 represents material power as well. In Key 8, we direct this life force through suggestion. The woman is the subconscious mind controlling body functions and directing the amounts of vital force that the body receives. She also receives and acts upon suggestions from the conscious mind. Her dominion over the lion is through gentle and spiritual power, rather than by brute force. The roses around the woman and the lion form a chain. Roses, representing desire, must be tended and properly cared for. In this context, a chain of roses is a series of cultivated desires. Any suggestion emanating from a desire sets up a chain reaction in the subconscious that eventually results in manifestation. The cosmic lemniscate, figure 8-shaped curve, over her head, gives her dominion in this world. Astrological correspondence, Saturn and Leo. Saturn is assigned to the number 8, and Leo has rulership over Key 8, strength. Saturn urges the expression of concrete achievement and represents those who have the necessary determination and discipline to rise to the top in their chosen field. Leo lifts the spirits of an overly sober Saturnian attitude and bestows a sunny and magnanimous acceptance of responsibility, as well as the ability to rule in a regal fashion. Number 8 individuals have the capacity for the top executive positions. They possess enormous reserves of strength, which can be called upon when the pressure is heavy. Many outstanding athletes also have an 8 in their personal expression. 9. As a personal number. Vibration. You are a humanitarian, a universalist who thinks in abstract terms. Born for service to others, you want to make the world a better place in which to live. Since 9 is the last single digit, it indicates attainment, perfection, and completion. The seeds for new beginnings, the foundation for future growth in the next or higher cycle. You have a thirst for spiritual knowledge and an urge for freedom and wisdom that transcends personal needs. You desire to live an ideal life according to your inspirations and aspirations. Through your responsive reaching out to the world, you become a beacon for others. The number 9 is a testing number. The higher you evolve, the more difficulties you may encounter. You should be tolerant of and merciful to others on your path. In this way, you will be an example for them, and they will recognize your sympathetic and compassionate nature. People will be drawn to you for your deep and broad understanding. Your thinking is vast and without limits. Because of your openness, your psychic abilities are well developed, and foresight, premonitions, and predictions flow from you with ease. You seem to have a direct line to the mysteries of life. You have very strong emotions and feelings, and could evolve.
It's so easy to get your windshield replaced using Safelite. Tell the people why you haven't done it already, my man. Let's start it off as a chip and...
In this way, you will be an example for them, and they will recognize your sympathetic and compassionate nature. People will be drawn to you for your deep and broad understanding. Your thinking is vast and without limits. Because of your openness, your psychic abilities are well developed, and foresight, Premonitions and predictions flow from you with ease. You seem to have a direct line to the mysteries of life. You have very strong emotions and feelings, and could evolve a new philosophy for humanity. You are generous and idealistic. For anyone who needs your wisdom and guidance, you are open-handed and beneficent, because you realize that knowledge belongs to those who seek it. Charitable work is close to your heart, and you are likely to be a patron of the arts and sciences. Your associations with other people in your life are intense, but not necessarily enduring. You must learn to let friends go when their needs have been filled, because your destiny is to be a loner, a sort of recluse. You are not meant to sit alone meditating on a mountaintop, but your innate wisdom and understanding separate you from the crowd. You must share your wisdom to enlighten the world, so you cannot be bound by enduring ties that would limit your mobility. Your life cycle includes travel and associations with famous personalities who will be drawn to you by your free spirit and broad compassion. Your friendship encompasses the world. You easily acquire money and independence, so that you are free to pursue your worldly destiny. If you are a -9, you are self-serving and concerned with your own needs rather than the needs of others. This self-indulgence precludes belief in a higher source and can result in faithlessness. When crossed, you are quick-tempered. Your keen mind makes you a formidable enemy. Since 9s have to live up to a higher standard than the other numbers, the resulting tension can cause nervous troubles. This can produce unhappy relations with others, including your mate. Corinne Helene says in The Sacred Science of Numbers, "The 9 individual has run the gamut of personal experiences, including both the high and the low, the mundane and the spiritual. It is the synthesis of these experiences which produces that sympathy, compassion, and rare understanding which is characteristic of the 9. Using the enhancing qualities of your number 9, you can be the visionary for whom all things are possible. Your faith in life embraces all and looks forward to evolution as the promise of the spirit." 9. As a temporary vibration. Changes, endings, charity, inspiration. Events take place quickly at this time, with many stops and starts, because you are experiencing a period of change and transition. As Paul K. says in the Tarot, you must make the final selection between assimilable material and what is rejected as waste. Eliminating the useless and separating yourself from past mistakes can be an emotional experience, for we often are reluctant to let go of the obstacles in our lives. If you cannot free yourself from associations and situations that are no longer necessary for your development, then the 9 cycle will do it for you. A vacation or trip would be good therapy at this time, giving you time to think and separate yourself from the emotionalism you might encounter under this vibration. Many of your goals will be realized during this time, and you should attempt to finish all projects that are close to completion. As this is an ending cycle, do not make new commitments. Projects begun under a 9 have little durability. Present friendships can be cemented and made more enduring, and you may receive gifts from friends. This should be a charitable time in which you think primarily of other people's welfare. Do something for others in thanks for the blessings you have received in this life. An old friend or lover may enter your life briefly for one last encounter, but don't expect this sudden renewal to last. Since this is an ending cycle, you may change jobs or residence. Children may leave home for higher education or marriage, or to begin their own lives. If you are separated from the people, situations, and locations with which you have lived for a long time, it is because they no longer serve your evolutionary process. Use the creative powers of this vibration to develop your artistic abilities. You will have inspirational ideas that can be used productively in the future, in a way that the next cycle's number will determine. Don't be caught by your emotions. Hanging on to the past, wallowing in what used to be can only bring discontentment, frustration, and depression. Rather, look forward with joy and high expectations to the future, for which the releasing energy of this cycle has prepared you. Use the wisdom provided by the events of this cycle to inspire your actions productively in the future. Tarot symbolism, Key 9, the Hermit. The symbol for Key 9 is the Yod, the tongue of flame, the glyph that makes up every letter in the Hebrew alphabet. It represents the fiery energy, the life force, and the hand, opened rather than closed, of man and woman. In the body, we are little serpents, containing a portion of the one source's fiery energy. As such, we are the hands of God operating in the physical world. The hermit is a symbol of ageless wisdom, standing on the mountain of attainment. He has achieved. The snow represents the isolation he endures because his wisdom sets him apart from others. However, as he turns to shine his light on those who follow him, he intimates that our knowledge is empty and meaningless until we turn and give it to others. The hermit has evaluated, selecting the necessary and discarding the unnecessary elements along his path. He has learned to use the magician's wand, which he now leans on, for he knows he can depend upon it for support. He has achieved mastery. Astrological correspondence: Sun and Virgo. The Sun is assigned to 9 because it is only after you carefully progress through the previous steps, 1 through 8, that you can attain a position of respect and leadership, as well as a full recognition of your inner potential. The true inner self is expressed under a 9, as you become the humanitarian, the universalist who reaches out to the multitudes to lighten their burdens through your understanding, wisdom, and compassion. Virgo's assignment indicates that careful, thorough analysis has preceded this final position of authority. Any mistakes along the path could have led the aspirant astray. Therefore, keen discrimination is necessary at all times. 10/1. As a personal number vibration. If you embrace the philosophy of reincarnation, you will recognize that you are an old soul who has lived many lives of both high and low degree, and who has learned how transitory the things of the earth are. You have a talent for influencing and bringing people together, and you are a power person who has a special spiritual mission in the world. Your word is power and your presence, peace. Therefore, your mission could be to establish peace and fellowship among the races and peoples of the world. Your clear thinking and comprehension help you to grasp and to use any situation to advantage. Leadership positions are open to you because of your obvious control and mastery. Your productive talents constantly revivify those around you. With a 10, luck, success, honor, and material rewards are yours, for you easily attract and acquire those things that others struggle for so desperately. Complete attainment and realization are possible because you are in touch with your superconscious, although you may describe this as a deep inner feeling. You understand other people's feelings and needs, and you have faith and confidence in yourself. These treasures are brought over from past life experiences, or, if you prefer, they are the capitalization of past experiences in this lifetime. Your wise use of previous experience means that your influence will be wide and pronounced. You take one step at a time and keep your mind on the goals you have set. The gradual turning of the wheel assures your progress, so your plans are likely to succeed. If you are a -10, you may be fixed, stubborn, and opinionated. You are inclined to overdo and exaggerate your needs and desires. You may not realize your latent abilities until you are spiritually awakened. Once you are awakened, however, your influence knows no limits. Your power for good is phenomenal. 10/1 as a temporary vibration. Intuition, fortune, luck, a turn for the better. What you have been waiting for may now be yours. The culmination of a series of events brings success and material accomplishment. You could call this cycle a turn for the better, the start of something new. The innovative ideas and fresh beginnings you are experiencing now are really an expression of the law of cause and effect. Events that appear accidental or mere chance result from efforts you have already expended. This is an initiation period in which you may be required to stand alone and make decisions. Base your decisions upon precise and definite facts, then rely upon your intuition, which is based upon reason. Then you will know what to do. You can settle differences with previous enemies because of your clear comprehension of the situation and its problems. Events now reveal your understanding of the circumstances in your life. If you have worked hard and efficiently, you can expect to receive your just reward. Progress, improvement, and advancement are yours. You may be awarded a special position you have been vying for, win the lottery, or inherit a large sum of money, which will help you start a new life. Realize that any of these experiences are the product of your own efforts. If failure and loss plague you, then understand that every circumstance in life is the result of the prior use of your energies. Decide now to begin to work and plan wisely, so that you can gain mastery over your future. The wheel of fortune keeps turning, and the next rotation can bring exactly what you want if you begin now. Tarot symbolism. Key 10. The Wheel of Fortune. The symbol corresponding to this card is the closed hand, indicating mental comprehension. To grasp is to own, and to grasp your place in the world is to grasp what and who you really are. Therefore, you never suffer material deprivation. The number 10 begins a new cycle, a repetition of the 1. Rotation and cyclicity are the key words for the Wheel of Fortune. All is in the process of becoming. Change is the only constant, so in due time, all things come to pass. The bull, the lion, the eagle, and the man represent the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac: Taurus, Leo, Scorpio. The eagle is a symbol for the higher side of Scorpio, and Aquarius. The books that they hold represent the wisdom of the ages. They indicate the laws of the universe, which are immutable, fixed, and cannot be changed. The wavy serpent symbolizes the descent of the life force into manifestation. The jackal-headed Hermanubis, an Egyptian god Thoth, also a race of jackal-headed men, shows evolution of form, while the human body and animal head indicate that man has not evolved beyond the intellectual level. His ears above the horizon of the wheel show that man's interior hearing or intuition allows him to rise to a higher level. The Sphinx depicts the developed human being to which we aspire. The woman's head and breast, coupled with the lion's body, show the soul in dominion over the body, in perfect harmony, hence exemplifying the union of male and female powers. Astrological correspondence: Jupiter and Mars. When we work with the astrological correspondence of the double numbers, we take the number on the right and see it work through the number on the left. Here, we have the God power, 0, working through Mars, 1, to bring about new starts and a change in fortune. The Jupiter influence from Key 10, the Wheel of Fortune, gives us the faith and optimism that our new beginning will ultimately bring generous rewards. Once we have completed the basic 1 through 9 cycle, every subsequent digit merely repeats one of the original 9. Therefore, we can see why 10 is considered a new start. With the 9, we have finished a complete cycle, and in 10 we have the promise that the God power within us never ceases, but merely changes form, and that the new form still contains the life spark, Mars. 11/2 as a personal number. Vibration. 11 is one of the 4 master numbers, along with 22, 33, and 44. All master numbers are powerful because they accentuate the vibration of the base number to which they can be reduced. As an 11, you can draw upon the cosmic forces for inspiration and for aid in attaining enlightenment, and even cosmic consciousness. Your pronounced intuitive abilities can guide your original, inventive, and creative mind. As you will probably be a leader in some way, you must use these higher vibrations wisely. True mastery is service, and you need to be practical as well as idealistic in the role you assume. Foresight and acute perception make you a visionary. You are idealistic and feel compassion for all types of people, regardless of their station in life. The desire to uplift others brings out the teacher in you. You can be a memorable teacher, speaker, preacher, or writer whose deep understanding of people's needs inspires them and opens new avenues of expression within them. Your talent for educating others cannot go unrecognized for long, and probably you will become famous. You are the specialist who seeks accomplishment rather than glory, but who always seems to gain recognition at the same time. You feel that administering the law is important, and you are not content to sit back and spout platitudes. Your devotion to the expression of wisdom must find an energetic outlet so that you can actively participate in areas of life where your philosophy can be effective. With your sense of justice, fairness, and honesty, you can become a leader in public and civic affairs. where your impartiality promotes better standards of living for the people whose lives you touch. You have the courage of your convictions and will fight legally to see them implemented. Your life will be busy and active, forever meeting tests and challenges. If you go to extremes in emotion, fortune, and health, the high vibration of 11 will pull you out with renewed and surprising courage. You are intrigued by ESP, the occult and mystical and spiritual studies. Through some metaphysical or philosophical discipline, you can more easily tap your great creative potential. As an inspirational artist, you can create objects of exquisite beauty that can evoke deep feelings in the viewer. You should work with others of a like nature. If you don't respond to the higher vibration of 11, you live life as a 2. See the reading for that number. You become involved in the details of your work, and you may be forced into a life of servitude in some capacity. If you are a negative 11, you use your power harmfully, which will work to your own detriment by creating negative karma. You may be unfair, prejudiced, and severe, and you should beware of hidden dangers. However, you can redeem yourself through charitable works. Use your 11 to create a balanced life in which all your actions are weighed and measured. Your great insight and inspirational devotion will be an oasis in the parched lives of many people. 11/2 as a temporary vibration. Tests, legal dealings, inspiration, art, quick decisions. This master number period can be experienced as a 2 vibration if you do not live up to the number 11 potential. You will have to make decisions quickly because sudden events will require decisive action. Experiences occurring now are exciting, stimulating, and likely to make you impulsive, so you must be patient and tolerant. Get rid of past mistaken thoughts and actions that have set up negative circumstances, and select the right combination of attitudes to produce more desirable results in the future. There can be legal dealings involving money in some way. For example, you could be the recipient or the executor of a legacy. Financial settlements are possible, and agreements and partnership complications may have to be settled. Educational considerations may arise now, for the vibrations of this period are urging you to seek a balance and weigh the meaning of life. If educational pursuits will achieve this end, then you will have opportunities during this period to enter a school, take a course, or perfect a skill. Because your mind is highly sensitized, you should develop your psychic and intuitive abilities. The power of 11 must be made into something tangible and useful. A course in some metaphysical discipline would help you organize the nervous energy that is your connecting link to the high vibration of 11. Or you could develop your creative potential by working with more than one artistic medium simultaneously, or by collecting works of art and attending the theater and concerts. Surround yourself with culture. You are likely to have dreams, visions, and revelations under this influence. If you are already prepared mentally and technically, your talents may be recognized by someone who will offer you a promising position, or you may receive public acclaim for some personal effort. The spotlight is on you in some way. This is a testing and challenging period. If you channel your intense energies into something worthwhile, you will accomplish more now than you will in any other cycle. Master numbers offer master accomplishments. Tarot symbolism. Key 11. Justice. Teaching, education, and guidance come under Key 11, which seeks to bring about balance through justice. The scales here also symbolize the doctrine of karma, work, action, and reaction, the law of cause and effect. The outstanding lesson of Key 11 is to weigh the meaning of present conditions and achieve balance by overcoming the errors of the past. Use the sword of discrimination to eliminate mistaken thoughts. Libra rules here also, and shows us that we communicate only through the 7th house of cooperation and through the principle of love. Libra rules the kidneys, the organs of elimination that maintain the chemical balance of the body. Through elimination of the poisonous toxins in our lives, we ensure a balanced life. The scales represent balance. There are 7 straight lines of equal length in the scales, representing the 7 centers in the body and the 7 original planets. Mercury, Key 1, Moon, Key 2, Venus, Key 3, Jupiter, Key 10, Mars, Key 16, Sun, Key 19, and Saturn, Key 21. Astrological correspondence. Uranus, Libra. The Uranus vibration is emphasized in master number 11. This is a testing vibration in which you are required to weigh and analyze the tremendous energy that is flowing through your life. If this great personal energy is used impetuously or unwisely, it can bring on accidents, a byproduct of nervous energy, legal difficulties, and impulsive decisions. Libra seeks to calm the nervous Uranian energy, teaching you how to use these abilities in harmony with the environment and be a help to others. The accident potential is transformed into a specialized drive toward a specific goal. Legal difficulties translate into important contracts, and impulsive actions become positively decisive. The catalyst is you, and as always, you must decide how you will use the raw potential of the number. 12/3 as a personal number. Vibration. You are an unusual person who has accumulated inner strength through your unique experience. Your poise sets you apart from the common world, which looks upon you as a sort of oddity. Your thoughts are centered in spiritual analysis rather than judgment of others. You have a perfect tolerance for divergent beliefs, philosophies, and lifestyles, and yet you walk in all things contrary to the world. You know that reality is illusion, and illusion, reality. Many people in the world are ill, in great suffering and poverty, unable to exist in harmony with others, and have trouble accepting even themselves. You know that these afflictions are expressions of the law of cause and effect, and that whatever happens is a result of the individual's own choice, either conscious or unconscious. Modern science and psychology have proven this. By reversing or changing your thoughts, you become free of physical encumbrances. Knowing these facts, you embrace a philosophy that the world laughs at because your thinking seems wrong. Yet without antagonizing anyone, you have quietly reversed your way of life, and at the same time come to understand other people's ways. Peace and serenity fill your being, because even though you are earthbound, you have attained a measure of freedom. Your life is free of materialism and worldly matters. You epitomize wisdom. By crucifying the personal life, you have allowed the true self to be born. Others come to you for peace and guidance, needing your faith in life and in themselves. Your life may be one of voluntary sacrifice in which you encounter difficulties, trials, and renunciation. However, no adversity can disturb your deep serenity. You have trod the wheel of Ezekiel, the zodiacal circle, and have accumulated the courage, wisdom, and presence of mind that will preserve you. 12/3 as a temporary vibration. Waiting period, change of view, reversal, submission. Stop, look, and listen. This is a quiet pause in your life, when you should spend time thinking, learning to see things as they really are, and not as they appear. By bringing seemingly conflicting polarities into perspective in your mind, you create an inner harmony that is reflected out to your environment. Meditate upon the fact that the miseries of the world are self-imposed, caused by negative thought processes. If your world is in disharmony, realize that your thoughts have created the problems and that a change of view is in order. Meditation, trips to the seashore or countryside, classes in philosophy and mind relaxation techniques will help put you in touch with the power now working beneath the surface. By submitting your consciousness to the universal mind, you can begin to see the errors in your thinking. The important elements begin to take precedence as you center yourself in the eye of life. Your affairs will take care of themselves now, without effort on your part. Some situations will come to a head, and many will be settled, but you should suspend all decision-making. Let the cycle work for you. Observe, reflect, and meditate. Find the serenity offered by the vibrations of this number. If you remain absorbed in physical matters now, you may suffer reversals in friendships and fortune. Sacrifices will be required through trial and loss. Rather than fight these forces, flow with them. You will obtain what you want by remaining passive, sympathetic, and tactful, as this vibration achieves success only through acceptance. Tarot symbolism, key 12, the Hanged Man. The key word for the Hanged Man is reversal. The corresponding symbol means oasis, sea, or water. According to the alchemists, water was the basis of all life. the fluid substance that solidified into physical forms. This substance, which emanates from the stars and suns, is called astral fluid. The hanged man symbolizes the first water of the divine power. Water was the first mirror in which the reflection always appears upside down. The significance of this card is that things are not as they appear on the surface. You must look beneath the surface for true understanding. The man is suspended by his foot like a pendulum at rest. His crossed legs form a figure 4, indicative of key 4, reason. His elbows and head form a triangle with the point down, which is an ancient symbol for water. The hanged man represents a person who is poised in consciousness and under perfect control. He is conscious of the one power everywhere, yet centered in himself. He sees the trouble in the world, people unhappy in marriage, in trouble financially, and lost because they have no goals. And he knows it is because they all see things upside down. Yet they look at him and think that he is the one who is crazy. The hanged man's philosophy sets him apart from the crowd and, at the same time, brings him peace of mind and perfect contentment. Perhaps the world should examine his views. The ideal is to grow out of materialism by transmuting animal passion to human compassion. The 12th step sees a man reversed, hanging upside down by his foot. The law of reversal is the keynote here. Reversal from living egocentrically to giving selfless service to others. Astrological correspondence: Jupiter and Neptune. Vulcan, 2, and Mars, 1 in unison produce the Jupiter, 3 influence in this 12 or 3 number. Vulcan in mythology tended the forges in which expansion, Jupiter, occurred within the fire, Mars. Jupiter, as ruler of Sagittarius and the 9th house, represents expansion through higher education and deeper philosophy. In a 12 or 3, the purpose of this mental expansion is enlightenment in the abstract secrets of life. Many people remain in a dark room, Neptune, troubled by the ambiguities they see and experience. The camouflage, Neptune, in their lives can be destroyed only by seeking the true knowledge, Jupiter, which will allow them to erase the blind spots, Neptune, in their thinking, solve the enigmas, Neptune, of existence, and publish, Jupiter, their own truths, Jupiter. 13/4 as a personal number. Vibration. 13 has always been feared as the death number, and indeed it does represent death, but not in the ordinary sense. Death is merely change. When we are born into this life, we die from another level of existence. When we marry, we die as a single entity and are reborn as a duo. When the struggling artist receives recognition, he dies overnight as an unknown and is reborn as a famous individual. Change is simultaneous birth and death. The death connotation of 13 has arisen because most people respond to its lower side, immersion in fleshly desires and encapsulation in matter. Death then occurs through destruction and degeneration of the body. A few people respond to the higher side of 13, which involves complete satisfaction and attainment through regeneration, or using the tremendous powers of this number to create and leave something of value with the world. There are no halfway measures with this number. There is enormous potential for ultimate attainment, and equally great potential for complete destruction. It's all or nothing. Your life as a 13 will be one of constant change. As soon as a situation seems settled and quiet, a new set of circumstances will arise to replace the old. Constant renewal keeps you on your toes and impresses on you the transitory nature of earthly things. The instability of your material world strengthens the bond between you and the invisible world. Because of this, you need a secure home and secure relationships therein, for you realize that these bonds are true and lasting. You are not a leader in the ordinary sense of the word, but you do carry on for others. You take on their problems and bravely bear burdens with little complaint. Your idealism knows no bounds, and you can transform the most desperately lost cause into a worthwhile venture through your profound philosophy and understanding of the real values in life. Your limitless creative powers discover fertile soil where others see only a wasteland. You can take a dying business and, with creative ideas, organized talents, and hard work, change it into a financially profitable venture. You can salvage a relationship that seems about to break and cement it more strongly than it was. Transformation is your keyword. whether it be in business, relationships, or social causes. Your psychic abilities are marked, and you can see right through people and situations. It is not easy to fool you, and your perceptive analytical powers make you a formidable opponent. If you are a negative 13, you dissipate your creativity in pursuit of transitory desires. Overindulgence in drink, drugs, unsavory relationships, and destructive actions can make your life and the lives of those around you a complete disaster. Your bad temper and rash actions hurt others and can tear down those structures that you attempt to build. Stagnation and inertia set in and turn you into a revolutionary. But the change you bring about is destructive rather than regenerative. You are in a state of spiritual amnesia. You, above all others, have the ability to bring about peaceful changes that will improve the living standards of the world. You can take what most people would throw away, rework it, and produce a useful and necessary product. This gives tangible proof of the existence and immortality of the soul, whose presence you have never doubted. 13/4. As a temporary vibration. Change, release, transformation. The number 13 is associated with suspicion and misconceptions. For an understanding of this, read the first paragraph of 13/4 as a personal number. Then turn back here to see how 13/4 relates to you as a temporary vibration. Under a 13, you can expect the changes that will bring an end to conditions that no longer serve a useful purpose in your evolutionary scheme. Any rigid thought patterns must be altered and crystallized ideas must be shattered. Only through the death of present circumstance can you be released, freed to open the door for progress. Old ideas must be swept away to make room for new and better ones. Be prepared to meet fresh ideas, new people, and stimulating conditions. A change of plans, a new location, and different people open the birth channel for new opportunities. This is a reconstruction period, which can bring great happiness if you make the right decisions. The events that occur may not necessitate physical action on your part, but they will require you to make the proper assessments. Change is the basis of earthly manifestation. Upon the wave of change, you can sail to a new fertile land where a fresh lifestyle is possible. Release from the past is followed by a renewal, which brings changes that promote growth. This is a time to depart, to travel, and to grow. The cyclical force of nature reigns here, as the old is replaced by the new. The king is dead. Long live the king. Tarot symbolism, key 13, death. The keywords corresponding to this card are fish, fish's mouth, or mouth of the uterus. This symbol suggests reproduction and birth, not necessarily into this world, but rather rebirth of the consciousness into higher planes. In the time of Christ, the fish symbol represented those who lived in a Christ-like way. The number 13 is sacred, as is every multiple of 13. It connotes an initiate or one who is reborn through the mental powers of transmutation. There are 12 disciples. Jesus was the 13th. There are 12 zodiacal signs with the sun at the center. Number 13 is preserved in the measurements of the Great Pyramid. Astrologically, this card is ruled by Scorpio, which governs the reproductive organs, birth, death, and transmutation. The skeleton is the figure of death, which comes to all, king, man, woman, and child, without respect for station. He rides astride a well-behaved white horse, a symbol of the purified desires and senses in submission to the cyclical rhythm. However, the brilliantly shining sun between the towers in the distance promises eternal life. The life force does not die, but merely changes form. Astrological correspondence, Earth and Scorpio. The expansion, 3, of the original life force, 1, ultimately produces form, 4, Earth. And here in number 13, appropriately ruled by Scorpio, we find that death must be understood, not feared. Of all the zodiacal signs, Scorpio has the power to transform the things of Earth and bring about new life. Other people's rubbish becomes Scorpio's fuel. Another important point that is strongly suggested here is that death belongs only to the Earth. 13 has always been feared as the death number by the uninitiated, but 13 reduces to a 4, the number of the Earth. The Bible tells us we are the salt of the earth. Salt crystallizes in cubes, and cube vibrates to 13. Our bodies are cubes that contain the immortal spirit, the everlasting life energy. The body dies. The essence goes on. Scorpio transforms the substance and gives it new form and new life. 14/5 is a personal number vibration. The ancient symbol for the letter corresponding to the number 14 is a scribe, an individual who copied manuscripts by hand. Books were rare and very costly. Therefore, the scribe was in a unique position to glean knowledge that was otherwise denied to all but the wealthy and favored. As a result, the scribe was exposed to philosophy, religion, science, and the arts, all kinds of ideas that created an educated mind. The number 14 has imbued you with a vivid imagination, teeming with ideas, energy, and vitality. Narrow, rigid thinking confuses you, because your exposure to the greater scheme of existence won't allow your mind to be fettered. You are willing to consider all possibilities, but you won't accept theory, no matter how plausible, until you have tested it in actual practice. You have to see practical applications in order to verify the theory. You achieve understanding and truth through trial and error. You learn by experience, however, and you are always ready to listen. The sexual principle is active under a 14. You enjoy life's sensual pleasures and can immerse yourself in fulfilling them. Temper the bodily passions and desires, or your health may suffer. Overwork can bring on physical maladies and create a barrier of competition between your business and personal life. If you are cautious, you can be successful in speculation and in handling money. Business dealings can be extremely profitable if you select the proper combinations. Analyze all the contingencies and proceed with caution. With this number, your strength will be tested. If you can overcome yourself, then there is no limit to your capacity for achieving greatness. You must maintain a balance among the various aspects of your life. You like continual excitement and motion, but indulging in one facet of experience to the exclusion or neglect of another will bring you more problems than others would have. You must remain a positive thinker, or you can create an unstable foundation. The number 14 can be a difficult vibration, causing you to live for sensation in such a way that the physical appetites may harm you. Envy, jealousy, and divorce are common. A negative 14 has a nervous, impulsive nature which propels you into problematical situations. A positive 14 must learn to be more cautious, always on the lookout for the right mixture or perfect set of circumstances that will congeal into a proper blend of intellect and feelings. Once you have achieved this combination of energy, vitality, and creativity, plus a superb comprehension gained through experience, you will be supplied with the necessary tools to bring inspired messages to the world. 14/5 as a temporary vibration. Active sexual principle, pregnancy, social and family obligations, competition, a need to verify. A variety of experiences will occur that urge you to slow down and think about your previous behavior. You may need to modify your lifestyle and control your desires and sexual appetites. The sexual principle is active now and can result in pregnancy, or the creative act may be channeled to bring about a product of the mind, an invention, painting, sculpture, book, or musical composition. Competitive situations may arise. In commercial or political enterprises, money and business dealings can be profitable if you are aware of all the alternatives. Be aware that with number 14, there are risks involving the loss of property or business failure. Social and family obligations could be at the root of peculiar circumstances that will need careful consideration. Through concentration and the mental transference of your thoughts, you can easily influence others now. Your verbal suggestions can sway their decisions, which can work to your advantage. You will gain through tact, diplomacy, and persuasion. Listen to your dreams and inner promptings. ESP experiences may help you assess your situation and find the means to modify any unacceptable circumstances. Tarot symbolism, key 14, temperance. The keyword corresponding to this card is sustenance or establishment. You should establish the foundations of your belief system through proof or verification. The keywords verification and wrath show that the desire to find the truth surfaces from within, through wrath, not temper, but strong and stem anger. This process tempers one's soul, just as steel is tempered. We become balanced by choosing the middle path between the extremes of action. Sagittarius rules key 14. The arrow of concentration of the fiery life force brings about the manifestation of the higher ideals, which leads to elevated states of consciousness. The androgynous angel is a perfect blending of polar opposites, of male and female. It is an angel of the sun, the life force, as shown by the solar disk on the forehead. The red wings depict the fiery nature aspiring to higher consciousness. The pool and the earth represent the subconscious and conscious minds, on which the angel maintains perfect balance. The mountain peaks symbolize attainment of wisdom and understanding. The crown and glory over them represents the culmination of the great work. This key teaches you to verify your destiny as a manipulator of the life power, the Kundalini. This should be verified by actual practice and testing until you feel the presence within. Astrological correspondence, Mercury and Sagittarius. The things of the earth, 4, must be understood as manifestations of pure energy, 1. Unless we can consciously direct our mental energies, Mercury, toward a deeper understanding of this concept, Sagittarius, we cannot possibly hope to develop along the lines of spiritual consciousness. We need accumulated experiences to temper ourselves into something more fitting, and a 14 or 5 vibration supplies the necessary testing situations. Anyone responding to this number will surely be tested and should learn to ask of each experience, how can I use this? What lesson in tempering does this experience teach me? Strong anger is diluted, tempered by adding another quality, such as forgiveness. The profound development that can result from the proper handling of this vibration produces great wisdom and understanding. 15/6, as a personal number vibration. You have a great deal of magnetism, plus a talent for obtaining money, gifts, and favors from others. But at the same time, you work for your possessions and good fortune. You are persevering and strong-willed and always get what you go after. You are very conscious of other people's foibles and weaknesses, and you may tend to take advantage of them. In the process of artfully carrying out your purposes, you may step on some toes. Your attachment to worldly status and possessions is the impetus for your driving ambition. You are a good student because you absorb knowledge easily and retain it. Knowledge thus gained allows you to proceed up the ladder of success with few slips, for you can learn from the mistakes of others. Your moves are calculated. If you are wise, you will develop a philosophical attitude toward the material world. Although you pursue material rewards, you realize that worldly attachments and cares are ridiculous and can entrap you in a prison of restraint, limitation, and suffering. You see people whose mistaken estimate of their possibilities results in lasting bondage. You pity those who prefer a comfortable lie to an uncomfortable truth, who prefer to believe that this world is all there is and that the individual can do nothing but endure. You see these people as negative 15s whose obstinate adherence to materialism brings heartache and emotional disturbance, which can upset the home and marriage. They must learn emotional control. Violence and revolution, terrorism and anarchy breed as a result of their negative concepts of what they are and life is. 15 is virtue or vice. There is no middle path. You can attempt to use your knowledge and financial ability for negative purposes, or you can choose to see the paradox of materialism, which at death leaves you with nothing. At death, the delusion of outward appearance is erased. The grasping Scrooge becomes the penniless penitent. Laughter physiologically and psychologically relieves pressure, lightens burdens, and lifts the spirits. You should learn the art of laughing in the face of difficulties. Reflect on the wisdom expressed in a hymn to the sun god Ra. Thy priests go forth at dawn, they wash their hearts with laughter. 15/6, as a temporary vibration. Indecision, bondage, freedom, laughter, discernment. The materialistic side of life is emphasized now. You may receive money and favors from others. Opportunities for progress can come through a radical change in your lifestyle that releases you from present limitations and allows you a freer expression. Long-held views may change, and newly found beliefs can set your mind at ease and eradicate old fears. You may have to make decisions and take decisive action. Under a 15, It is vital to decide whether the experiences of this period are limiting you or setting you free. Be careful not to bum the candle at both ends in an attempt to satisfy your personal needs. Don't chain yourself to things or people who will place you in servitude. You should be cautious about signing contracts or agreements at this time. Don't allow outward appearance to cause heartaches, trouble in partnerships, or ineffective action. Look beneath the surface and see the situation as it really is. Discernment is the key word here. Learn to laugh at your own and other people's weaknesses. By lightening the seriousness of your problems, by accepting the frailties of others, and by looking beyond the limitations of circumstances, you can bring about peaceful and satisfying solutions. Laughter cleanses the soul and can lead to physical healing through spiritual understanding. Tarot symbolism. Key 15. The Devil. Key 15 shows what happens when we fail to use discrimination. The devil is a misconception of God, as God upside down or opposite. He represents the delusion of judging by outward appearances instead of by inner realities. He also represents religious dogmatism, which is ridiculous to the enlightened person. Therefore, the key word here is mirth. We should learn to laugh in the face of difficulties, for laughter or ridicule is sometimes the most effective defense against evil. Capricorn, ruled by Saturn, overshadows this key. The Saturn center at the base of the spine is where the Kundalini force lies coiled, and it is the life work of Capricorn to raise the Kundalini and then teach others. The black background on this card indicates ignorance, lack of light. The inverted pentagram on the devil's forehead is the symbol of black magic, inverted power. His torch bums wastefully and gives no light. The humans, chained loosely to the half-cube, could easily free themselves by refusing to be bound by darkness and imperfect knowledge or half-truth, as indicated by the half-cube. This key means we are God incarnate, but all too often we play the role in an upside-down position as undeveloped people, chained in bondage to appearance. Astrological correspondence. Venus and Capricorn. In 15 or 6, we find Mercury, 5, working through Mars, 1, to produce the basic Venus vibration, 6. The Venus awareness of opposites finds fertile ground in key 15, which casts a false image of truth. If you can examine both sides of a situation or see beyond outward appearances, you can escape the bondage of adherence to the purely physical aspects of living. Through Capricorn, the eye of discernment raises you to the highest peak of expression in the full light of day at the apex of the natural horoscope. Capricorn's natural predilection for prestige in the material world is fulfilled by being elevated as a teacher and example for others to follow. 16/7. As a personal number vibration. You are a magnetic individual. Your forceful personality attracts others. Your talent for writing and speaking aids in the clever expression of your ideas. You are a clear-sighted intellectual with the ability to assess circumstances easily and accurately. This can lead to a tendency to speculate, which will not always bring you the desired results. Overconfidence can result in material loss. You may experience trials, defeats, and the loss of material security. Sudden material and physical upsets are the outward manifestation of emotional discontent. Examine your life and your attitudes. Is your personality dominated by emotions? Have you had disappointments in love because of misplaced affections or illicit love affairs? Have your indulgences, your selfish and unsympathetic nature, brought about this emotional fall? If any of these are true, you have allowed the material world to control you. Financial, professional, and personal losses dominate your existence, and you experience telepathic invasion through your subconscious. Your desire for freedom and your impatience at restraints of any kind have brought on these many difficulties. Your subconscious is now urging you through these calamities to awaken the inner spiritual self, the real you. It is here, under extreme pressures, that a sudden bolt from the blue, an illuminating flash of insight, will lead the way to exoneration and solution. If 16 is your soul number, you may be atoning for a promiscuous past when ideals were lost. Now you have to learn truth and faithfulness. If you learn freedom from dependence on the illusory material world, you will be awakened to the truth that lies deep within your soul. This is the splendor of the 16/7. Through silence and meditation, you overcome all obstacles. You have the inclination at this point in evolution to become a mystic. Here, the 16 becomes the 7. And here, any material losses are meaningless, for you have become one with the oneness. 16/7 as a temporary vibration. Love affairs, health, accidents, awakenings. The unforeseen and sudden events of this period are intended to overthrow existing conditions, especially in a material sense. Erroneous ideas and habits must be altered, and for some, this has to be done in a forceful manner. There can be losses and setbacks in business and financial affairs. This is not the time to take speculative risks. You may lose a desired position or suffer a scandal in your present position. Selfish ambitions fall under a 16, and bankruptcy may result. In extreme cases, imprisonment is possible. Deception and trouble in matters of the heart are likely. The love you give can be misplaced, and disappointments may result. Separation from close partners and trouble in relationships come from your pride and emotions. The result is personal isolation. Do not overwork now. An overexpenditure of energy will take its toll on your health. The energy operating during this cycle is intense, therefore, do not take risks. Be careful of accidents and conflicts with others. Number 16 is not as bad as it seems at first. You can use the additional energy spurt during this period to plan wisely for the future. You are in touch with your intuition. If you listen to the generous advice of your inner self, you can formulate plans to be implemented in the next cycle. Illuminating insights may reveal the insubstantial nature of the selfish, materialistic approach and spark your creative talents to work toward a future goal which will inevitably bring good fortune. Bright prospects may arise suddenly. The power for loss is great under a 16, but so too is the potential for financial gain, fame, and prosperity. All the material rewards are yours as long as you are not obsessed with ownership. Tarot symbolism, key 16. The Tower. Mars rules this card, in which the keyword is awakening. This comes as a clear flash of understanding, a bolt from the blue, bringing awareness of the true nature of the self. What inspires fear in the mind of the ignorant liberates the enlightened, just as electricity frightens the primitive, but is used constructively by the knowledgeable. A flash of lightning is another symbol of the electrical serpent force, or the Kundalini, the Mars force in the body. The tower, also called the lightning-struck tower, is the house of God, or the human body. It was also referred to as the Tower of Babel. Babel means confusion of understanding. Lightning strikes the crown or head or place of understanding and knocks the man and woman out of the tower. This analogy depicts erroneous ideas being knocked out of the two parts of mind, conscious and subconscious, by the lightning of true understanding. The 22 yods, or tongues of flame, represent the 22 letters in this alphabet. These tongues of flame also refer to key 9, where the one yod is the hermit, representing the response to primal will. When we respond to the primal will, we receive a flash of illumination, which bears a message that awakens us to our true source. Astrological correspondence, Moon and Mars. Basic desires, 1. Mars, must be refined, 6. Venus, before they become reality in the subconscious mind, 7. Moon. Once the subconscious receives the suggestion becomes a reality in the world of thought. It is only a matter of time before the suggestion manifests in the material world. Mars is the driving force within any given mechanism, including the human body. It also rules the head, through Aries. After the Kundalini or Mars force within the body is driven up the spine, there, in the head, final illumination must take place. 17/8 as a personal number. Vibration. You are the researcher, the scientist, the natural detective who investigates the unseen mysteries of life. You desire truth and seek solutions to enigmas. You are intuitive and fond of the occult. You delve into the secret depths of the inner consciousness in pursuit of hidden knowledge. This relationship to the secret forces of life instills in you a quiet strength and an air of mystery. Others see you as a deep individual, as indeed you are, You are an intellectual in the beginning stages of mental unfoldment. Your intelligence and introspection necessitate periods of solitude in which to meditate. Seeds germinate in darkness before they burst into the light of day. Your ideas need the same germination period in which to unfold. After questions, research, meditation, and experimentation, your ideas begin to take form. You possess insight and a fine mind. You are very successful in pursuits which require deep concentration and enduring mental application. You deal wisely in the material world and enjoy seeing the tangible results of your mental concepts and efforts. You have hope and faith in the future and courage in the face of difficulties. You are determined to overcome any and all obstacles. Compassion for others and a desire for peace and love among all people is a product of your deep understanding of the essence of life, an understanding which surpasses worldly considerations. Your spiritual love imbues you with good health. If you are a negative 17 or 8, you are stubborn. Doubts bring on faithlessness and create a pessimism so that you can see no promise or light in the world. You have executive and leadership ability that can lead to a distinctive career. Researchers, discoverers, explorers, executives, and aviators come under this number. You may travel often by sea or air. Because of your outstanding abilities, you may achieve fame and a name that lives on after you. 17/8. As a temporary vibration, good fortune, rewards, travel, meditation, assistance. This is a fortunate vibration, for you will receive all types of assistance. Money, gifts, advancements, and promotions are possible, and business and public affairs turn out profitably. Intellectual achievements will be rewarded. You could receive recognition for outstanding leadership. You are the star under number 17. If travel is in the picture, you could take a trip by sea or air. Medical problems will improve, and you will enjoy good health. The law of action and reaction operating here proclaims that your positive attitude and buoyant hopes will be rewarded. The help you receive now brings a promise of a brighter day. Hope springs within, and because you are positively expectant, positive things happen. You are determined to overcome any obstacles, and you do so. Greater mental vitality and an open channel to the unconscious help you solve any problems. Your intuitive and creative powers are pronounced, and you should spend time in meditation, where ideas that have long lain dormant can now begin to emerge into the light of understanding. Secrets are revealed to you. You must be very truthful with others. You are most persuasive now, and your words can have a profound effect. Don't allow doubts to creep into your mind, bringing on periods of depression and pessimism. Delve beneath the superficial irritants to the deeper person, the true I am within. Tarot symbolism, key 17. The star. Fishhook, keyword for the star, suggests the drawing of ideas from the universal subconscious. The hook relates to the subject selected for research or meditation. Revelation comes through meditation. You must still the conscious mind, but keep a line on the subject chosen for meditation. Aquarius rules this key, which brings the age of revelation. The star key explains the fifth or celestial essence, which is above and beyond the four elements of fire, earth, air, and water. The great star has 8 points representing rotation. The 7 lesser stars refer to the 7 bodily centers, which are really whirls of motion and vibration. The ibis is a fishing bird, again emphasizing searching and probing. The woman represents the subconscious mind, which shows that all secrets are available if you fish in the proper manner. Her left leg, holding her weight, forms a right angle or square, hinting at the number 4, order and reason. Resting on the water, her right foot shows that the mind sustains her. She pours water, her mental powers, on land and sea, indicating the pouring of knowledge over humanity everywhere. The water on land divides into 5 streams, representing 5 senses. Ask yourself a question and seek the answer with calm expectancy. This is the right attitude for meditation and the proper method for gaining illumination. Astrological correspondence: Saturn and Aquarius. 17 has the 7 of receptivity, the moon, and the 1 of concentration, Mars. Together they equal 8. the Saturn correspondence, and the symbol of the Kundalini force rising from the Saturn center at the base of the spine. These are necessary attributes for the subconscious mind to use in meditation. The Aquarian influence brings the revelation, which 17/8 represents, and universal consciousness, both of which are the ultimate goals of meditation. 18/9. As a personal number, vibration. You are an extremely active person with an unusually vivid imagination. Intense emotions and feelings well up from your subconscious and invade your conscious mind. You can probably recall your dreams in detail. Dreams are the workings of the subconscious mind. Through them, you are in touch with the illuminating guidance of your being. You are receptive and intuitive and receive impressions and hunches about people and situations. As a child, you may have had nightmares which caused restlessness and troubled sleep. Your subconscious may have presented fears in the form of monsters chasing you in your dreams. It is vital that you take care of your body and health. You need rest, exercise, fresh air, and sunlight. You would be wise to spend time in nature, mountain climbing, hiking, swimming, skiing, skating, and so forth. Nature has healing powers to which you are attuned. Organizing your life transmits suggestions to your subconscious to organize yourself. Your every action and thought affects your body physically. Therefore, more than most people, your health depends upon your thoughts and lifestyle. Your intuitive powers are also dependent upon a healthy body. You are a natural healer with a gentle touch. You are tolerant of others and would make a good counselor or advisor. You are loyal to your friends and your beliefs. You have hope and faith in life and believe in justice, integrity, and truth. The hidden forces of life are active within you. You are sensitive to their undulating motion, and sometimes your body reflects this sensitivity in the form of nervous habits. If you are a -18, you allow the subconscious to surface. You become touchy and irritable. You may be deceived by others and experience losses because of hidden enemies and unforeseen dangers. You may make money from the conditions of war, but only if you are not involved in treachery or in promotion of the disputes. You have the power to heal. Your gentle presence soothes, and your intuitive insight mends the minds and bodies of those you touch. If you develop your healing potential, you can become an influential force in the relief of suffering. 18/9. As a temporary vibration. Caution, dreaming, healing, body care. You must slow down the fast pace of your life. You need to pay more attention to your bodily needs. Therefore, exercise outdoors, eat properly, and get sufficient sleep. Your dreams are active now, and any sleeplessness you experience is the product of an extremely vivid imagination. New plans and ideas are forming in your mind. Do not start new projects, but rather allow the ideas to germinate. They will blossom at a later date. Maintain your present status while considering changes, such as a new occupation. Healing forces are working beneath the surface, and your health can improve if you allow periods of quiet contemplation to calm your mind. Your thoughts have a potent control over your bodily processes now. Sign documents carefully or not at all, if possible. Be on guard against deception in business and difficulties in personal affairs. Family quarrels and accidents are caused by rashness or carelessness. Travel is not advisable. Mental unsettledness can bring a physical illness. Wars and revolutions are brought on by such vibrations. You have a unique opportunity to organize your life now. Set your environment in order. Clean your house. Organize your desk. Finish up odds and ends. Such actions will direct your subconscious to set itself in order as well. Then your dreams and visions will express the future direction you should follow. Tarot symbolism. Key 18. The moon. Evolutionary growth and development come under Key 18. The keywords are organization and sleep. The function of the moon is sleep, and during sleep, waste is eliminated and new materials are woven into the body. Consciousness continues while the upper brain cells rest. It is during sleep that our aspirations and efforts are being built into the body cells. What we think and do all day goes on influencing the body while we sleep. Every cell is a center of consciousness, and every cell contains spirit. Astrologically, Pisces, the final sign of the zodiac, rules this key. The shellfish coming out of the water represents the lower form of existence. Shaped like a scorpion, it indicates the creative force starting on the path of return, which leads to the mountain of attainment. The narrow path implies that concentration is necessary. It goes up, then down, but always rises higher at the next step. It is meant to show that spiritual unfoldment does not come all at once, but rather progresses gradually. The dog and wolf are of the same species, but one is wild and the other is domesticated, depicting nature aided by human consciousness. The towers are human handiwork. The 32 rays of the moon indicate the 32 paths on the tree of life, and the falling yods represent the descent of the life force from a higher plane into the material world. Many symbols here show that we can change the outward structure of things. They are proof that the same changes may be accomplished within the body through organization and cultivation. Astrological correspondence, the Sun and Pisces. The test of Saturn, 8, is energized and supported by Mars, 1, resulting in full attainment and realization, 9, the Sun. With the combination of the Sun and Pisces, final completion is possible under this number. The Sun, representing true individuality, finds its own true identity in key 18, which symbolizes body consciousness. By combining body consciousness and control with realization of oneself, all things are possible. 19/1. As a personal number vibration. Your leadership talents would be useful in public service. You will be the head of projects as the organizer, director, or manager. You are very expressive with words and would make an effective speaker or lecturer. Art and science may also appeal to you, as well as agriculture, nature, and the simple pleasures of life. Your tremendous vitality and intellect create a mind capable of overcoming any obstacles. You collect, synthesize, and regenerate past errors into attitudes which assure your future success. Here, your faith and creativity constantly renew those aspects of living which others ignore, thereby ensuring your continuing growth. You epitomize the quote from Ecclesiastes 8, verse 1, "A man's wisdom maketh his face to shine." You attract love and money. A good marriage, contentment in the home, material happiness, honor, and esteem can be yours. There may be many turns in your life that require new beginnings. You must master your emotions so that emotional upheavals and uncontrolled impulses do not cause material loss and failure. If you are a negative 19, you lead a double life. You create a positive image of yourself as one type of personality while living a secret life of falsity and deceit. In this respect, 19 is called the spiritual fall. Your courage is being tested. You must learn independence and refrain from self-pity. Number 19 is karmic, the equalizer and collector. As a positive 19/1, you have great endurance. You know that it is always darkest just before the dawn. Reason prevails. Many turn to you for guidance because you collect and distribute the power which gives light and life. You use this light to warm, to create, to urge growth and life, rather than to burn and scorch. You will find happiness, rewards, and victory over adversities when a degree of adeptness has been attained. 19/1, as a temporary vibration. Love, marriage, rewards, obstacles overcome, new beginnings. 19 is known as the love vibration, and marriage under this number is indeed fortunate. Happiness and contentment are enhanced by good fortune in material affairs. You may experience happy reunions with friends and family. Rewards, honors, and esteem are manifestations of your past productive and creative efforts. This period brings a brand new start for you, promising liberation and prosperity. Your energy, drive, and ambition run high, urging you to step out on your own. Be independent, take a chance, for luck shines upon you. Any obstacles now can be overcome. New beginnings have life-energizing forces behind them, which promote growth and assure success. You must restrain impulsive actions and prepare future plans carefully. If you indulge your personal desires, you could cause difficulties for others. Broken engagements, invalid or troublesome contracts, and loss of personal possessions. The future looks very uncertain to someone who uses number 19's energies negatively. Watch every opportunity and keep a positive faith in your own abilities. Then you can achieve whatever goals you pursue. Great happiness and satisfaction are possible here. The choice, as always, is yours. Tarot symbolism. Key 19. The sun. The sun means face or countenance. Face implies head, one who takes the lead as the head of an organization. This card also brings to a head all the potencies of the life power. The key word is regeneration. We renew our bodies when we renew our minds. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is the good and perfect will of God. Romans 12, verse 2. Astrologically, the sun rules this key, bringing light and life, symbol of the divinity, the great divine power. We must control and adjust our lives through the sun's action. As the ancients knew, the powers themselves are neither good or bad. It is how they are used. All our energy comes from the sun, and we in turn must radiate the energy we receive. Number 19 or 1 individuals must heed the advice given in the Bible. Let your light shine. Matthew 5, verse 16. 20/2 as a personal number. Vibration. You will be faced with many decisions in your lifetime. You must learn to make judgments based on reason, not appearance. When measuring or sizing up people, see their works and not their reputations. Outward appearances can be deceiving, so you must exercise thoughtfulness before any final judgments are made. You like to control the people in your circle of influence, and prefer to shape things to the ends which you deem worthy. Such a position necessitates choices. Therefore, you are constantly tested. Should I do this or that? Is it wise to take this path or that path? Shall I go with the new or stick with the old? Deep within, you have an abiding knowledge of opposites. Therefore, you are continually confronted with the need to make choices. As a result, your life is one of adaptation and renewal. New plans, new purposes, and new ambitions present a continuing scenario demanding decisive action. This cyclical process creates the awakened human personality, because the moment of judgment is the same as the moment of awareness. You cannot make a decision until you have weighed and measured all the facts and arrived at an awareness of the situation. Through decisive action, you develop yourself and overcome the difficulties in life. Let your conscience guide you. 20s have the power to make or break, save or slay. If you are a negative 20, you fear death and change from familiar habit patterns. You must learn control over your emotions. Your weakness brings on poor health, disillusionment, loss of material goods, and separation from those you love. As a positive 20, you constantly renew your life through the many decisions you must make, increasing your realization and awareness of the perpetual adaptations that life requires. 20/2. As a temporary vibration. Turning points, decisions, awareness, adaptability, reconstruction. Sudden events require you to make a decision that could be a turning point in your life. A change of location, a new job, or fresh relationships demand new thoughts, feelings, and actions from you. Be able to see the alternatives, the pros and cons. In this way, you will learn much about yourself and how adaptable you are. If you accurately weigh and measure your present situation or any situation presented to you during this period, you will formulate a profitable plan that can be implemented in the near future. Unless you act decisively to put your ideas to practical use, the influence of number 20 can make you restless and uneasy. Do not remain idle and don't waste time. You are experiencing a period of growth. Future realizations are now germinating. Ingest, assimilate, and create form from the energies operating here. It is a fine planning period. Come to reasoned conclusions, and the cyclical force will see your plans manifested soon. Do not resist the need for change. Remain adaptable, use your common sense, and come to a logical conclusion. Then you have fulfilled the requirements of this period. Tarot symbolism. Key 20. Judgment. The key symbols for this card are tooth, fang, and serpent. An ancient adept was called a serpent, and when we want to invoke silence, we pronounce the sound of the letter for this key. Shh. This indicates the silence of the wise. Be ye wise as serpents. Matthew 10, verse 16. Teeth break food and prepare it for digestion. Wisdom, which is kept silent, destroys the forms of the outer world, and reveals the hidden nature of things so that you may absorb the spiritual essence. The cobra was the sacred symbol of Egypt and India. Its venom attacks every cell of the body instantly. The serpent's fang conveys the poison. The analogy is that wisdom can be like acid, which instantly eats away everything false. Therefore, the key word for this card is realization. Astrologically, it is ruled by Vulcan. When we have gained realization of spiritual things, our personal consciousness is ready to blend with the universal consciousness. We then realize our oneness with God and our unity with all humanity. This state of consciousness begins with a mental grasp of the real world, where our attitude is the reverse of most people's because we identify ourselves with the one reality. Our subconscious minds are dominated by true will. Our judgment day is the day we have reached our ability to judge the true from the false. The card represents the call to Judgment Day. The angel Gabriel calls those who are ready to hear the truth, which shall set them free and give them new life. Stone coffins, the human body, arise from the deep. They are black when closed, from lack of light or truth. The three states of consciousness arise: man consciousness, woman subconsciousness, and child superconsciousness. In older versions of the tarot, their arms spell the word lux or light. They have come into illumination. Astrological correspondence: Vulcan and Saturn. Vulcan is doubly emphasized here through the double digit 20, Vulcan is number 2, and through the base digit 2. In mythology, Vulcan was thrown from heaven. He became the keeper of the flame, tending the forges of heaven and earth. He was also known as the master craftsman. Despite the lameness resulting from his fall, he traveled frequently between heaven and earth. The analogy in the myth represents the fall of our spirit into form, ruled by Saturn. The spirit's freedom is hampered by the physical body. The fiery life force must be well tended by keeping open the line of communication between the body and the spirit. Vulcan may eventually be assigned to Virgo, the perfect servant and tender of health, as was Vulcan. Artisans are also assigned to Virgo. In 20, the god power 0 works through Vulcan 2 to bring about the union of what appears in the physical form to be separate parts, spirit and matter. 21/3 as a personal number. Vibration. This is a number of general good fortune. You have talent, charm, and luck, all of which bring success. A good memory and a positive attitude toward life are the basis of your luck. Advancements, honor, and recognition are possible during your lifetime. You are patient. The limitations that most people fear become the cornerstone for your successes. Your administrative ability is enhanced because you know that the only way to rule nature is to first obey its rules, its limitations. Adherence to the orderly progression of things assures your triumph in all pursuits. The act of concentration is a sort of limitation, and concentration is the basis of science. You see the necessity of limits in the evolution of life and can validate these beliefs in scientific pursuits. The arts may call you, and many 21s have enjoyed literary success because they are so expressive. You have achieved the union of wisdom and love through past efforts and may now desire to reveal these truths in an art form. Your professional pursuits may require changes of residence. Traveling and moving satisfy your innate need for liberation and freedom. If you are a negative 21, you fear change of all kinds. You lack vision and become greedy and selfish. Your tenacity assures eventual loss, as others manage to take away the very things that give you security. You are stubborn and refuse to learn life's lessons. You can be an example for others through service and material attainment. You will make a mark in life. Others see you as the ultimate realization of the personality to which they wish to evolve. 21 is the mystical number of the cosmic consciousness. 21/3 as a temporary vibration. Travel, change, rewards, success, new worlds. This is a very potent period in which the old order changes, making way for the new. The newly revealed world offers ultimate realization of your plans, hopes, and wishes. Therefore, do not overlook opportunities that arise now. Plans already in progress may come to a successful completion, with accompanying rewards. Those plans still in the thinking stages should be carried out now, as the potential for success is high in this period. You can accomplish what you desire. Travel may be part of this cycle, and faraway places lure you. The desires for freedom, self-expression, and pleasure urge you to look to distant places for fulfillment. A change of jobs and/or residence may result from your present thinking. Your subconscious is developing at a pace faster than usual during this period, along with a growing sense of security and protection. Many marriages take place under a 21/3. Mental or physical investments made here bear fruit. Those who react negatively must guard against losing emotional control. They see family responsibilities as burdens. They experience delays and restrictions and neglect to grasp offered opportunities. For them, all situations must be examined carefully. Legal counsel should be employed in business dealings because material loss is possible. For you, this period is one of reward. Realize that the opportunities opening for you now can fulfill your future dreams. Tarot Symbolism, Key 21. The World. The key concept for this card is a mark or cross that has equal arms. A cross is sometimes used in place of a signature, therefore it takes on this meaning also. The symbology here is cosmic consciousness, which is the final seal of the great work here represented. At this point, we have gained control over ourselves and our environment. Right decisions are now natural, and the one power becomes the central reality in our lives. Saturn rules Key 21. The Saturn center at the base of the spine, called the sacral plexus, is the storehouse of excess energy left from each day's activities. Saturn has been considered a malefic. However, it can help build for the future if one uses the energies in the sacral plexus for constructive action. In mythology, Saturn was the father or the god who ate his children. This means that the cosmic consciousness swallows up all lesser consciousnesses. The bull, lion, eagle, and man represent the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac and indicate that the laws of the universe are fixed and orderly. The wreath in the form of a 0 or egg or seed is that from which all things issue forth. This is the divine power. The dancing figure is androgynous, a unity of opposite polarities. However, the veil hides this fact, showing that cyclicity also brings about this androgynous state. The figure stands on air, self-supported, and perfectly balanced. This picture represents the dance of life, which is never-ending. 21/3 is a new heaven, and a new earth, or a new mind, and a new body. When we have renewed ourselves through study and practice, the old order will change. New plans and a new outlook will prevail. Astrological correspondence, Jupiter and Saturn. Traditionally, the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn prevails over the birth of avatars and holy persons, those who bring a message of inspiration to the world. Here, this combination of planets seeks to unite the things of Earth, under the rulership of Saturn, with the wisdom of the higher mind, under the control of Jupiter. Only then can Saturn's malefic hold on many people's lives be transformed into the highest achievement which Saturn has to offer while in the physical body to bring about elevation to the apex of the horoscope, the sacred spot closest to the sun, the one source. 22/4 as a personal number vibration. This is one of the 4 master numbers, 11, 22, 33, 44, and it can be experienced as either a 22 or a 4, or as a fluctuation between the two during your lifetime. You have the potential to accrue vast wealth and power on a worldwide scale. Your greatness can be achieved through resources, including people. You are the philanthropist whose fortune gained from material achievement is used to build a better world. Your originality allows you to create solutions to problems that others consider unsolvable. You have a genius for thinking in broad terms while always arriving at practical solutions. You are hardworking, honest in dealing with people, and above all, ethical. You are a master at directing others, but be careful never to exploit them for selfish reasons. Overwork and a desire for power and control can create a negative 22 whose potential for evil can produce a ruthless and even infamous type. Overwork brings on emotional difficulties. You have strong opinions and a great deal of wisdom, which is always directed to practical uses. You can contribute to shaping the destiny of the world through industry, politics, or the professions. Firmness in friendship and all relationships, including marriage, provides the secure base from which you meet the world. You have enormous leadership and policy-making abilities. With effort, of which you are extremely capable, you will become one of those financial tycoons whose name lives on through good works that benefit millions. 22/4 as a temporary vibration. Travel, plans, advancements, your dreams come true. 22 is a master number and the ancient numerical value for a circle. As such, it implies completion, fulfillment, and cyclicity. Under a 22, you are reaching your goal. The fulfillment of your secret desires can become a reality. Success on a huge scale and attainment of those impossible dreams are very possible. You should make those big plans, dare the mighty deeds you have only contemplated up to now. Traveling toward a goal can also suggest physical travel, which is a distinct possibility here. Make sure your concepts are well organized and practical. Think in large sweeping terms and go to the head person with your creative ideas. They have a good chance of being accepted now. Many people can benefit from the ideas you present under a 22, and as a result, you may be given a top position. You are now the known expert in your field, and others come to you for opinions and advice. This is a very tense period when you will be dealing with groups of people. Guard against extremes.
She my little dog, she my best friend, and I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking them, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in. Cause she my little dog, she my best friend, and I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking them, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in.